dörden, Turby gunner hörper turk the birder. Turby dörden lurks your turn hers guns, Turby dörden lurks Saturn burger, Turby dörden lurks driffarn hers, Turby dörden lurks purser dörn trauma. Turby dörden, running for governor of surf durka, Turby dörden, Turby dörden for bird to further. Oh yeah. Turby dörden österle kirk, Turby dörden gunna kurda frame, Turby dörden farts for thugger spurl, Turby dörden gunna burna hörsnum ja. Turby dörden, running for governor earth surf dog, Turby dörden, your kind of pun on Turby dörden, Turby dörden, dubbin on Turby dörden, oh, Turby dörden, hey.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic day here in South Dakota. I know a lot of y'all are having a fantastic one. It's Turby Derby, ladies and gentlemen. It's Turby Derby time. I am Turby Derby. We are all Turby Derby. You already know. And we carry the motherfucking flame here at the HasanAbi broadcast. The flame for Turby Derby is alive. And well, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. Now, you might be saying, Hasan, are you wearing the colors of the American flag because it's a special day, because it's a special weekend? It's a day that people have off today. Is that the reason why it's a special day? These are the questions that you might be asking yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. And honestly, I'm going to get right into it. It's a special day because it's always a special day. You understand me? It's Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's July 3rd, 2026. It's Mufasa Friday. Shouts out to Joey Kudborg for that song, by the way. For all the turbies and the derbies out there, the stevedores, longshoremen, delivery drivers, teachers, nurses, college professors, adjunct professors, you already know the doctors. We're alive, ladies and gentlemen. We're live, and we are alive on this beautiful Friday, a day that our forefathers fought long and hard for. And no, I'm not talking about the American Revolution. I'm, of course, talking about Fridays, the 5-day work week, ladies and gentlemen. 5-day work week that our labor unions and our socialists, communists, anarchists all fought for with blood, sweat, and tears and gave to us so we could enjoy. It's Friday. It's Turby Derby Friday. It's our four mothers as well. Pago, true. Our forefathers and our four mothers as well. Hopefully one day, there'll be people celebrating Thursday in the same intensity as people will turn around and say, hey, the forefathers that fought long and hard to make sure we have a 4-day work week. Please shout out to us dying in the freaking heat right now. Yeah, it's pretty hot everywhere else except for Los Angeles. Are you on Ozempic? You're looking very skinty. No, but thank you. And no, I don't feel skinty. You don't even have a 5-day work week? Willy Wonka ass fit? Okay, calm down. Calm down. That camera lens is anti-small head? Yeah, good. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Okay? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. About what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God with that's what I'm gonna do now. Of course, I'm a chud ass loser. You already know it's Ron Burgundy Friday, and as a chud ass loser, I ain't got shit going on in my life. End of the broadcast last night. What did I do? Nothing else. Nothing at all. Hung out with my mom. She wanted to watch a movie. The movie was called The Fall. It's from 2006. It's a bedridden patient at a hospital in the outskirts of 1920s Los Angeles. A stuntman befriending a fellow patient, little girl, and shares with her a fantastic tale of heroes, myths, and villains on a desert island. Now, of course, things are not all they seem. And that's what I watched. Here's the trailer for it. It was aesthetically, it was a masterpiece. I mean, it was incredible. It was visually striking. David Fincher and Spike Jones.
I fell.
Me too.
The little girl was amazing. She was an amazing actor.
You tell me the story now.
What story?
The epic.
Close your eyes.
There were 5 of them. They had one common enemy.
Governor Odious.
Governor Odious.
What a mystery, this world. One day you love them, and the next day you want to kill them 1,000 times over.
Always stop at the same part when it's very beautiful.
I need the pills to finish the story.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was very dark at times. It was very sad at times, but it was very good overall. I really enjoyed it. Was there too much child endangerment for your dad? No, my dad wasn't here. My dad's not here. He wasn't watching it, but my mom and I watched it together and it was great. She also is a huge Rosalia fan. Rosalia, am I saying that wrong? Is it Rosalia or is it Rosalia? I don't know, but let me tell you something, okay? Look at this. Oh, damn. Okay, Google. She went to the forum to watch her. Rosalia. Yeah. She went to the forum to watch her with my brother's wife and a bunch of other people. Like, I bought them all tickets because she is like a huge Rosalia head. It's so funny. She saw the opera stuff that she was doing and was like, I am lifelong fan. Rosalia. Yeah. She went and she saw her at the forum the other night. Like, I'm not even kidding. She is like a huge stan now. It's very cute. And I was very excited for her. That's called sister-in-law big dog. Yeah, I said brother's wife on purpose instead of sister-in-law because then everyone's gonna be like, sister-in-law. Or I was gonna say her daughter-in-law, as a matter of fact. I was gonna say that, and then everyone would be like, oh, dude, daughter-in-law, are you married? That's why I said my brother's wife. HasanAbi always finds a way to pronounce any Spanish word wrong. Listen, in my heart and my spirit, I am Flexican. Okay? In my heart, in my soul, in my spirit, I am Mexicano. Okay? I'm Flexican. I am Flexicano. So yeah, this is one of the coolest stage performances I've seen. I don't understand the words, but the singing is so beautiful. This is art. This is basically my mom's attitude. Anyway, so yeah, she does a lot more stuff than I do. Let's be real. My mom is a woman of taste and culture. She was in New York while I was in New York. We didn't even see each other. She was literally spending the entire time in the archives of the Met. So, she has fun. You don't. I mean, I have just a different understanding of fun. My fun is, making political changes in this country, hopefully pushing for a better future for all, boring shit like that. Okay. Yeah, you are watching Fox reporting on 10 people on the White House lawn. What? Okay. Okay, you don't have to call me out like that. Anyway, no Anime Expo this year. Maybe. I haven't planned to go to the Anime Expo this year. I haven't planned on anything really. I haven't, like, if you guys remember, I just did an interview this morning and I talked about this, but like normally what I would do on 4th of July is, well, my commie Australian boys would be here, right? And I would show them America. I would show them the real America, the America that I love, the America that I enjoy. We would get hogged out. We would hog down. And they have understandably been worried and don't think that they are capable of even getting a visa to travel into the United States of America. Especially not after that Cuba trip. I don't know if Boy will ever be allowed back into the United States. So it's unfortunate that we can't do the regular 4th of July celebrations that we normally would. Right? I miss them. Tickets are sold out anyways. Tickets are sold out for what? Anime Expo? Forgot your IG blast off? No, I didn't. Did I? No, I think I did it late and you didn't see it maybe. Oh, wait, I straight up didn't. You're right. Oh, well. It's a secret one today. But Hasan is famous chat. He will always get tickets. Zoran did a great 250 speech. I heard. I know. I saw pieces of it. We'll talk about it. Francesca Hong is in the New York Times, which is very exciting. Are we having a birthday celebration stream? My birthday? I don't know. Maybe. Japan is celebrating America's 250th birthday with a drone show in Tokyo featuring Trump and Zanai Takaichi. Yeah, we really destroyed this country, bro. I swear to God. That's so crazy. Like, I don't think Israel does this stuff. You know what I mean? And we give Israel so much more. Sky News Australia.
Seen news in the
Extremist streamer Hassan Placker and Socialist Democrat escalate calls to abolish. Lefties losing it is Sky News Australia. Lefties losing it. Democrats team up to ex-ICE. What's going on? Are you going to be visiting Iran to pay the Ayatollah your last respects? You have until July 9th. I can't tell if that's like someone who is, joking about, like someone who's like, oh, dude, I bet you would go and pay respects to the Ayatollah. It's just like, I can't tell if there's a hater or a lover. You know what I mean? Who's asking that? Oh my God, there's a Laura Loomer. Aim on animations. Oh my God. Yes, later in the day, Donald Trump is going to go live and deliver a July 4th Freedom 250 celebration speech. Speaking of which, I have some really sad news. They closed the fair down for the day. They closed the fair down for the day, ladies and gentlemen. Devastation, I know. Devastating stuff. Things are not looking too great for America's 250th birthday. They're putting us out back. They're sending us out to the farm, out back, never to return again. Okay? They're sending America to the glue factory, folks. It's very clear what's going on. And I think many people can feel it. Many people can see it. There's not a lot of big birthday spirits for the United States of America, especially in this day and age. The stage was falling apart yesterday. I know. It's devastating. There's extreme heat born out of anthropogenic climate change. Many problems, many issues. Hopefully the state fair will be open again at 5 p.m. and, we can all attend. But yeah, worked out this morning, hit legs, feeling pretty good about that. Feeling pretty good. And that's it. I just did an interview again, another interview. $20,000 down the drain. You already know what it is. We'll talk about all of that. Ayatollah funeral, Swift wedding in Madison Square Garden. Causes controversy. Can I say that? Will that be enough for the Swifties to like assassinate me, you think, or no? Like, can I say it's controversial? I'm so scared. Heat wave, 4th of July, cancels fair. Trump's crypto schemes. Trump and Zoran deliver 4th speeches. Hogwatch DSA edition, Friday Funday reacts are back. Get in now. Hey, you already survived the barbs? Yeah, the problem is the barbs are basically limited to like Sephora's, whereas Swifties are like executives at marketing agencies and like they do HR for big companies and stuff. Like, it's different. Like they can, they're just as vicious, but they also have like more, like they low key have more power. Like the barbs are on the back foot at this point. The barbs are pretty much like a done movement, right? They've been on their last gasp for quite a while, whereas the Swifties are still very much alive and well. Anyway, I know Swifties personally, they're disappointed about the wedding spectacle. Military propaganda in the digital age by Jarrett Moore. Bro, this dude, my king, you got to stop doing 2 hour and 20-minute videos, man. Jarrett, great HasanAbi head, great addition to the Reacts lineup. Many of them out there. 2 hours and 30 minutes is a feature-length movie. God damn. Just call Cutie and see if it's safe to cover it. I'm not going to do that. Insane Korean dating show for fun reacts.
Did you know?
Okay, maybe we'll look at that. All right. Listen, speaking of Australia, an Aussie creator you reacted to before wants to collab next time you visit. Oh, it's Purple Pingers. Yeah, he's the man. He's a commie. It's called The Big Ick. Okay, all right. I'm a little bit all over the place. Do we have a blast off meme? Let's start there. Stop sending me fun reacts right now. I have the It's Been a Minute video on the docket. Another HasanAbi head with an incredible views and great videos. Thirst at it. I'm just saying, you know, I need a blast off meme chat. We have no blast off memes. We got Amon animation. We'll watch that too. Oh my God. I'm looking for a blast off edit. I'm looking for a blast off meme and people are instead sending me videos to watch. Okay. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just go with this. All right. Let's just go with this. We're thirsty for reacts. Yeah. Yeah. The community is desperate for reacts, it seems. Very, very desperate for reacts. It's not good. It's not good to be desperate, chat. Don't be desperate. This is how I learned the new Amon video is out. Yeah, we're going to watch that, obviously. Intro to Loomer. Amon is Amon is disrupting some very powerful forces with this, by the way. He's like putting the crosshairs on him. They're going to denaturalize and deport him or something. Because the way that no reacts, no okay, buddy, no fun, no One Piece fun. Okay, calm down. There's the Boy Cuba video as well. Amon Animations does such a fantastic job at making the normal everyday existence of like right-wing weirdos look so scary. So I don't even know what he's gonna do with Laura Loomer, who already looks like a terrifying figure, right? Laura Loomer already normally just looks like a horror show. You were exhausted, weren't you, after that Professor Chang interview? Yes. It's because he has the... It's tough. It's tough to compete with the top mind of our generation, okay? Professor Chang is the top mind of our generation. So obviously having a conversation with someone demonstrating such high-level ideas is always going to be difficult, okay? That's it. That's why I was trying to keep up with how fast his mind was working. And, you know, he mocked me. He brain mocked me. He game theory mocked me. He destroyed me. Jobber, you did a Ben Shapiro video and you're in it? Hell yeah, we'll watch that too.
In Warren, Michigan, and I've got the incredible President Sean Fain of the UAW. President Fain?
Hey, it's awesome to be here. Look, the reason why we endorsed Abdullah Syed for Congress, we got to have fighters in Washington, D.C. for working class people. The working class in this country has been left behind. We've been left behind by corporate greed and by a billionaire and now trillionaire class that's out of control. You know, workers are left fending for themselves, trying to live paycheck to paycheck, can't afford the housing, can't afford to live. That's what this fight's all about. If we're going to win this back, working class people got to elect people that understand the fight, understand what this is all about, and that's why we're backing Abdul for Congress. So let's get behind him.
Hell yeah.
Let's keep winning.
You heard it right here. Now look, those exact corporate...
Dog, how tall is Sean Fain, by the way? Is Sean Fain like around my height? I've never been around him physically. So it's kind of shocking. Is he taller than me?
Politicians are coming with huge amounts of money through all their dirty scheme PACs to try and buy this election. We've had $20 million spent already. We're getting outspent 230 to...
Didn't Sean Fain speak at the RNC? No, dude. That's not Sean Fain, okay? That's the other Sean. That's Teamster Sean.
One in one of these media markets.
Sean Fain,
you can make the difference.
Sean Fain would never speak at the RNC. Are you kidding me?
So if you can give $5,
Sean
$10
O'Brien.
today, makes all the difference. Help us. Look, this is a movement of the money against the many. That's the UAW, that's Bernie Sanders, that's the nurses, and that's you. So I hope you'll join us. Drop us a contribution right here.
So speaking of Abdul, there's something really funny that I saw last night. So if you recall, we watched this brilliant Haley Stevens video that I'm going to play again. They're only 38 seconds long. It's one of my favorite Haley Stevens videos of all time. It turns out, let's just watch this and then we'll get to it.
Okay, over here we have the Ambassador Bridge. Trucks, freight moving back and forth from the Motor City to Canada, moving our economy forward. This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon.
This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's biggest donor, Matty Maroon. I love her, okay? What gives?
They're collecting tolls with every passing. But wait a minute, look over here. The Michigan-made, Canada-paid Gordie Howe Bridge.
Gordie
Not
Howe.
open. Why? Because Donald Trump will sell out our country to the highest bidder. Michiganders, when I'm your senator, this corruption will stop. And see, Abdul, it's more than 2 sentences.
Yeah. So she ends it with see Abdul, it's more than 2 sentences. Well, it turns out this video that just got uploaded 22 hours ago is almost identical to Abdul's video from February 23rd. Now, it turns out everyone has shown these 2 bridges, right? It's kind of crazy. Everyone that's running for office in Michigan, including the Republican Mike Rogers, has their own version of this video. And it's beautiful to watch. You can watch Mallory McMorrow's version, you can watch Abdul El-Sayed's version, and you can watch Mike Rogers' version to develop a better understanding of how they message around these issues or what their ideology is. Now, it's a fucking big deal. It's billions of dollars that we're talking about, right? A lot of commerce, okay? Moving the Motor City. Yeah, for Michiganders, it's a big fucking deal. Oh, she would never say fucking. Okay? But I find it really funny that she even brings up Abdul at the end of her speech, and yet Abdul made this exact same video almost a year ago.
Around, children, for the tale of 2 bridges, a sordid tale of collusion, of corruption. The first bridge, the Gordie Howe Bridge. The second, the Ambassador Bridge, the largest privately owned bridge in America, owned by the Maroon family, known for their slimy business practices and tactics. As the opening of the Gordie Howe Bridge came to pass, the Maroons realized that they could not let this happen. Should this other bridge, another opportunity, open, it would mean that the Maroons would go from making billions and billions of dollars to making just billions of dollars. And of course, they could not let that happen. So what did they do? They called their benefactor, one Donald Trump, a would-be king, holding office in a White House with now a very large ballroom, apparently. So what did the wannabe King Trump do? He did what any wannabe king would do. He used his power to complete the circle of corruption, to protect his benefactors and their billions of billions. He stopped the Gordie Howe Bridge from opening. So what is the lesson to be learned from this, children? That we need to get money out of politics, put money back in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
Okay, over here we have the Ambassador Bridge. Trucks, freight moving back and forth from the Motor City to Canada, moving our economy forward.
Incoming.
This bridge is open. It's owned by Donald Trump's
No, I didn't see Julian Casablanca's Oxford Union speech. Why would I have watched that?
biggest donor, Matty Maroon.
No, I'm too busy watching. Look, chatter who keeps asking me, have you seen Julian Casablanca's Oxford Union speech? Do you want to know why I'm not watching that? Because I'm too busy. When I go offline, when I end the broadcast, a lot of you think like I'm reading books or whatever, or maybe, reading articles, trying to develop like better understanding of things I'm going to be talking about. No, it's none of those things. I'm watching Haley Stevens videos on repeat. Okay? Yeah. I'm watching Haley Stevens on repeat say, biggest donor, Maddie Maroon, Trump's biggest donor. I love that. I love her. I really do. I mean, she's such a freak about Israel, obviously, but it's becoming a new stem for me, new vocal stem for me.
They're collecting tolls with every passing. But wait a minute, look over here. The Michigan-made, Canada-paid Gordie Howe Bridge.
So yeah, I mean, she stole his flow. It'd be harmless convergent evolution if she hadn't signed off the video acting like this was proof she's super smart and has original thoughts all the time. Yeah, it's really funny.
Gives. What gives?
That's my favorite. What gives?
What gives?
What gives? So who has the McMorrow one though? Because apparently Mallory McMorrow made the exact same video, and so did Mike Rogers.
The Gordie Howe Bridge is finished, but Donald Trump won't open it because the billionaire family that owns the other bridge gave him $1 million. I'm Mallory McMorrow, and I've got one message for the president. Open this damn bridge. And you better believe I approve this message.
El-Sayed doing his best Zoran impression, McMorrow. I've got one message for you, Donald Trump. See, Abdul, I can string 2 sentences together. Yeah, I mean, as far as concise messaging goes, McMorrow's is probably the most concise. Haley Stevens is a lot more real sounding and still much more concise than Abdul El-Sayed's. Abdul El-Sayed is very clearly not trying to Syed is very clearly not trying to read like a script or anything. He's just, freestyling. But let's take a look at my goat on the other side, Michael Rogers. Okay, because it's clear-cut corruption, right? Maddie McMorrow. Or Maddie, what was his name? Not McMorrow. Fuck. God damn it. What's his name? Maddie Maroon. Trump's biggest donor. All right. Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon, has obviously demanded demanded the Trump administration to stop the opening of this bridge that will obviously compete with their private bridge. So it's clear cut quid pro quo. Republican billionaires that are campaign mega donors, Donald Trump, just disrupting Michiganders from making more money, disrupting Michiganders from engaging in commerce. It's totally, it's unbelievable. It's totally unacceptable. Everyone's made that same message be known. Now let's hear how the Republican is covering it.
Today at the Gordie Howe Bridge. Gordie was known as one of the toughest guys in hockey, and we need to be as tough at stopping Chinese cars coming over that bridge as Gordie Howe was on the ice. Over the last 8 years, with 2 Democrat senators in Washington, we've lost over 40,000 manufacturing jobs in Michigan. That has to stop. Send me to Washington. I'll get this bridge open. I'll protect our auto jobs. And guess what, Michigan? We're going to have a growing Michigan manufacturing. Let's get to work.
Interesting. Interesting. He doesn't mention why the bridge is not open yet. That shit might work on voters, sadly. Yeah, he's like, I'm going to stop Chinese cars from coming over this bridge. Okay. Strange, but fine. Okay. I mean, that will, trade protectionism is certainly something that works, especially in Michigan. You know, it's one of the few places that has like a robust industrial base that remains in America. You know, the automobile manufacturers. The problem for our boy Mike Rogers here is, of course, the UAW has endorsed Abdullah Sayed. So good luck to him trying to make this argument, even amongst the rank and filers, especially when Abdullah Sayed also has the aesthetics down pat, which many rank and filers that could find themselves in the throes of reactionary sentiment would potentially would potentially vote for someone like Abdul on the aesthetic grounds. Shannon Watts is posting her W's. Yeah, I saw that. She's highlighting Hen Mazik, an Israel propagandist, by the way. Hen Mazik. Hassan Piker says in a just world, Kamala Harris would serve prison time over Israel. Hassan Piker says in a just world, Kamala Harris would turn herself into The Hague and serve prison time. I'm going to reply to Shannon once again. Shannon, you're once again proving your pro-Israel, proving yourself to be a Hasbara agent by posting Hen Mazik videos. Not sure why you're still mad. I called out your clear bias on the issue of... She probably has half this chat blocked. I know. I love how unironically you agree with a Republican on Chinese cars. A Republican? You know that Republican is lying about trade protectionism, right? Republicans don't engage in trade protectionism. Donald Trump is the first Republican that has actually done any trade protectionism. Trade protectionism, especially as it pertains to American industry like the car manufacturing industry, has been a long-standing Democratic Party position. My argument on cars and the UAW has always revolved around the fact that we should be more competitive around the world, and we should try to outcompete China by being just like China. And we should make cars that are smaller in general. We should make cars that are more cost effective. What do you mean, right? Did you just hear a Republican fake? Did a Republican just fake you out? Do you think Republicans are the party of trade protectionism? Are you fucking stupid? What the hell's going on? Hello? Is your brain busted? Is this new for you? Is politics just like a new phenomena for you? American protectionism is inherently reactionary, and China never engaged in trade protectionism. Yes, Chinese international commerce is unironically hyper-capitalist. What the fuck are we talking about? What? The international trade design that we currently have is one that America wrote that literally did actually suck the jobs, the industrial base out of this country and sent it to China. Okay? When did Dengism imply trade protectionism? Dog, I'm an American citizen. What are we talking about? The whole point of this is, do you consider trade protectionism to be an actual right-wing position? It's not. Free trade is a right-wing position. Free trade is the fake dog whistle that American capitalists have deployed in an effort to justify it. Sometimes liberals, neoliberals have also went along with this free trade scheme. I don't care about Dengism from the perspective of developing a robust or protecting what remains of the American industrial base. You know? In any case, this is 100% a sock account we banned for being insufferable. I know. No, it's just funny that he tried to make it seem like Mike Rogers sincerely is an advocate. What is this? This person owes you $500? No, this person owes Matt Sheehan $500. The case for Hasan Piker is a Democratic asset assumes he is interested in political power, is willing to help Democrats. Neither are true. He's made no effort to build a movement, fight for a cause, mobilize his base. Nothing. Politics is to Hasan as $1 million is to Mr. Beast. Content. Says the vice chair of a useless center-left think tank that literally achieved nothing and will never be as popular. Keep tweeting about Hasan because that's the only way you gain a following. I will bet $500 that we have knocked more doors than all efforts coordinated by Hasan. Huh. Interesting. Has anyone checked in on Progress Libs and CN liberalism? Because, you know, they've been real quiet since this election cycle started. Literally, not one of these people are Democrats. Let me fade out. It's all the tanky left. What is this? Name one thing Hasan has done other than bringing someone on stream. He's Rachel Maddow for people who don't go outside. I think, explain how she's wrong. I think these guys basically engage in a, if I don't see it, then it's not real mentality. Not dissimilar to how Republicans behave, you know, no object permanence whatsoever. And I guess that's what it is, where they just try to maintain this grip on the false narrative that they have created, where they're like, he actually doesn't go outside, and if you don't look into it, just trust me, just take my word for it. He's never gone outside. This was their cope when Claire won in New York. Has helped win. If Hasan helped her win, then I was a Biden's 2020 campaign manager. Be real, he did nothing but stream with her, no different from a Fox News interview. Extremely annoying that this terminally online loser gets credit for helping campaigns when there are dozens of terminally online losers, meant endearingly, I'm one of them, who's done more than he has in his entire life to get progressives elected. So they do actually see me outside. And yet here she's saying, name one thing Hasan has other done than bring someone on stream. Huh. So for a lot of these guys, I mean, there's probably no better way to prove it, but for a lot of these guys, it's not about the truth at all. It's about maintaining a narrative. And for many of them, some of them have an ideological predisposition. This person is supposed to be like a neoliberal. They're tasked with promoting neoliberalism, which is hilarious. I feel like that's a dead cause, not dissimilar to, you know, Jonathan Greenblatt's initiatives of combating anti-Semitism. You know, just, it's not going to work. Okay. You're fucking it up. You're making it far worse for yourself and the cause that you ostensibly promote. Right. At a certain point, though, their dwindling followers have to realize that they're being led astray. They're being led down this weird pipeline where they're just consistently wrong. Yes, this woman also joked about Pete Hegseth, like demanded Pete Hegseth murder one of the Cuban flotilla individuals, demanded that Pete Hegseth blow up their boat. So, you know. But yeah, they got nothing. So the only thing that they can point to, the only thing they can do is just like deny reality. Yeah, it's irrelevant. It's not enough. It's just funny because, like, obviously the campaigns and the politicians don't feel that way. Ironically enough, the campaigns of the politicians feel very differently, but they don't have to hear from them ever. They can, their job here is to just like maintain a certain narrative in their audience, a narrative that protects their ego, a narrative that protects their position. As long as this is not dissimilar to what Asmongold does, it's not dissimilar to what MAGA does. I think for a lot of people, they've basically realized that they can get away with just like consistently lying about things that are unfolding all around them, as long as their audience is not invested in any way, shape, or form in maintaining consensus reality. And unfortunately for many of us, a lot of people don't have that investment. Most people do not want consensus reality. They want their biases to be reaffirmed. And that's precisely the reason why, it's genuinely reflecting pool politics. Yeah, everything is turned into the reflective pool. If you're a Republican, you look at the pool and you say, you know what? That's actually American flag blue, right? You look at the reflecting pool and you say, it's American flag blue, or if it's green and covered in algae, it must be because the Democrats, the Democrat Party did that. They terrorized the pool. They should all go to prison, right? There's no investment in consensus reality on that side. It's a cult, and we call it out. But there are many different cults taking shape all around the internet, right? This is one of them. There are a lot of people that do this exact same thing. They look at a situation and they try to find a way to maintain their posture, maintain their narrative, reassert the idea that this guy's actually silly. He's silly. He's ineffective. It doesn't matter. Yeah. If any of these, God forbid, if any of these campaigns had lost, of course, they would immediately say, oh, they lost because they align with you. They lost because they align with you. But when they win, you played no role in it. You haven't done anything. All you do is just go out there and interview people. And that's what it is. It's kind of sad because I expect liberals to be a little bit better read than Republicans and to not behave in the same cult-like manner. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah, you literally 4x canvasser turnout after you went to Colorado for Quiroz. Yeah, it's not even that. I mean, that's what the canvas leads were saying as well. I cannot get over the fact that they do this shit for a sex pest whose goal in life is to film himself consensually or not sucking and fucking anyone who will have him regardless of age. I know. I mean, that's one element of it. And I wish these people well. I hope they get out of this like weird cult. I don't think they ever will. What the fuck is this? Stop. I don't think they ever will. I genuinely, I feel like they're just, this is their sense of belonging. It's like firmly established, so they have no commitment to the truth whatsoever. Sam Piker's right about this. Both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris deserve to be in prison and or at The Hague for financing, arming, and enabling every way Israel's destruction of Gaza. Complicity in genocide is the ultimate crime against humanity. It's so crazy. Like, I know this is one of those. Here's the problem. The problem with this statement is it's true. It's objectively true. Okay? But it's also a hard pill for Americans to swallow, especially a lot of liberals who obviously have some affinity towards the Democratic Party, the brand, and also specifically Kamala Harris. I said in a just world, that is what would happen. I didn't say we live in a just world. Okay? We don't. We don't live in a just world. You can argue against that. You can argue against why it's actually unjust to potentially criminally prosecute the vice president and the president for aiding and abetting a foreign nation and its genocide against the population. You can maybe try and say it's actually unjust to prosecute these people. That's quite a difficult argument, I think, to advance. So for the most part, people will instead go, look at how silly this is. You should be in prison, actually. That's what Hen Mazik, Israeli propaganda, said, right? Hassan Piker says that in a just world, Kamala Harris was served prison time over Israel. Interesting statement from a man who was atoned for nothing. Said America deserved 9/11, called ultra-Orthodox Jews inbred on stream. Said it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th. Said Hamas 1,000 times better than Israel and stands by it. Said a Houthi terrorist he featured on stream is Anne Frank. Oh, of course, absolutely. Banned from the UK as not conducive to the public good. He wants Kamala Harris in prison. Who does Hasan atone to? He built the standard. Let him be measured by it. It's like, dog, none of those are crimes. Aiding and abetting in genocide and war crimes. Even aiding and abetting in war crimes is a crime, right? Even if you're not like going to agree that Israel has conducted a genocide, even though it fucking clearly has. Israel certainly has a litany of war crimes under its belt, okay? Atone for statements. Like, I'm not saying Kamala Harris or Joe Biden would potentially deserve at least criminal scrutiny at The Hague over their statements. These are people in positions of power. The criminality comes from not what they have said. It comes from what they have done, what they have overseen, what they've signed off on. Okay? Anyway, aren't you aiding and abetting by paying taxes to the American government? There's a moral culpability associated with this, for sure. And it's one that I actually take very seriously, which is why I try to do my very best to put an end to it. It's a moral culpability that we all have. It's true. Okay? It's not, you're not wrong. I know you're bringing that point up as like a silly gotcha, as though I do not acknowledge this, right? But if you're making the comparison between an American taxpayer and the American president that's directing or at least signing off on how those tax dollars go and contribute to genocide, you're a fucking moron, okay? I don't know how else to explain this to you. Like, there's varying degrees of moral culpability, especially if you're the average American taxpayer. You don't get to have a say, unfortunately, in how your tax dollars are spent. That's kind of the problem with this current fake democratic process that we have, and that's what we seek to change. But if you are the leader in this undemocratic process, I haven't paid my taxes from last year because of the struggle. Okay, buddy, you're going to go to fucking prison then. You know what I mean? You're being ridiculous. I mean, good luck. Man, that first sentence doesn't really prepare you for the rest of the post. Israel is the Rhodesia of our time. They have created a paradise at the threshold of barbarians. The communists in the West cannot tolerate this. Oh my God. He said Israel is the Rhodesia of our time. And then it was a pro-Israel statement and a pro-Rhodesia statement. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Well, good thing for us, and maybe hopefully for the Palestinians, Rhodesia no longer exists. So they stew with rage and hatred at everything excellent. They are doing everything in their power to turn Israel into the next Zimbabwe. Oh, you mean a fucking free nation? A free nation that's sovereign? As opposed to a fucking white ethno state? Yeah. In any case, for all my haters out there, we did the Abdul thing. Speaking of Abdul, even the Detroit Free Press defended Abdul, which is really funny. Detroit Free Press actually endorsed Mallory McMorrow, but then they turned around and actually defended Abdul against this APAC ad that came out. The APAC ad is claiming Elsa had disrespected women, and it's literally just him like disagreeing with politicians. You know what I mean? It's just that's it. That's it. Him running against women implies he's anti-women. Like he disagrees with Gretchen Whitmer, called Gretchen Whitmer bought and sold by Big Pharma, which is true, right? And they're like, well, classic misogyny. Immediately, these guys go back to the fucking Bernie bros or misogynistic white bros. Bernie bros so white. Bernie bros so misogynistic. Welcome back, 2016. Welcome back, 2020. It's wonderful. It's the grossest, most cynical deployment of identity politics. It completely shows the hollow nature of IDPOL and how it's weaponized by reactionaries with regular frequency. It's the story that we have seen time and time again, especially in this community, right? It's one that we've seen be deployed against this community, against myself. Against Bernard. And they're trying to do it. This is not an apology. Why should he apologize? Because of what he said was sexist. Hey, do you think it was racist when McMorrow was asked about Hassan Piker and El Sayed and immediately brought up the Michigan synagogue attack apropos of nothing? Does this feel like a touch bigoted to you, Jeremy, since you're so concerned with subtext? No, because the fact that AES didn't immediately condemn the attack as anti-Semitic is reason enough to doubt that he has the Jews' best interests in mind. Ah, so Muslim Americans have collective guilt and Jewish Americans don't. Got it. I don't know what you're getting at here. Yes, you don't, because you're a fucking racist asshole, and that's precisely the reason why you're not seeing the racialized animus that you already have to see Abdul as morally culpable for an anti-Semitic hate crime attempt. You're doing that because he's Muslim. We don't do that with Judaism, by the way. We don't do that with Judaism. We don't just assume that Judaism is in any way, shape, or form related to Zionism and that like all Jews are morally culpable for the crimes of Israel, right? As a matter of fact, a lot of people get mad about that. Ironically enough, the Nazis get mad because they say, no, all Jews are responsible, okay? Or rather, they just hate the Jews and they find the Jews to be a perfect, reliable, consistent outside group that they can blame for all of society's problems, right? And now they're using the unpopularity of Israel to advance that agenda. But the Zionists also get mad. The Zionists also get mad. They turn around and they say, oh, wait, what do you mean? All Jews do care about is Israel, actually. And you can't even fucking complain about that. You can't even complain about us saying that. It's ridiculous. In any case, these people are silly. They're unserious. They're cynically deploying identity politics here. And it's because they have no arguments. They can't argue on the virtues. They can't argue on the positions. So they have to lean into broader frameworks, or rather, they have to lean into like the audience's reaction to certain statements, hopefully by negatively framing it enough that the audience will be more receptive to what they're saying. They can't tackle the message, so they attack the messenger. This is always the case. It's not any different than what I have withstood, as you guys know, as you guys have experienced, as you guys have seen. But I don't think people have appetite for this any longer. And that's precisely the reason why it has backfired. This content creator, Southpaw Politics on TikTok, has coined a term for it. A lot of people talk about the HasanAbi bump. But what about the HasanAbi hex? Let's take a look.
Hasan has talked up the Hasan bump, where candidates get a boost in the polls after they appear with him. But has anyone talked about the Hasan hex? Did Hasan Piker put a hex on Mallory McMorrow's campaign? Polls indicate she has collapsed into a distant third place ever since she fell victim to Hasan derangement syndrome. McMorrow piled onto a coordinated centrist purity test concocted by an organization who self-claims to hate purity tests, condemning Abdul El-Sayed's participation in a rally with Hasan. She compared him to Nick Fuentes and relayed anti-Semitism concerns. Later on, when she was asked if she thinks Hasan is an anti-Semite, she said no. Okay, so then what the hell was that? At best, it was a puzzling miscalculation. At worst, it was a signal to donors and power brokers telling them what side she's going to be on if it comes down to left versus center. Wink, wink, I'll be on your side. McMorrow doubled down on this tomfoolery and questioned if Abdul was really a doctor. What? I don't think this is really the reason her campaign has flatlined. Two things can be true. Most voters in Michigan don't really know much about Hasan, but it also polarized young voters against her, and the 2018 HR politics didn't help with anyone else. More so, I think it's another failure of the triangulation project. McMorrow is running an in-between lanes strategy that has great appeal to the pundit class that has an over-obsession with the left-right spectrum. The strategists think it's a Goldilocks zone to bring the wings of the parties together, but really it turns into a no man's land, squeezed from both sides. We need to rein in data centers, but here I am giving one a tax break. Corporate money poisons our politics, but here I am taking all of their money. ICE is lawless and out of control. Here's why we should fund it. Healthcare is a human right, but not really. Israel's committing a genocide. Here's why we should keep giving them military aid. The left has had electoral problems because who they are appealing to, that coalition of people, has been too white and too educated to build a wide enough coalition. This progressive, pragmatic, technocratic project is even whiter and even more educated, thus smaller and not viable outside of the most...
Yeah, the Goldilocks zone comes across as insincere. It shows that you lack moral conviction to the average person. And it's a super simple issue to identify with because the overwhelming majority of the American population, whether they're in the primaries or whether they're in the general, see exactly what's going on in Gaza. They see it as a genocide. They see it as horrifying. They see it as something that should be put an end to. And beyond that, they also see what Israel has done in domestic politics, right? Yes, I got my hat back. Shout out to Ramke for sending it to me. Shout out to New York City DSA. They sent me a new one. But in any case, the point I'm trying to make is this. The average person, simply put, doesn't like Israel. Okay? They don't like what Israel is doing in Gaza. They don't like what Israel is doing in Lebanon. They don't like what Israel has done to goad America into waging war with Iran. They don't like that translates to higher gas prices for themselves. It's understandable that the average person doesn't like this. And then on top of that, they see people who defend Israel constantly chirp on their timelines, constantly demand cancellations, deplatforming. They see massive donors to the Trump campaign, massive billionaire mega donors go and purchase places like TikTok, CNN, CBS, all at the behest of both the MAGA movement and also this foreign country and its interests. They don't like that. They don't like that at all. So when someone is afraid to call that out, if someone is afraid to say the truth about what's going on, they see that as being insincere. And they're not wrong. Okay? This is a simple narrative. It's a simple to understand narrative, but it's also correct, right? It's a perfect situation. I hope you die. Why? Chatter? God damn. This son of a bitch of a dog, I hope they lock you up and electrocute you. This is the son of a bitch of a dog. I hope you die. I hope you die. Jesus Christ. Are you okay, man? Anyway, I hope you get health care. I hope you have I hope you find meaning in your life. You know what I mean? In any case, what I was saying is it's a simple narrative, and it's one that the average person can understand, right? It's a simple narrative that the average person can understand. And it's fantastic for us because it's also true, okay? Oftentimes, simple to understand narratives actually are not correct or aren't like good litmus tests, right? In this circumstance, it is a good litmus test. It happens to be a good litmus test because if you are afraid to say the truth about what Israel is doing, both as it pertains to American foreign policy, but also what Israel is doing in shaping American domestic policy, and you're frustrated with that, and then you see the overwhelming majority of American politicians refuse to call it out, you find that to be insincere. And that insincerity is precisely what people despise about modern politics. Okay? It's funny that the modern Democratic Party was built around the idea we're not going to get caught cheerleading again for the next Vietnam. And then they went 0 for 2 in getting caught cheerleading again for the next Vietnams. Dude, I think if you keep spamming buy, borrow, die more times in the chat, we'll eventually read this jpmorgan.com article. Please stop. It's not, I've covered it extensively. Okay. Hasan, I promise this is not new information for us, chatter. I have covered buy, borrow, die. Take an hour off. We know. Honestly, somebody should clip this. It's like a perfect microcosm of what watching the stream is like. Hasan is in the middle of making a case for the human decency found at the center of good politics, and some random just frothing at the mouth to say horrible shit to him. I mean, this is how it is. This is always how it is. Okay. So, what I was trying to say is, this is a simple to understand narrative, but it also translates to being honest and being a real fighter on issues that people care about beyond Israel as well. Although it is one of the greatest moral crises of our generation, genocide is the crime of all crimes, it also extends to where certain politicians will be on other issues. Will they care more about corporate interests and corporate donations, or will they care about the needs of their constituents? That's it. That's it. If you can't say Israel committed a genocide, that Israel's an apartheid state and therefore deserves accountability, then you're not going to side with your constituents when it comes to healthcare. You're going to side with big corporations. You're going to side with big pharma. You're going to side with private healthcare providers. And people can understand that. That's why it's not only a simple to understand, easy to define message, but it's also one that translates to being earnest, being an earnest fighter for all of these other issues that people care about, not just Israel.
Favorable districts towards it. But I really hope McMorrow supporters can get behind Abdul El-Sayed, because Haley Stevens is everything wrong with the Democratic Party.
Yeah. That's where the HasanAbi bump comes from, or the HasanAbi hex, as he's coining.
One issue
So here it is. Abdul El-Sayed is back on CNN, back on another panel on CNN. And he's cooking again. And he's with Chuck Rocha, too.
I care about a lot on this show is AI and its effect on the economy to come. You have talked about public takeover, if I have that right, or privatization.
Was not the word, if you want to use that word.
What word do you want to use?
Is it AI under democracy? I mean, democracy is like,
who would run
public
the company,
takeover
the
of
government or the people who own the companies?
I think that if you have a technology that is going to vastly change the nature of the economy, it's really important that you have democratic oversight of that technology. So if we call that a takeover, then we've had a takeover of a lot of different things. But I think democracy is a good thing. And AI is a scary new technology, while democracy is a very tried and true old technology. And I'm just saying that you should have democracy overseeing the way AI is being deployed.
Would you turn down money from AI companies, and do you think other Democrats should?
I turn down money from all companies. I don't take corporate money.
Have you turned down money from an AI company?
I've turned down money from every company. I don't take corporate money.
Should Democrats turn down money from AI companies?
I think Democrats should turn down money from all companies, because you should not be bought by the people who have interests in making sure government works for them instead of working for everyday people. This is
That's all I got to say. Smoke them.
This is a simple thing.
King. Real king hours, dude.
One issue I care about a lot on this show is...
Yeah. How many times are they going to ask the same question? All his answers are very clear. It's because they're not getting the answer that they want. That's why. That's also the reason why they keep hitting him with the, oh, well, what about aligning with Hasan Piker? It's like, it's not only irrelevant, it's immaterial to this race. It's utterly irrelevant to the things that people care about, to the things that voters care about, right? But they'll still keep pressuring him on it. And the reason why they keep pressuring him on it is because they want him to back down. They want him to apologize. They want him to turn around and say, oh, I'm sorry. You are right. I shouldn't have actually corresponded with this dangerous radical, right? And in that circumstance, it's not even about like Abdul showing real change or anything like that. They're just trying to get him on something. They're just trying to get him to apologize for anything, so that then they can be like, see, you're contradicting yourself. Because if you notice, like, apologies don't really matter in the political sphere, right? No one cares about them. And the greatest example of this is my 2019 comments about America deserving 9/11, something that I, offered additional context to immediately after, like in the process of like delivering that statement, right? When I say we totally did, we brought it upon ourselves. It's very clear that I'm talking about blowback. Not only that, but I also apologize for the language that I had used, because it caused people to misunderstand the position. Like, I wasn't saying it's good that 3,000 American citizens died in the process. That's not something I believe at all, right? And I did. I turned around and I said, like, yeah, look, I should have used better language when talking about it. It didn't really matter. It didn't matter at the time. Fox News still ran around and said, I'm a dangerous Al-Qaeda style Muslim terrorist. Okay. And for years and years, no one really cared about it or talked about it until it was brought back into the fucking fold by Andrew Cuomo. Andrew Cuomo thought it was a viable line of attack against Zohran Mamdani. It wasn't. It failed, but it didn't matter. A lot of these other center-right and centrist consultants then still kept deploying this line of attack over and over and over again in all of these other races, including the Abdul al-Sayed one. It has yet to work, but it doesn't matter. They still do it because their goal is to punish people who are outspoken, okay? Their goal is to punish people who are outspoken on these issues. Their goal is to discipline people like myself. Their goal is to turn people like myself into like this super toxic individual that no one should actually be around, that people should actually fear, and people should not listen to, right? And it's still not working because in the age of independent media, I have my own audience. I have my own platform, a platform that is outright competitive with these other major platforms, right? So I can offer context, I can offer clarity, I can offer my other positions and have reasonable people decide for themselves whether they agree with it or not, right? Anyway, let's take a look at this ZBS takeout.
Welcome back to the takeout. Obviously, Democrats want to win the House and the Senate in the midterms. And to do that, they need to project a unified front, or so the theory goes. But there are tensions between some Democrats and progressive Democrats. They're kind of clawing and fighting with each other. We saw a cluster of Democratic socialist victories last week in New York City. Is that a big thing, a New York thing, or a nationwide possible trend? Well, Michigan might give us some insight into that. It holds primaries on August 4th. State Senator Mallory McMorrow, Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and Dr. Abdul El Sayed are vying for the Democratic nomination for the Senate seat, being vacated by incumbent Gary Peters. Earlier today, I spoke with El Sayed, who is considered the most progressive candidate. Please take a listen. You are currently leading in the polls. The primary is August 4th. So let's do a thought experiment. You become the Democratic nominee for Senate. So let's go over some things that Mike Rogers, the likely Republican nominee, and Republicans who've already reserved $45 million in advertising are going to say about you. That you want to defund the police because you've tried to delete posts.
I'm sorry. This is so strange to me. Okay, I know it's not relevant with the issues that are being addressed or whatever, but like,
welcome back to the takeout.
Where
Obviously,
is it? Hold on.
Democrats
I got to
want
show
to
you
win.
this. I got to show you this. So he's not wearing a tie, and neither is Abdul. Okay. He's not wearing a tie, and neither is Abdul. But what I find particularly strange about it is if you look at the background here in the wide shot, you'll see it. Hold on. All he has are ties in the background. Why don't you guys wear ties? I think it would be cool if you took out a tie and gave it to your guest who's not wearing a tie, and then you put on a tie as well. Okay? Like, why is there a tie rack back there? You can't mention this every time. I'm not getting over it. I'm a suit guy now, okay? I'm a numbers guy, but I'm also a suit guy. And I find it strange that he has a coat rack back there for ties, and neither of them are wearing ties, okay? Fucked up.
2020 saying you want to do just that, do you?
Let's talk about what I'm going to say about them, because that's the thing that Democrats tend to get wrong. We're so worried about what they're going to say about us that we forget that we also have mouths that work. So Mike Rogers is a guy who's never met a pharma lobbyist he didn't love. Like, he gets really mad when you call him a pharma lobbyist, but he spends so much time lobbying around with pharma lobbyists that you wonder whether or not he wanted to be one. And he hasn't explained how he made $14 million and moved to a McMansion in Florida. But during his time in Congress, because of the influence of the pharma lobby on him and the hundreds of thousands of dollars he took, this guy voted to raise prescription drug prices I don't know how many times, then helped to architect the legislation that turned into the opioid epidemic. I'm looking forward to forcing him to answer that question to Michiganders who lost family members, both because they could not afford their medication and because they died of opioid overdoses. I'm a doctor who rebuilt the health department, eliminated medical debt, and made sure that families had Narcan when they needed it. So I like my chances on that one. Then let's talk about his trouble with Donald Trump.
But if I'm a Michigander and I say, wait a minute, I hear you and I get you and I'm locked in on all those issues, but I do care what you think about funding police and what you said
what I'd say
years ago.
I was a Wayne County health director. And when the juvenile detention facility was in shambles, I declared a public health state of emergency to rebuild it. I raised everyone's salaries and wages immediately 35% so we could keep the folks who were leaving so that we could staff the facility. So if folks want to talk about what I said, I'm just going to point to what I did, right? When I had the opportunity to make sure that folks were safe in the facility, both the youth that were there and the people working there, by making sure that we could staff it appropriately, I did exactly that. So I'll let my record do the talking. And we're going to let Mike Rogers' record do his talking.
And they will probably say you hang around with Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker has said things that are virulently anti-American, they would say, and anti-Semitic. Do you have any regrets about Hasan Piker?
Well,
you know that's going to be an issue.
Major, I'm hanging out with you. I don't know everything you've said. Right. I'm sure you've said some things I disagree with. You've said some things I agree with. It tends to be in the real world, we hold people accountable for what they said, not what somebody around them said. And it's this funny gotcha game that Democrats love to play and Republicans love to play, which I think people are sick and tired of in politics. So if you want to play this game where you're going to hold me accountable, like, guilt by association based on something that somebody else said, I'm just going to make sure that people know what Mike Rogers has said, what Donald Trump has said, which he so desperately sought an endorsement from and can't seem to figure out how to shake because, Donald Trump's approval rating is in the gutter. everything Donald Trump touches turns into trash. So I want to make sure that the broader public understands that about him.
Let's talk about something I experienced when I was in Dearborn, Michigan in 2024. I talked to voters there who were becoming...
Like this stuff doesn't work. Every question he asks about the interests of his employer, nothing to do with American interests. Socialists did not use dirty money to run for office. However, others did. I wish he would just answer the questions. He knows he's running for Michigan Senate, right? Gaza isn't Michigan. It's so strange to see an American politician talk the truth and actually look at the interests of human beings instead of corporations and terrorist lobby groups. It started with Mamdani, and that hope will continue. Why do they keep trying to make you an issue? Because he's Teflon. He's got nothing. Also, can you mention genocide again? Here's the thing. He's fairly squeaky clean. So they're trying to make an issue. They're trying to make an issue out of what they normally have had success with, right? Oh, you've hung out with this podcaster. And it's ironic because for months after the election, these outlets all brought up Democratic Party consultants and prominent Democrats onto their platforms where they all said, here's our big problem. We are constantly yelling about podcasters, and we should not do that any longer. It turns out, lo and behold, that was bullshit. Okay? That was bullshit. It turns out they were always going to go back to the old tricks. People are tired of it. People don't understand why this is supposed to be an issue. Okay? Especially in the post-Trump era where Donald Trump says horrible things over and over again. Who cares what some other fucking podcaster has said? Who cares what I've said? Now, there's also the other side of this story, which is that the things that I've said, or the things that I believe, the things that I advocate for, are defensible positions, which is precisely the reason why they can't actually talk about the message. So they have to talk over the message. They have to shoot the messenger. They have to say, oh, but don't you feel like this guy is actually reduced to our negatively framed choice quotes? Don't you think he's a bad person? Over and over again. That normally would work. That would potentially work if we lived in the old age of information. If we lived in an era where mainstream media were the only outlets that people could get their news from. If I didn't have my own platform, a competitive platform to mainstream outlets, then yes, that would work, because the only thing I'd be associated with, the only thing I'd be known by is how these people have perceived me, how these people have promoted me, how these people have reduced me to the most negatively framed sound bites that you could possibly find. But that's not the era that we're in. And I brought this up with Dave Weigel as well a couple days ago, if you remember, where I said, a lot of what mainstream media now ironically does is sound bites and gotcha moments. Whereas when these guys come on my broadcast, they actually have room to talk extensively about policy that connects with the voters, policy that connects with the constituents, right? That's what's so funny about this situation, is that it's upside down world now. It almost reminds me a little bit of the Jon Stewart era, where mainstream outlets would not actually hold politicians' feet to the fire and would not adequately criticize the Iraq War, right? So the only outlet where you could get reasonable critique of both parties, both the Democrats and their ineptitude and the Republicans and their warmongering, was a comedy show. And nowadays, if you want serious policy proposals from these candidates, you have to literally go to a fucking Twitch stream. That's perhaps the reason why RNC is consistently clipping my stream, my broadcast, and using it as an attack ad against these politicians. Another example of this was with Francesca Hong, who I'm going to be talking about in a second. In a rapid-fire round with Hasan Piker, Wisconsin governor candidate Francesca Hong says she supports abolishing ICE, state-run grocery stores, legalizing weed, freeing Palestine, and a Scott Walker statue for people to deface.
Fire. Super easy, super simple. Rapid fire. Do you support repealing Act 10?
Yes.
Universal child care?
Yes.
Free school meals?
Yes.
Guaranteed pay leave?
Yes.
Abolishing ICE?
Yes.
A 1-year data center moratorium?
Yes.
Breaking up big ag?
Yes.
Public grocery stores?
Yes.
Right to repair?
Yes.
Legalizing cannabis?
Yes.
Overturning Citizens United?
Yes.
A workers' bill of rights?
Yes.
A free Palestine?
Yes.
A Scott Walker statue that people can go to that are made by local artisans and craftsmen that people can slap up if they want to.
Tentatively, yes.
Okay, I tried to sneak that in there. I was like, oh, we got the momentum. Like you're saying yes to everything. Maybe I could catch you. Yeah. Some serious stuff, some jokes, right? And I said, this is what we're doing to Scott Walker for Act 10. Why Chinese people slap, spit on, insult statues of Song Dynasty Chancellor Qin Hui. Now, RNC stays publishing your W's. I mean, it's the same with Michael Penis, also known as Mike Johnson, showing the wonderful policies that the DSA wants to advance. When you are defined by your policies, when you are defined by your worldview, it makes it quite difficult for Republicans to turn around and bastardize your positions. Anytime they talk about your positions, all of a sudden there are going to be people, even in your, even on the Republican side, that will listen to what people are saying and go, wait a minute, that makes sense. I mean, this is happening right now with Stu Smith. Stu Smith does this all the time. DSA is already plotting his 2027-2028 power grab. DSA MPC member Sidney Carlson White was on tonight's DSA difference call, telling chapters to start preparing now for 2027 and 2028 elections. DSA thinks in years and decades, not news cycles. DSA is not resting on its laurels. Its national leadership is already thinking about the next campaign cycle, the next slate of candidates, and how to use national infrastructure to make those candidates more disciplined, more fearless, and more aligned with the DSA's Workers Deserve More program, which I exposed last month. Like,
should be thinking about
can you, dude,
chapter
when
should
you
be
present yourself in opposition,
right?
If you are someone whose job is to like expose what the Democratic Socialists of America are working on, and your expose shows that the goals are, the expose that you're conducting shows that the goals are to highlight the needs of the working class, and that's your North Star. That's what your advocacy is about. Or maybe that's your red star. Okay? You don't come across like the good guys in this story.
Now is the time that your chapter should be thinking about the 2027 and 2028 elections. It's early, but again, DSA thinks in years and decades, not news cycles. So if you have a candidate that you think that you want to run for any office, now is the time to think about how you want to do that. Reach out to nec@dsacommittees.org to reach out to us and begin the process of figuring out how you're going to run a campaign.
The funny part about this is, like, this is not a secret, right? Not only are a lot of these positions objectively popular, but when you try to present it as though this is like some sort of secret grand conspiracy, and what the conspiracy is objectively popular policies that have broad popular support across the board, across party lines, then all you're doing is highlighting. You're not exposing anything. You're highlighting. You're promoting.
Maybe you yourself are going to be our next socialist in office. The NEC can support your chapter. But what we also can do is we can provide the national infrastructure that will allow you to take those bold positions, allow you to be fearless, and of course, allow you to carry out the goals of DSA's Workers Deserve More program. So why does this matter, right? We can't have socialism alone or in one place. We are pulling together nationwide because
no more. No, we say no more to socialism in one state. We say no more to socialism in one city, okay? We are not trots. However, socialism will happen across the board, okay?
we know that is how we seize power for the working class. It's not just about winning elections. It's not just about organizing in your unions. It's not just about street protest. It's not just about tenant organizing. It is a holistic political vision that allows DSA to do all of the powerful things that it does.
Anyway, yeah, there's polling that suggests that every single one of these policies that's being highlighted on Fox News is objectively popular across the board. Okay? So this argument falls flat. Your expose turns into a promotional tool, and they will never understand this. Okay? They can try to negatively frame it. They can try to frame it as like more democracy is bad, actually. But I think most people, especially when you know, I'm here as a media platform that can combat against this misinformation, as plenty of other independent media outlets, TikTokers, people on social media, and also some sympathetic or more open-minded figures in mainstream outlets as well exist, then we can push back against this narrative. Whenever you try to like negatively frame every criticism of Israel as anti-Semitism, for example, we can push back. And when we continue doing that over and over again, people end up understanding it. People end up internalizing it. So when you actually call someone who is an outspoken critic of Israel an anti-Semite or a terrorist, most people look at that and go, oh, here we go again. It softens the impact of this otherwise previously very powerful accusation. Okay? You've done it to yourselves, and you will do it to everything else as well. The more people learn about the platform of the Democratic Socialists of America, the more you call democracy radical, the more you call calls for healthcare for all, for housing for all, radical and scary communism, the more people actually think maybe it's not so scary. You end up diluting the salience or the significance of this accusation. The boy who cried wolf, the boy who cried anti-Semitism, the boy who cried communism. It doesn't work. Now, the New York Times wrote an article on this. A big gamble for the left. Can socialism appeal in a swing state? Francesca Hong, a state legislator running for governor of Wisconsin, wants to prove that a Democratic socialist can win in a battleground. Some say she would hand the race to Republicans. Jeff Hanneman was infuriated to learn about a proposal this spring to build a 220-acre data center on the site of a shuttered paper mill near his house in Wisconsin Rapids. Worried that the project would pollute the tranquil waters of the nearby Wisconsin River, Mr. Hanneman, 43, planted a no data center sign in his yard. And although he's a Republican who voted for President Trump, he decided to support a Democratic socialist who has called for a pause in data center construction and is running for governor. Lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, when you address the needs of these constituents, regardless of their party affiliation, regardless of who they have voted for in the past, they will vote for you. They will support you because they know you will support them. Data centers are increasingly becoming the next conversation, the next issue that has caused a major fissure, a major divergence between our political class and the actual voters, the working class. It's yet another issue where everyone unconditionally hates it, okay? They hate it. They don't want these data centers to be built in their backyards. And yet, the politicians refuse to listen to the needs of the voters, right? Another 90-10, almost 90-10 issue. And it's another opportunity for us to seize because we care about democracy. We care about fighting for the democratic wishes of the majority. We care about leading people to the correct side on issues if they're not there yet. We care about helping them understand why this would be beneficial. But in circumstances like Israel, for example, that advocacy has already taken root. That advocacy paired up with Israel's unlimited violence has already taken root. And that's precisely the reason why we no longer have to continue to continue defending these positions because most people understand it. I will still, of course, continue defending it. But having said that, there are a lot of issues that Americans intrinsically understand, and they transcend beyond party lines. Flock cameras is another one, mass surveillance in the hands of the state. AI data centers propping up in their backyards is another one that draws a lot of enmity, a lot of anger from people, regardless of their party affiliation. And when they see that their Republican representatives are not actually doing anything about it, they get frustrated. So they look for alternatives. They look for someone who will fight for those things. And it doesn't matter if that person calls themselves a democratic socialist. That's it. Address people's needs, fight for them, and they will vote for you. We just need to publicize Francesca's anti-data center and left economic policies and a few slogans statewide that people can identify her campaign by. I haven't seen her doing that. The only literature I got from her once was wordy and best for people who already knew and agreed with her. Yeah. Look, not all campaigns are designed in the same with the same efficiency in mind. I think Francesca is a wonderful candidate, and I think her campaign has done a great job so far. She's obviously the most popular figure in the Democratic primaries that are coming up in August, right? We just got to make sure that people understand where she is on these issues, and we got to hammer it over and over again. We got to put her in front of as many people as possible. But yeah, I really don't care about the label, said Mr. Hanneman, who planted a Francesca Hong for governor yard sign next to the other one. If she was voted into office, she could do a lot of good things for our state. The progressive movement is surging this election cycle as liberal voters, furious with Democratic establishment they view as old, tepid, and beholden to corporate interests, have ousted incumbents, in particular socialism, a term politicians once strained to distance themselves from, has surged in popularity on the left as candidates with that label have won House primaries in New York, Denver, and Philadelphia. Wisconsin, which Trump won in 2024, presents a riskier gamble. If Ms. Hong, a 37-year-old Democratic state representative and former restaurant owner, beats several other leading candidates for her party's nomination, she will face a difficult general election contest against the Republican. I disagree. I think for our folks, for the Democratic Socialists, I think the real challenge is getting out of the primaries. I think general is actually easier. The reason why I say that is because, well, one, Trump won this state with the narrowest of margins. That's number one. Wisconsin is becoming increasingly more blue. That's number two. And this is a general blue wave midterm season. Okay? So all of those factors are already on the side of Francesca Hong. But beyond that, what matters most, in my opinion, okay, what matters most in this circumstance is the policies. Okay? This will be a real test to show as many people as possible, regardless of the outside expenditures, that when you have a left populist message that is clearly identified, easily defined, that you have policies to define yourself by, your opposition can't reach to the same old nonsensical positions to say, oh, you're crazy. Okay? You're crazy. Oh, you're pro-trans. You're trans. She wants to transgender the transgenders. Like, none of that shit matters if one side is saying, I want to give you health care I want to give you better workplace conditions. I want to go back on Act 10. Okay. I want collective bargaining agreements to work for the labor, for the public sector employees in this country, and specifically in the state. I want to fight for you. I want to shut down these data centers that are propping up in your backyard, and I want a moratorium. And if we're going to fucking build these data centers, we're going to have a say in that process, and we're going to actually see the profits that are generated from these data centers, and we need a moratorium. When you say things like that, when you define yourself, when you define your platform, yourself, your opposition looks silly. Your opposition looks childish. Your opposition, the Republicans, look ridiculous. Okay? We have to have a more adult politics in this country, and democratic socialism represents that adult politics. It's totally, this kind of politics totally revolves around self-interest. That's what politics is supposed to revolve around. We have forgotten that fundamental principle of democracy. For far too long, people have fought these ridiculous battles, oftentimes presented by the Republicans. We fight our own battles on our own terms. We fight for the working class. We fight for their needs and their interests, first and foremost. And we are unafraid to show our moral conviction. This will make it far easier for democratic socialists to win, okay? They are certain that Republicans will weaponize Ms. Hong's more controversial statements, including old social media posts calling for the abolition of the police. Such attacks could hand the governor's office to Republicans and imperil democratic efforts to flip the state legislature. This is not a year to test the democratic socialists, said Joe Winnicke, a former state chairman of the Democratic Party. This is in New York. Now, that's really funny. You want to know why that's funny? Because they say that every year. This is not the year to test democratic socialists. This is not the year to entertain Medicare for all. No, it is the year. And it was the year 10 years ago as well. It was the same exact conditions. Deteriorating material conditions for the American working class, both in Wisconsin and everywhere else. The idea that like there will be a perfectly appropriate year to test these ideas is fucking ridiculous. They're not even trying. They're not even trying to do a good job of opposing these positions because deep down inside, they understand that if you were to come out and say, this is not a year to fucking stand against AI data centers, this is not a year to stand for Medicare for all, people would look at you and go, you're a fucking goon. You're a goddamn goon. Ms. Hong's supporters insist that she is viable in a general election. They argue that growing frustration over data centers and rising prices are causing such populist aims as free healthcare and a wealth tax to resonate with both parties. The bigger challenge is conditioning voters not to be alarmed by the word socialism, they said. Progressive policies, when listed in a vacuum, are independently popular, said William Walter, the executive director of Our Wisconsin Revolution, the state version of Our Revolution, the left-wing organization started by Senator Bernie Sanders. But when they're tied back to the idea of socialism, that buzzword word turns off voters. You missed the caption of the photo? Yeah, I already covered it. Jeff Hanneman, a Republican who voted for President Trump, decided to cast his vote in the governor's race for Ms. Hong, in part because she wants a pause on data center construction. Selling socialism in Trump country. Ms. Hong's socialist ideology is not the only quality that makes her an unconventional candidate. Soft-spoken yet foul-mouthed, she dresses casually on the trail and wears friendship bracelets. She proudly displays a Bucks and Six tattoo on her calf, a reference to the Milwaukee Bucks 2021 NBA championship. Child of Korean immigrants, Ms. Hong dropped out of college to work in restaurants in Madison, climbing the ladder from dishwasher to executive chef. In 2016, she opened her own restaurant, Morris Ramen, which closed in 2024 because of economic challenges. She continues to work as a chef and a bartender while running her campaign. Ms. Hong's working class origins and economic struggles are central to her candidacy, which she frames as a fight between everyday Americans and the money elite, which is literally the case. She is of the working class. She understands the needs of the working class, and she will fight for the working class. It's that simple, right? And when you bring in unbelievably wealthy people who've gone to the best law schools, who are far removed from the needs of the working class or the experience of the working class, right? And you turn around and you match them up, the Republicans are going to look out of touch. Donald Trump was able to channel the frustrations of the working class in a very and channel it by way of frustration towards elites and elite institutions, despite the fact that he was a silver-spooned billionaire, right? He was able to do that. He was able to do that to success over and over again. And if there's an appetite for anti-establishment champions, the association of democratic socialism actually kind of removes you from the association of democratic elite, liberal elite. That's a good thing in a place like Wisconsin, right? She was sued in May over nearly $30,000 in credit card debt, which she has since paid off. She said in a statement last month that she was disappointed debt is portrayed as a moral failing, especially when people can't afford the basics of daily life. Ms. Hong's message and online fluency have appealed to young people and have sprung her into the top tier of candidates, though she expects to trail her rivals in campaign finance reports due out later this month. Ms. Hong will be the first Democratic Socialist governor in U.S. history and sometimes draws comparisons to Zohran Mamdani, Democratic Socialist mayor in New York City, who shocked the establishment with his victory last year. But Mr. Mamdani did not need to convert Trump supporters in deeply liberal New York. Ms. Hong, in contrast, has crisscrossed Wisconsin's rolling hills and open plains, hoping to steer conservative factory workers, dairy farmers, and cranberry growers towards her ideas. Last week, she attended Muskie Fest, a celebration honoring local fishing tradition in rural Hayward, where revelers crowned the Little Miss Muskie Queen. Muskie is a nickname for muskellunge, a freshwater fish. Ms. Hong struck a conversation with Robert Olson, who sported a Trump 2028 hat, and they found common ground on issues including mental health services and teacher salaries. I feel like I'm talking to my people, she exclaimed. When Mr. Olson, 74, made light of transgender people, Ms. Hong stared at the ground and smiled slightly before pivoting to safer topics. After she walked away, Mr. Olson seemed impressed. He swore he could consider voting for her, even after learning about her political leanings. She's got her mind on the issues, he said, and she never said what party she's with, which to me isn't that important. Donald Trump broke this partisan system. He broke it with populism. He applied right-wing populism and at times lied about his left-wing populist positions as well, right? He railed against corporate ad spend. He railed against these, lobbyist-backed campaigns. He presented himself as an anti-establishment figure. And a lot of people listened to it. A lot of people believed it. Now, I don't believe it. And I've said over and over again, it's fucking bullshit, right? Like Donald Trump is lying. But that doesn't change the reality that he conditioned his cult, really, into demanding these sorts of changes. And if he actually doesn't deliver the changes that he conditioned his fan base to demand, then presenting someone who will is a tremendous opportunity. The Republicans for far too long were conditioned against communism, conditioned against demanding more government services, right? They were taught to hate this stuff. Donald Trump said he would preserve many of these government initiatives when he was running for office. People voted for it. People were excited to vote for it. People who called themselves Republicans were excited to vote for it, right? And then he violated the trust of his fan base. And now, of course, because it's a cult, many of them don't see it. But that appetite for left populism still remains. This is why I have tremendous confidence in Francesca Hong. It's the same principle behind Donald Trump's isolationism. He lied about it, but it doesn't matter. He promoted that concept. Just because his cult is perhaps maybe a little too stupid to recognize that they were lied to doesn't change the reality that they voted for it. They voted for it and they'll vote again for it. And it doesn't even matter what form it takes. Francesca Hong is sincere. Mango Phonics, ZZZZZ. Sorry. I'll increase the intensity and the entertainment for you. Okay? Okay. Kaya's going to get groomed. Looking really plastic today? What the fuck does that even mean? Dumbass. Anyway, that's the fish. Musky. So yeah. Her takes on data centers. Look, Marissa Johnson said the opposition to data centers was so strong in Wisconsin that she heard Democrats and Republicans talking about voting for Ms. Hong. Doug Kane, 71, said he was a Republican who favored data center regulation, would consider voting for a Democrat with one condition, as long as they're not a socialist, he said. Still, electing a left-wing candidate in a swing state may not be so far-fetched. The progressive movement traces its origins to the late 19th century, where Milwaukee elected a succession of sewer socialist mayors, so named for their focus on public works such as sanitation systems. More recently, the state has lived up to its battleground status by ping-ponging between hardcore conservatives, including Senator Ron Johnson and former Governor Scott Walker, and staunch liberals such as Senator Tammy Baldwin. This year, Democrats hope to build on the tenure of Governor Tony Evers, who is retiring, but Ms. Hong is not graduated to be the left standard bearer. At a forum in Madison hosted by Labor Union, attendees said they were torn between Ms. Hong and several others in the six-person field, including State Senator Kelda Roys, Mr. Barnes, and Ms. Rodriguez. Some Republicans say they're hoping for a matchup with Ms. Hong. People in both parties would say that's our best-case scenario, Brian Schimming, the Wisconsin GOP chairman, said. Good. Let them underestimate us. Good. Do you understand? It's good. Let them underestimate us every single time. We've shown up every single time and we've won every single time, and we'll continue that as well. Okay? Not muskie, that was a bluegill. Please Google an actual muskie and be amazed. Okay. They want somebody who's going to win at the end of the day, Ms. Rodriguez, a former ER nurse, said. Running in a safe Democratic jurisdiction is one thing, but people actually showing up and making a case where people might be a little bit more hesitant, that's a completely different story, said Mr. Barnes, who ran unsuccessfully for Senate in 2022. Ms. Hong's answer to such arguments is to muse that, in some ways, she has more in common with the working-class Trump supporters at Muskie Fest than with the Democratic establishment. I have the advantage of not being a career politician, she said. The people I feel like I relate to, even if there's cultural differences, political differences, are the folks I talk to today. Yep. I mean, even the very fact that they are showcasing this, the very fact that they're offering, the very fact that they're offering this as like a viable alternative is good. It shows that things are changing. They're changing to such a degree that even the New York Times, is now showing neutral coverage instead of doing what they've done in the past, which is to say, this will never work. This is a failure. You are going to lose this swing state to the Republicans permanently by running a socialist. That's what they did with Bernie in 2016. That's what they did with Bernie in 2020. That's what they had done so for the longest time. Okay? Jamie Harrison quote tweeting Maylot.
I'm a proud Democrat, right? The things that we have accomplished as a party are the things that are in the basis of our values of fighting for working families. I sincerely believe that the big tent that we have, the diversity and the thought and the ideas that we have is where we find our strength. The debates that we are going to engage in, the conversations that we're going to have about the solutions that we can unite on.
Why do you never talk about socialism? Huh? My favorite liberal Zionist supporter and Holocaust denier collab. Please ask him about Illuminati or the Holocaust. Were any of the Democrats you've had on conferences responsible for war crimes? Oh, this is a Rage Bait account. Hey, chatters. Do you see this candidate that just defeated a 30-year incumbent? You know she's in favor of an arms embargo to Israel, right? How many people have you guys elected into Congress that are in favor openly and ran openly on an arms embargo to Israel? Because I know you'll change the dynamic soon. You'll change the goalposts. You'll shift them soon. Because that was something that I saw on my timeline. That was something that I saw on my timeline from a lot of bad Empanada fans who were like, oh, if you actually want to solve these problems, like how many of them are actually demanding an arms embargo on Israel, right? Because they constantly go back to AOC's position and they say, oh, AOC is not going far enough. Virtually every single candidate that I've pushed for, that has won, Chris Rabb, Adam Hamawi, Mela Quiros, Daria Liza, Claire Valdez, every single one of them have pushed for an arms embargo against Israel. Did you know that? No, you didn't, because you think you're above the American electoral politics. You think you're operating on a higher frequency, okay? And that's precisely the reason why you have found yourself duped by online drama, okay? If you were at least paying attention to what's actually going on, you would have recognized that there are multiple candidates that have successfully run on an arms embargo to Israel. Okay? Multiple. I'm the director of Our Wisconsin Revolution. That was my quote. Not how I wanted it to sound, but got the point across. You did great. Anyway, what's funny about it is Jamie Harrison is now quote retweeting this and thanking Maylot Quiros. That's awesome. Good. They should come to our side. Good. And eventually they will. Just as I always say, look, one day everyone will have been against this is not only just the name of this book, but also a principle that we have seen, a reality that we have watched unfold with Israel. One day, they're all going to say they were always for it, okay? They'll be like, of course we're in favor of socialism. What do you mean? Of course we're in favor of Medicare for all. Of course we're in favor of first social democracy and then maybe even more of an expansion on workers' autonomy and workers' rights in the workplace. It just takes time. You'll never guess what Ted Cruz is talking about on the 4th of July. Today's the 47th anniversary of the daring Entebbe raid. I was only 5 at the time, but I remember being inspired by the amazing courage of the IDF team that rescued hostages and killed the terrorists. I thought that's a very Texan foreign policy. Oh my God. After your tweet, they asked for examples of candidates that call for sanctions and embargoes. And when I provided like 10 people, they said, well, why aren't all of them calling for it? You literally can't satisfy this shit. Yeah, no, they're not looking for solutions, man. They're not. They're just angry. And it's understandable to be angry. I understand your anger. I'm angry too. The problem is you can't let your anger be an impediment to change. You can't let your anger be an impediment to progress. That's from 2023. Ted Cruz has been up on that, up to his pro-Israel shit for years, by the way. That Ted Cruz tweet on July 4th is from 2023, just so you guys know. What I'm sure all these working class women in Michigan love is an Oxford Columbia dude laughing at his woman opponent as too dumb. Really know how to attract those working class voters, says Neera Tanden, calling Abdul a sexist, rerouting the Bernie bro meta once again in the big 226, the holy year of our Lord. Probably not going to work, but it is also incredible that it's like literally an APAC. Holy fuck, that's huge. Everything about it was pretty unbelievable. 51.5-inch muskie caught in West Bay. Okay, you were right. You were right. That is actually worthwhile to look at. That is a big one. Holy fuck. People are way more insulted by Democrat elites trying to manipulate them with this woke 1.0 rhetoric than they are by Abdul calling Stevens dumb. And if Neera doesn't get this after 10 years of failing, she's even dumber than Stevens. Yes. Those things are under your feet when you swim. Yeah, that's terrifying. I will not be diving in. Yeah. Speaking of woke 1.0, the people that are like cynically trying to deploy identity politics and being fucking annoying, Shannon Watts hates Arabs and Muslims so much she continues to repost someone that's on an active case for on an active court case for revenge porn and CSAM. Just doesn't remember. Just remember she doesn't actually give a fuck about children, right? Abortion doesn't matter. Gay rights don't matter. Guns don't matter. Only Palestine matters now. Yep. Okay, that's what it is. And she's like reposting a weird psychopathic sex cult leader and his rallying cry to mass harass journalists. That's the tweet that she retweeted. Okay? Insane. Shannon Watts just openly endorsing mass organized harassment of journalists is crazy. They also brigaded the community notes. Sharing porn without the consent of the victim is colloquially considered revenge porn. Nobody gives a fuck if he did it maliciously or if it's just because he's an amoral pervert trying to fuck another teenager. I don't know what this is, but I guess they're trying to like spam community notes everywhere. I know they love brigading. If you click the link provided by the community note and open the complaint, the case is entirely about revenge porn. The case has nothing to do with revenge porn or CSAM. The court documents are publicly available for all to see. So they got that context community note, and then they looked at the community note, and it says, Plaintiff Jane Doe, by and through her undersigned counsel, and very respectfully states, alleges and prays as follows: hold the defendant accountable for his unauthorized, unintentional, and unlawful discourse and dissemination of intimate images and sexually explicit videos of the plaintiff, thereby causing plaintiff extreme emotional and physical distress. Literally, the community note that they posted disproves the community note context they were trying to fucking put forward. That's all these guys do. Check out this British nonsense community note history. LaMaFeo, completely brain broken Destiny fan. Hasan is not a fan of Hunter Biden. Going as far as calling his father an awful monster and prostate cancer doesn't change that. Even calling him incorrectly an immoral genocidaire. He's just, again, this is Destiny's Pete Widgeon, another one of Destiny's like loyal soldiers. Okay, they spend every waking moment tirelessly brigading at the behest of their fucking cult leader. It is so weird. But that's all they got. And that's all other reactionaries have at their disposal, lying. But sometimes they do something that I find really funny, which is describe the current existing conditions under capitalism and then claim this is what socialism would look like. And of course, one of my favorite figures that did that recently is Newt Gingrich. Let's take a look at what Newt had to say about the party of hope and change is now the party of socialism and suffering.
What we're finding is the Mandamis of the world, the AOCs of the world, they're down at 10 or 15%, but they're in extremely democratic districts, or they're up against really weak opponents. The fact is, when we get to, I'll give you an example. I sent out today on X and on social media, does Mandami think that Madison Square Garden should be at 78 degrees during the wedding this weekend? Now, I guarantee you, think about it. You think Taylor...
The 78-degree air conditioning thing is so stupid because it exists in every state. It exists in Texas. It has always existed in New York. Michael Bloomberg asked for it too. Every single mayor since Rudolph Giuliani has demanded this. It exists in Georgia. It exists everywhere. Okay, first of all, it's just a suggestion to reduce congestion on the electricity grid at times when people need it most for places like hospitals. We can have a conversation about why the American energy grid is not capable of providing sufficient energy to every single place in peak consumption periods, but that's a conversation for a separate day. But if you're presenting this as like something unique to communism or socialism, or that this is not a mere suggestion, but instead something that is punishable by law, you're a fucking liar. Okay? Oh, they're doing hostile takeover style communism. It's fucking bullshit.
You don't want to stand there sweating and...
No, nor should she.
But here's the big lesson. Socialism takes power from you. They take care of the powerful. They take care of the guys with connections. And they rip off the rest of us.
Dog, you just described your position in the current existing system. You just described capitalism and what happens right now to an audience of people that can kind of realize that too. Like, this is, as conditions worsen, this becomes undeniable for average folks, okay? For working class folks. Even if they're like brain broken from right-wing propaganda, reactionary propaganda, anti-communist propaganda, Red Scare propaganda, ultimately, they hear you say that and they go, wait a minute, but that sounds a lot like what's going on right now. What the fuck? Hold on now. Hold on now, partner.
So Mandami is saying their policies block them from creating enough electricity to have normal American level air conditioning where you get to pick what you're willing to have in your house. So instead, they're going to try to impose across all of New York City a 78-degree uniform temperature unless you're powerful, you're famous, and then, of course, there's an exception.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Imagine a system like that, dude. It says Prem Talker, which, of course, is the current system. There's also Jessica Tarlov cooking on, Fox 5.
I assume that you want to broaden this segment to also criticize Greg Abbott and like Brandon Gill, the Texas congressman who comes out and he wants to dunk on Mamdani, say, oh, you big socialist mess or communist mess, whatever. And Texas Advisory, when it gets hot, the Public Utility Commission of Texas and the Department of Energy recommends thermostats to be set to 78 degrees. Greg Abbott says, could you conserve some energy? And they've had problems with their grid, remember? Ted Cruz takes off for Cancun when the grid goes down. So this is just good policy, in fact. And I'm pretty jealous. I would take 78 degrees right now over this 103 or 150 or whatever is going on. So I don't know, check what's going on in your own state before you go after someone else because someone is going to bring it up on television. And I'm done now. I assume that you want to broaden this segment to also.
Yep. Fantastic. Department of Energy deleted their 78-degree articles to smear Mamdani. Oh my God, that's so funny. Oh my God. By the way, in communist Texas, you also get asked to set your AC to 78. In communist Florida, same thing. Communist California, communist Arizona, Ohio, Missouri, Maryland, North Carolina. Turns out 78 was actually dictated by the Department of Energy. Is what you would know if you went to the Department of Energy article that existed until this news cycle. They deleted it. The Department of Energy appears to have deleted its thermostat level recommendations to avoid people noticing that their generic recommendations was set to indoor temperatures at the same level which Zoran was asked New Yorkers to maintain during a grid-stressing heat wave. Ruva says, our society cannot survive this. Republicans just drum up lies, and their well-funded messaging ecosystem amplifies those lies, leading to things like this. This makes it impossible to respond to any crisis. This will get people killed during acute emergencies. It's fucking insane. What is this new DSA Aura edit?
Too loud, too reckless, too ghetto. Mr. Lamar, do you really know how to play the game? Then tighten up.
Nobody pray for me. It been a day for me. Yeah. Hey, I remember syrup sandwiches and crime allowances. Finesse a nigga with some counterfeits, but now I'm counting this. Parmesan where my accountant lives. In fact, I'm down in this. You say with my boo-babe tastes like Kool-Aid for the analyst. Girl, I can buy your Westie world with my base stuff. Ooh, that pussy good. Won't you sit it on my taste buds? I get way too petty once you let me do the extras.
Dude, Sam Forstack has so much aura. It's crazy. Like he is. His campaign, I feel like, is just straight up powered by him having a six-pack and aura. Like, I get it. He's a union leader. Some of his policies are like maybe a little bit more moderate than I would like, but it is crazy. Okay? Sam Forstack, more like Sam Foreplay. Okay? It's crazy. He has more aura than Plattner. There, I said it. No, he has unbelievable amounts of aura. Bro, he's a smoke jumper. It's over. Just give him the fucking position. Give him the goddamn position, dude.
Pull up on your block and break it down. We playing Tetris. AM to the PM, PM to the AM phone. Piss out your per diem. You just gotta hate them phone. If I quit your BM, I still rock Mercedes phone. If I quit this season, I still be the greatest funk. My left stroke just went viral. Right.
Yeah, he's hot. He has a dangerous job that saves lives. Is crazy. Yeah. I mean, dude, come on. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing here? What the hell are we doing here, dude? AOC gets another win with Sam Forstack winning in Montana's 1st district. Bro has cum gutters, dude. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing? We got congressperson with cum gutters. Hello? He mogging you, bro? Yeah, of course he's mogging me. What do you mean he's a smoke jumper? I'm a fucking dildo with a microphone. All I do is chirp, chirp, chirp. That motherfucker's saving lives, brother. Hello? Yeah, no shit. He's fucking mogging me. I dream of a society of the future that hangs me as a reactionary, and I dream of a society in the future where every candidate mogs me, okay? Every candidate. I stand next to candidates, and I look like an ugly creature where everyone goes, ew, who brought the cave troll? Who brought the cave troll to the campaign trail? Get him out of here. Anyway. Now, we'll start off. We got a lot of other stuff to cover here. I'm not going to do the Australian reactionaries. We got Mamdani's speech that made the conservatives mauled pretty hard. Okay. But let's start off with Amon Animations. Trigger warning. Amon Animations is going to terrify you. It's on Loomer. I gotta pee.
My life is ruined. Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined, Alex.
I'm gonna come.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Loomer Unleashed. Been talking a lot about the Islamification of our country. You're going to see dozens of Muslim candidates file to run for office and also think that they too can be the next Zoran Mamdani. There's nothing peaceful about what Mamdani is doing. In fact, he is promoting Sharia law and he is advancing the cause of Islam to destabilize our country so that the Muslim Brotherhood can continue to strangle our country from within until we are living under an Islamic caliphate. None of this is peaceful. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free is a call for the extinction and the absolute annihilation of Jewish people. Joining me now to discuss the Islamification of America, Florida United States Congressman Randy Fine.
Who would have thought 25 years after 9/11, we would have a Muslim leader in New York saying, I want to ban your dogs?
I'm kind of shocked that this many people are okay with the idea of our dogs being kidnapped by people in hijabs and burqas going around acting like the Sharia police, trying to kill our dogs because they're so haram. I would not let a migrant kiss my face like this, but I would let my dog put her tongue in my mouth. So.
Israel's enemies are our enemies. Does that mean I think we should put the interests of America over Israel? No.
You know, these people are in the streets of America calling for death to Israel. I mean, like, why wouldn't you be afraid of that shit? You see this hat? It doesn't say Make America Muslim.
Can I say something? Laura Loomer IRL is such a terrifying figure that Amon Animations has ironically not been able to make her look scarier than she does in real life. This is the first time Amon Animations has actually made the real life figure perhaps less scary than how she looks in real life.
Again, it says Make America Great Again. We're gonna make America great again by keeping America American. Okay, we're not gonna import a bunch of people going Allahu Akbar. No, that's not what we voted for. I mean, do these people listen to themselves when they talk? Do they realize how crazy they sound when they talk? Dog food talker. And I'm gonna put this in my mouth right now.
I want to be a good boy.
It tastes like meat. And quite frankly, who cares if illegal aliens are fed to alligators? So anyway, my fiance and I are like sitting on the couch making out, and the dog just comes over and she tries to stick her tongue in between us. It's the cutest little thing. Pretty much an abomination that these people have not been executed. I personally would live stream it, and I'm personally a fan of the torture that was carried out at Guantanamo Bay. You want to globalize the Intifada and you're going to vote for Zoran Mamdani. Walk right into the gas chamber, why don't you?
But I can put photos of you and Trump together.
Yeah, I think the issue is when people see you on TV with him and at Mar-a-Lago and at golf courses, whatever, he does.
Are these real things she said, or is it AI? Did she actually tongue her dog? Yes, it's not AI. Dude, what? No, Amon Animations always takes real sound bites.
Does get really excited and happy, and so do you. And they see that, they go, "Oh God, this is an item." And I know you guys aren't having sex. I know that's true. My point is that you can just see why people would say that. I mean, why do you think Trump brightens up? He doesn't do that with even most women. Why does he get so excited when he's around you?
Well, I actually don't see why people would say that, because he is a very friendly person.
No, I know.
President
Listen,
Trump
Laura,
likes
I'm
me.
not saying
I
that's the
defend,
case.
I defend,
Stop.
I defend,
I'm not
I
saying
defend
that's the
him.
case. I'm not saying that's the case. I'm just saying I watch body language. He does particularly like you. I guess that's because he knows you so long, I think.
Maybe, just maybe, it's not such a great idea to allow for Muslims to be involved in our political process in America. Maybe. But I guess, I don't know, maybe we need another 9/11.
Another banger from Amon Animations. Is this game on Steam? No, unfortunately, this game is real life. And the rewards are your rights. Benjamin Netanyahu, the war is never over. Oh, here we go. Nice. Literally missed it. What, when I was peeing in the beginning? Is that what you're...
Does anybody understand how ruined my life is? I'm sick of it. I don't want to listen to people tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. They don't know what it's like to be me. My life is ruined, Alex.
Oh, you missed what happened in the ending? He-Man at the end?
This morning, more than 180.
Oh, Zoran at the Oval Office. Oh!
Political process in America.
Couldn't say one fucking goal. Getting drawn normal looking is the most respect Amon can give someone, and he's only done it to like 3 people ever. Yeah, he hasn't even done it to me. He makes me have a tiny head. He has also made me Solid Snake, though, in the past, so that's cool. Yeah, speaking of Zoran, they're freaking out on his speech. I know he delivered a speech.
And team.
We're going to cover it. We're going to cover the speech. Don't worry. Calm millennials rise up. Among millennials, those favorable towards capitalism 50%, socialism 40%, communism 29%. Oh my God. We take those. We take those. We fucking take those. Gen Z's even better. Look at this. Gen Z rates socialism above capitalism while communism nearly matches capitalism. Oh my God. Favorable towards socialism is 53%. Favorable towards communism is 39%. Oh my God. Oh my God. The future is bright. The future looks bright. In the words of Patrick Bet-David, the future looks bright. I'm a numbers guy, and I really like the number. I really like the number. Anyway. All right, let's get back to the real world now. Extreme heat grips more than 180 million Americans. Extreme heat advisory in the East Coast. all around the country. As a matter of fact, it's ruining the 4th of July plans that many have, including ruining the country's birthday today. Okay? Or tomorrow. They have nothing. What are we doing here, man? GOP launches a secret weapon on libs, goth baddies. Oh, God. Oh, I don't even want to get into this shit.
More than 180 million Americans are on alert as our life-threatening heat dome is expected to last through the holiday weekend.
It is sweltering out here.
Thursday, New York City seeing its first 100-degree day in nearly 14 years. The heat index making it feel like a scorching 106 degrees.
This is a different humidity. So yeah, we're hot. Yes.
The conditions putting strain on the power grid. Outages reported as Con Edison reduced the voltage to keep up with demand. Governor Hochul asking residents to conserve electricity. Washington, D.C. temperatures also reaching triple digits. The U.S. Capitol Police canceling the public viewing rehearsals for a Capitol 4th concert. The show now in jeopardy due to the heat. In Pennsylvania, more than 100 people were treated after being overcome by the heat at this historic train show. Across America, ER visits spiking. The CDC reporting a 36 times increase in heat-related illness reports in the Midwest this week.
When they're outside, they forget to drink water, take electrolytes, stuff like that. They think because I'm not thirsty, hey, I'm okay. But that's far from the course.
And careful at outdoor events. The Phillies taking extra steps to keep fans cool, distributing bottled water and setting up misting stations.
Had I known the forecast when we bought the tickets, I probably would not be here, but we're going to just sweat and have a great time.
But please be careful. So many people have been impacted in this heat. I don't want it to be you. So let's look at these morning temperatures because you and I are watching this happen live. Is this New York City's warmest morning on record? Well, 84 would tie it. And right
You gave EU shit for not having AC, but you guys can't even put yours on? Dog, it's just a suggestion. It doesn't mean that people are not going to use their AC. Of course people are going to use their AC. What are you talking about?
now we're at 85. Remember, 84 is the normal high temperature here. So let's look at what the high temperatures will feel like as we go through the day. This is crazy, 109. This is our hot spot. Philly, 111. Baltimore, 111. Let's get into the middle of the country where it was supposed to break a little bit. I did hear Memphis to Huntsville slightly. Huntsville still at 107, but 111 in Paducah, 109 in Nashville. New Jersey had a heat index level they reported of 130 degrees. If you're out in 130 degrees for very long at all, your body just starts to shut down. Let's move over to the wall because I want to show you the next couple of days going into Monday. And for many of us, Sunday into Monday is the breaking point. But for some people, it doesn't. Raleigh, look at you. Savannah as well. You're still in the hot spot. In the middle of the country, we're doing well until we get to Nashville and also Jacksonville.
Well, I can confirm the heat is absolutely a major factor here. We are just shy of 100 degrees right now with the heat.
Oh my God. The largest U.S. power grid, PJM, said it can no longer meet expected energy demands and will implement a plan to reduce electricity use across 67 million customer service area in Mid-Atlantic South and Washington, D.C. Okay. Maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, but we've had unprecedented heat in summers in the past. Sometimes it does lead to rolling blackouts, but there is something new this time. This heat season, this heat wave season, we have something else that's maybe drawing a lot of power. That's right. Fucking data centers. Shut them off. Why are we shutting off the electricity grid for regular ass civilians? Shut the motherfucking data centers off right now. No more fucking Claude. No more ChatGPT. We're not ChatGPTing it. We're not grokking it. What are we doing, man? they're going to take away your ACs and turn America into Europe so data centers can run. Oh, dude, Americans will revolt. You'll have a second American revolution, straight up. Remember, Americans actually care quite a bit about their comforts, and this is one of them. And it goes beyond a comfort at that point. It becomes life-saving.
Index, it feels well over it. Just moments ago, they pushed everybody to the exits off the side of the National Mall. You can see one of the exits here. And I know we've been talking about crowd size all week. This has been the busiest day of the fair. We saw a few thousand people out here, especially as the flybys were going on. But now, as you can see, they're pushing everybody out. God bless you. You guys gonna get over okay? Yeah. Let me help you. Just be careful getting to the exit. But they've also put up signs right here, Sandra, that show what's going on. They say the event postponed. We will reopen at 5 p.m. Now, there's always possible that they could extend those closures right here. The heat is going to continue well through.
Yeah, because at 5 p.m. it's still going to be 101 degrees in Washington, D.C. Yeah, and before people complain about Zohran Mamdani being a bad mayor and doesn't know what he's talking about, let's take a look at what Zohran Mamdani was saying 5 fucking years ago. Why New York needs public power.
Did you ever wonder why New York State only gets 5% of its energy from wind and solar? It's because of one word: capitalism. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assembly Member for District 36 and a proud eco-socialist. Today, I want to talk to you about utilities and why they suck. In the early 1900s, JP Morgan merged all of the electricity and gas companies in New York into one company called Consolidated Gas. This for-profit monopoly spent millions of dollars buying public officials, extorting the city of New York, and charging New Yorkers a 300% markup on electricity. And in the past 100 years, not much has changed. Consolidated Gas is now Consolidated Edison, or Con Ed. And across New York State, for-profit monopolies continue to control our power. They charge us some of the highest rates in the country, which can triple at random. And they spend millions of dollars lobbying elected officials to maintain their stranglehold on our power system. Not only that, Con Ed and other utilities lobby against the development of renewables because it's more profitable for them to keep using fossil fuels. We need an energy system that treats electricity as it is, a public good, and prioritizes people and the planet over the profits of Wall Street investors. Across the state, New Yorkers are fighting for public power, a publicly owned, democratically controlled energy system that will create 35,000 jobs and end the private utility system. Check out the link to write your legislator and join the fight. You can also sign up to organize with us to tell Con Ed and other utilities that we're going to build the energy system we want without them, because it's time for us to take our power back. Good morning.
Yep. So before people complain about Zohran not knowing what he's fucking talking about, he's been talking about this shit. Also, here's some additional information from More Perfect Union. Data centers are the leading cause of a 76% increase in the cost of electricity for America's largest power grid just the first 3 months of this year. This is according to the communists over at Bloomberg. Okay, famous communism understanders and enjoyers over at Bloomberg writing this commie hit piece nonsense. The 13-state grid managed by PJM served 67 million and costs have spiked this year. This time last year, the cost of electricity on this grid was 77.78 per megawatt hour. Now that cost almost doubled to 136.53 per megawatt hour. Bloomberg attributes that skyrocketing cost to the booming demand for artificial intelligence data centers, which require vast amounts of energy and are putting a significant burden on America's aging power grids. Okay? Cutie is calling. Pick up Cutie's call. Okay.
The one time our interests collide, you ignore my call.
What's up? I was in the middle of a rant about data centers and how much power they suck up from the energy grid and how the energy grid is state of imminent collapse right now, specifically PJM, that just said we're going to do massive blackouts for 67 million people.
Okay, but Taylor Swift's wedding.
Oh, yeah. I don't know how much energy Taylor Swift's wedding is going to suck up from the energy grid, but yeah, Madison Square Garden, Taylor Swift. A lot of people are upset. A lot of people are very upset because apparently, from what I understand, and I'm going to be very careful with my language here because, as you know, I'm a Swiftie. I love Taylor Swift, and she should be allowed to get married every day at Madison Square Garden. Okay. But remember when the New York Knicks were playing and Donald Trump went to Madison Square Garden and they had to like shut down an entire area around Madison Square Garden? How frustrating that was for a lot of people.
Yeah. Okay.
So Taylor Swift, for her Madison Square Garden wedding, is actually shutting down transit for an even larger area, is what I understand. Like specifically train stations.
Is that true, or are you making this up because you hate her?
I don't hate her. I love her. I just said I want her to get married every day at Madison Square Garden.
I'm getting mixed messages. Some are saying it's true. Some are saying it's propaganda. Because did you see the White House use the Eras Tour intro yesterday on TikTok?
I did not see that, but I know Taylor would hate that because she's always voted Democrat.
Yes, and I even replied to it and I said, "You can't use this song, fucker." And he still used it, even though I told him no.
That's really messed up. Well,
that's
kind of feels like it's an undemocratic system that we have, right?
Don't super understand that, but I do just want to talk to you about Donnie's top 10 Taylor Swift songs.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Call ended. She just said, "Fuck off, idiot." Hello? What the fuck? Did her phone die? What is happening? Did your phone die? What the fuck happened?
I think I was swiping away to pull up Donnie's top 10 and I hit the end button on accident.
Okay. So I have it in front of me as well. We can take a look at it together. Zara Mamdani shares his 12 favorite Taylor Swift songs ahead of her New York wedding. And people are not believing in this list. Like they're saying he's fake.
Oh.
Like,
okay.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Zara Mamdani's 12 favorite Taylor Swift songs. What do I think? He went with Only the Young, Love Story. I feel like this doesn't match up with Zora Mamdani's background and his timeline. This doesn't match up at all, and I feel like someone else put this together.
Well, are you pandering to me? I can't tell.
I'm not. I'm very knowledgeable of Taylor Swift's entire discography.
Okay.
And that's what it is. I'm a true Swiftie, unlike Zoran Kwame Mamdani. And I feel like it's the analysis is just not lining up because especially like the way he lined this up. Like My Tears Ricochet at number 3. Where are the other sad songs?
You stole that from me in the group chat. I would like to point that out.
No,
in the group chat.
Yeah. Wait, I didn't even look at the group chat. I guess our interest might have. You know what it is? It's because it's true. Your analysis is objective and correct, and so is mine. And I think that's the reason why it's just like syncing up.
Right. Yeah. Right. I just think number one, I think the most interesting thing is that he only chose 12 songs.
Yeah.
Can we start there?
Yeah.
An
it's
obvious
like
Swiftie is 13.
Oh, I didn't even think of that. You're right.
Yeah. And Only the Young, it's a political song. It's a little on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah, no, it's like, okay, we get it. Yeah, we get it. Taylor Swift does politics and you know that and you do politics. He's trying to be a little bit of a try-hard, for sure.
Yeah. And don't you think if he was going to be on the nose and he was going to be cheesy, then he would have put on Welcome to New York?
Yeah, I guess he was. So you're saying he like delicately crafted it to be on the nose and to be blunt, but then also simultaneously make it seem like he's actually a real fan by not hamming it up as hard.
Yeah, it feels like he intentionally put some deep cuts in there. Like, okay, I know Places is kind of a deep cut. Like, I think he knows is kind of a deep cut. But then, and My Tears Ricochet, deep cut. Like, we've got some deep cuts in here, but then he just flanks them with, like, you know, the obvious. Like, he's not going to you're not going to be like, I'm the mayor of New York and it's Taylor Swift's wedding. I'm going to put Dress on there, the song that she wrote about having sex with Joe Alwyn. Come on, Zoran, if that's even your name.
Okay,
you know?
Let's be real. It's not Zoran who put this in there. You know what I mean? This is definitely a Swiftie in his office that compiled this, but also probably put like their genuine favorites, and some of them actually stepped on landmines like Dress.
Well, if he's not a Swiftie, then why did I vote for him? Is my question.
Well, you're admitting to illegally voting for the mayor of New York as someone who's not a resident in the city or the state. And you also literally can't travel by plane. So I know for a fact that you haven't been to New York in years.
Okay. So you're saying that we shouldn't get him out of office right now?
No, I think we should keep him, because here's why I think we should keep him. Okay. Because one, I can literally text him or call him at any moment and ask him about adults doing what?
Weddings.
No, adult trick-or-treating, cutie. This is a fundamental plank of your agenda.
Sorry, I forgot.
Yes,
I'm just really focused. It's a big day. It's my
who is most likely to be pro-adult trick-or-treating? Zohran Mamdani. Okay, so that's number one. Number two. So we can lobby him. We can petition him for this. Okay. Number two. It is clear that he is pandering to the cutie and Taylor Swiftie constituency by even putting out a list like this.
Ricochet, come on, dude. We know you don't listen to that. That guy's never even thought about killing himself. You know.
You don't know that.
I know that. You don't put Cruel Summer and My Tears Ricochet on the same playlist. What are you doing? Not with that smile, yeah.
Okay, well, regardless, it's clear that he is trying to pander to the Swiftie constituency, which means he understands the power that the Swifties hold, which means that, if you got him out of office, right? Because the Swifties are an unbelievably powerful constituency that I will always respect.
Thank you.
If you got him out of office, there's no guarantee that the next person would be a Swiftie or even Swiftie adjacent. Because Cuomo is the guy who he ran against, right? And Andrew Cuomo.
He killed Jay Schlatt's grandma.
Yeah, and he is not a Swiftie. Like, we know he's not a Swiftie.
No.
Whereas Zohran,
like, shake it off or some shit.
Yeah, Zohran demographically is in the possible Swiftie column by age.
Okay.
And he's also, as the mayor, letting this, billionaire wedding happen in the Madison Square Garden.
Ooh, are we mad about that? Like, as a non-Swiftie, okay, let's take this out. I'm just curious, political beliefs. As a non-Swiftie, are we like mad about that?
First of all, I am a Swiftie, so it's hard for me to be, morally consistent on this position, as I love and respect Taylor Swift. So I don't know what I can say about it, but I what I've read, let's just say what I've read from the naysayers. Is that, yes, they are definitely, they find this to be a gross display of wealth at a time when there's unprecedented levels of wealth inequality, and that the personal fancy of one billionaire and a bunch of other unbelievably wealthy and powerful people coming together in Madison Square Garden at a time when, people are suffering. Not me, though. I'm not saying this.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Is kind of in poor taste, is what some haters have said, not me.
Right. Well, I've read a hater. She has an ice cream truck at her wedding, apparently.
That's cool for all the other super wealthy people. It's not like she's, handing out free ice cream to New Yorkers, right? Like, that's.
No, she's not doing that. But she is letting them stand outside of her wedding.
So
that's kind of nice.
Yeah, that's.
She donated $26 million.
Yeah.
Which is about, in the same ratio compared to my wealth and her wealth, about $26.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I think that's Jeff Bezos did something similar as well when he shut down Venice. And I think Dua Lipa also did something similar as well when she shut down a different part of the, I forget where Dua Lipa got married, but that's like kind of like a, you know, hey, here's the text. Like, I'm doing something a little crazy. So.
Oh, and I bet this is a good point. I bet the AC in the stadium is probably at 78 to comply. I bet.
I am willing to bet that that's not the case. I'm going to go.
Really?
I'm going to be so for real with you. I don't think that that's the case.
Interesting.
I highly doubt that the Taylor Swift wedding is not going to be a comfortable 68 the entire time. The 78 degrees AC thing is also a suggestion anyway. I think it's probably going to be cranked out the wazoo and you know, probably sucking power from the nearest children's hospital.
Right.
Is
right.
what I
mean,
would.
She could have gotten married at the children's hospital. They should be grateful.
That's true. That's true. She does have enough power to get married at a children's hospital and render its operations useless for the time period. So this is actually good in comparison to that. You're absolutely right.
Thank you for pointing that out. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted your opinion on it. I'm just excited that everyone's on board and everyone's happy.
Yes, I'm super. I would never criticize Taylor Swift's choice of venue for her wedding.
Probably not excessive, you
No,
know.
no, definitely not.
She probably kept it low key, honestly. I mean,
no, definitely. When I think low key, I think renting out Madison Square Garden and issuing like a city block travel advisory is what I think when I think of low key, understated.
Jealous much?
Yeah, I'm jealous of Travis Kelce, who's getting married to Taylor Swift. I wish I was married to her.
I knew that. I knew it. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. Happy. Can't wait to see photos. Can't wait to. If I see any, I'll send them to you. Vice versa. If Zoran is there,
I'll be sharing. I'll be sharing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. All right. Bye.
Okay. Bye.
Do you think she finds my support for Taylor Swift to be insufficient? Am I fucked? Am I? I think I did a good job. I feel like I've done a good job. I think she wasn't buying it. No. She said she bought it. I think she bought it. It seemed like she was. I think I won that QTE. I did not fail the QTE there. I think the Swifties think that this is. I'm sufficiently pro. I'm sufficiently pro Swifty and pro Swift. Set your Twitter account to private. Am Israel high, am Swifty high. Zoran is a Swifty 12er, man. Zoran is practicing takia with the Swifties. What is this? Nikki Glazier, George Stephanopoulos, Aaron Dessner, and Julianne Moore all show their QR codes. They arrive at Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's Madison Square Garden wedding. Wait, so she's getting married on July 3rd, not July 4th. So today is the day she's getting married. When Kamala Harris' daughter-in-law got married downtown, they shut down 2 city blocks, so it could be worse. That man made folklore, Evermore, and TTPD. What do you need a QR from him for? Let him in. I genuinely don't understand what, I will never understand what compelled her to do this at Madison Square Garden. I don't understand why, they couldn't do it anywhere else. I don't know why they did it in Madison Square Garden in the fucking middle of New York City on July 4th weekend. Am I crazy? I'm in support of it, though. I am in support of it. Anyway, let's get back. Let's get back to the heat wave.
Sunset, but you can also hear on the loudspeaker right here, they pushed everybody to the exit. We've seen a number of VIPs, cabinet secretaries. Donald Trump Jr. was out here earlier today. A lot of people coming to check it out, as we expected, Sandra. This is going to be the heat of the event itself, but obviously these temperatures, which
people are saying for attention, dog, she's Taylor Swift. She could get married in a remote island that people haven't even heard of before, that they literally found on a fucking uncharted map from the 18th century, and people would know about it, and they would hear about it, and they would fucking cover it endlessly. What are you talking about? She could get married anywhere. She could rent out Versailles. She's a billionaire. Yeah.
we've been talking about all week are dangerous, and they wanted to make sure people could seek shelter because, as you know, on the mall, you were just here, Sandra, there is nowhere to hide from the sun unless you're in those state pavilions, and those are very cramped quarters indeed.
They kiss the sky and then each other.
Oh, dude, this is, I mean, speaking of aura, like a lot of people were saying like, oh, this stunt was like stupid, whatever, it was dangerous. It's true, it was stupid and dangerous, but like honestly, they're fucking hot, dude. They're so hot. It's kind of crazy what they did. This was a wild thing to do.
Genius has climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, the top of the spire.
But this morning, the extreme free climbers who scaled the broadcast antenna of the Empire State Building and unfurled a banner nearly 1,500 feet above New York City are grounded, leaving court on supervised release.
Is it worth it? Was it worth it?
Sources tell ABC News Angelina Nicolaou and Ivan Kuznetsov bought tickets to the Empire State Building Tuesday and never left, hiding out overnight. At 5 a.m. the next morning,
also, bro's packing a fucking hose under his pants, which is crazy. Why do you know how big his dick is? Are you just speculating off of the big dick maneuvering that he's doing? Hasan, don't be freaking stupid. It doesn't matter how fucking famous you are. That doesn't preclude you from being a narcissistic attention hound. Our president comes to mind. Yeah, I just don't understand why she chose Madison Square Garden. It's fucking insane.
Sources say a security camera caught the couple going through a hatch on the 102nd floor observation deck. Hours later, prosecutors said the pair exited the 104th floor, where a lock on a security door had been
a literal hose? Wait, what do you mean?
Broken and scaled the broadcast antenna.
Can you just stay where you are? You can't be up here.
The climbers are now facing felony charges, including reckless endangerment and criminal mischief. Their lawyer says they're overcharged.
As far as what I've seen, and I'm sure you've all seen, it was a message of love.
But it might not have been an actual engagement. Angelina Nicolaou's father tells ABC News the couple is already married, calling the proposal a performance.
If you want to get married, they're doing it right there. Would this be more convenient?
Any plans for the marriage?
Not now, guys.
Have you picked a date? Be in New York?
The couple ducked into the subway, pausing on the stairwell for a kiss.
Good kiss! All right, all right!
They have an OnlyFans? Oh my God.
That couple is due back in court toward the end of August. Prosecutors called them social media influencers who engage in extreme risk-taking.
It is. Yeah, sure is.
Sure is.
Okay, Aaron, thanks.
It's the talk of the town.
I mean, I think it's cool, man. I don't give a shit. Yeah, they're doing an ad. They're farming donos, whatever. There's a Netflix series about them, apparently. I mean, this is normal stuff. People do stuff like this. I don't know. Yeah. The real risk they're taking is getting married. Am I right? Getting stuck on the old ball and chain.
Festivities for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce expected to begin at Madison Square Garden in a matter of hours. Overnight, the iconic arena lit up in a lavender haze. A silver Chevy Suburban, similar to one the superstar's been spotted in before, pulling in ahead of what was believed to be Thursday's rehearsal dinner. A stream of black SUVs were seen driving up as guests arrived for what an NYPD memo described.
This is why my girlfriend thinks you're a misogynist, by the way. Jay Mershon literally thinks he's fucking being sneaky and subtle with a accidental lore drop. Hey, what's up? I'm a girlfriend guy, by the way. Yeah, I'm a girlfriend guy now. Okay, dude.
Described as a 100-person event at a
You ain't sneaky, motherfucker. We know what you're trying to do. You're trying to be like, I have a girlfriend, by the way. Okay, I got it.
venue inside the arena. The party had a garden theme, a source at Madison Square Garden told NBC News. Just an hour before, crews were still setting up privacy tents and hanging curtains inside to block people from peering in. And police officers were spotted carrying folders titled Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce Wedding as ramped up security presence and road closures locked.
Controversial opinion. I think this is a dramatic misuse of public resources. Sorry. I'm saying it. I think it's insane. I think it's a bad look. I think it's heightening the contradictions. It's showcasing once again that no matter how beloved a figure you might be, if you're a billionaire, you're still a billionaire, and you're going to do billionaire shit. This is a glaringly obvious example of that. This is straightforwardly a flex, I think. It's straightforwardly a flex to be like, yeah, I can do this. Fuck it. And I kind of think it's a little tacky. At best. Yeah, it's giving Marie Antoinette. It's giving let them eat cake. I don't know if it's true, but supposedly she's paying for the cost of the cops. You don't understand. That's why emotional support billionaire shutting down Midtown. Totally different from when Trump did it last month. Yeah, it's also crazy because it's like she's doing it so close to when Trump did it.
Down the arena's surrounding area during a cruel summer heat wave. Meanwhile, Kelce and Swift are spreading the love. Swift's rep telling NBC News the couple donated $26 million to charities across the U.S., including Brad Paisley's Nashville nonprofit, The Store.
I am so excited for Taylor and Travis's wedding, and I am absolutely flattered beyond belief that they chose our charity.
But Paisley played it coy when asked if he'd be attending the event.
I'll say it's very likely that I'm going.
Swifties.
Bro, they had to sign NDAs. Okay? They had to literally sign NDAs with their invite, with their RSVPs. So they can't even publicly say that they're going to the wedding.
Stuck outside without an invite, still eager for any glimpse of the lights, the party, the ball gowns.
We heard that this is happening, so we had to see it for ourselves.
Whatever Swift and Kelce's wildest dreams may be for today, it'll certainly be one to remember.
She's been singing about it in her songs, and so people are really excited to see her finally get this fairy tale ending that she's always hoped for.
A source telling NBC News that the inside of MS.
They just want their wedding to be private. Hasan, they just want their wedding to be private. Tired face. In Madison Square Garden, in the middle of New York City, on July 4th weekend. I mean, come on. I think most Swifties will probably look at this and be like, this is supposed to be your iconic moment, but this is a little wild. Right? Can we say he's a little wild? Is maybe a bad look.
She has been completely transformed with drapery, chandeliers, castle-like structures. You guys, it is going to be a fairy tale.
Okay. Yeah, sounds like it. All right, Chloe, thank you.
I thought it was an odd choice at first, but now I sort of get it because they can control the environment more than they could in any large venue in the city.
If budget is not a consideration,
Right.
which it is not, you could do anything.
No one will be able to get in there.
And the security and the experience of the soundstage. And my theory was always
Okay, like there's two different types of people in media. Okay, there are those who are afraid of invoking the wrath of the Swifties, and then there are those who literally have never thought of an individual independent thought that wasn't whatever is pro-billionaire. Okay, these people are conditioned to always do billionaire worship. You are going to prison. Yay. Okay.
like big sports arena, big music arena. It's a marriage of two interests.
It also seems large to us, but to Travis and Taylor, that's just like a small room.
Yeah.
That's a room that they're both in all the time.
And they can have the performances, and it is not too late to invite me,
She
Taylor.
seemed like a smart. Oh, there you go. You just crash it.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Sure, just crash it. They're going to put your ass in jail for
Did you
even
hear that?
thinking wrong thoughts here. Okay, wrong think.
It's not the New York City subway, but under me, it is wedding bells in the air. The big day is here, and sources tell CBS News it's going to happen here. It's going to start at 4 p.m. with an hour and a half cocktail hour. That is my style. And the party is going to go late, possibly into Saturday morning. And guess what? Our resident Swiftie, Jolyn Kenyon, is here. She's been digging for details all week. Joe.
It is an honor to be here. A big day for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. And can we talk about this rehearsal dinner last night? It was under lock and key, but we did see some of her dearest friends, her closest family members coming and going as this historic Madison Square Garden was draped and lit up in a rosy pink.
It was a star-studded rehearsal dinner. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce hosting their nearest and dearest, shielding their arrivals in a giant tent at Madison Square Garden amid heavy police presence. Video shows this SUV believed to be taking Swift to MSG. Longtime friend and fellow pop star Selena Gomez posted this video from the road, seemingly on her way to Thursday's 100-person gathering at Infosys Theater. The first event triggered major street closures, increased traffic, and pedestrians rerouting their commutes.
Yeah, we were wondering where our invitation was.
Although the wedding weekend has been shrouded in secrecy, fans gathered outside the venue, hoping to catch a glimpse of any details. Food vendors, giant air conditioning units, even a bed were...
Yeah, remember? Something tells me they're not keeping that shit at 78 degrees, okay?
spotted.
We saw some stuff come out of some trucks. We don't know what it is. At one point, I was convinced they were in one of the boxes. Maybe that's how they're getting it.
Before the festivities kicked off, Swift and Kelce announced wedding gifts of their own this week, donating $26 million to at least 20 charities. They're giving to food banks, music education programs, and children's hospitals in places where the couple has personal ties, from her hometown of Reading, Pennsylvania, to Nashville, to New York, to Kansas City. Economist Misty Hegenis wrote the book Swiftonomics.
What does this amount say to you?
I think it just speaks to kind of who they are at the core of their being. You know, they're happy and in love, and they want to
unbelievably wealthy. That's what it speaks. That's what it speaks to. That's crazy. Come on, man. Yo, this is so crazy. This is so crazy. Swiftonomics implies the existence of Swiftomarxists. Yeah, I'm a Marxian Swiftonomic. I'm a Marxian Swiftonomics enjoyer.
spread joy in addition to having a huge party with their friends and family.
The big question is really,
weren't you invited, but you declined because you had the stream? Yeah, this is a funny thing to believe. I'm gonna be the first motherfucker to get canceled for a wedding invitation I never got because people have hallucinated that.
Ben, about whether or not they're already married. Have they said their vows yet? Page 6 is reporting that.
Yeah, this is like when medieval lords get married and the peasants are gathered outside the castle walls. Yes. Me lordship, give us a bit of a shine, me lordship. I love you.
Maybe they already have gotten married in front of a small group of friends. That is unconfirmed. But either way, we are expecting a star-studded mega bash here at Madison Square Garden.
I'm here for it. After much speculation, the big day is finally here for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. This is the closest thing our great country has to a royal wedding, and it is expected to go down right here at Madison Square Garden.
We have been hunting for clues all week. The area has been on lockdown over the past couple of days. There was even a police officer, NYPD, spotted carrying a packet facing out. And what did that packet say? Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce's wedding. So after all of those NDAs, the secret is out, and we're joined right now by USA Today Taylor Swift reporter Brian West in person. Delightful to see you.
It's great to see you.
Happy wedding day.
You think Taylor Swift is mad that they blew the lid on this wedding? Like that she thought she could keep it a private affair the entire time? You think, okay. Here's what's actually happening. Taylor Swift already got privately married, okay, in front of her friends. What she's doing here is a funeral procession for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Because it's happening at the exact same time as the week-long funeral for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei is taking place in Iran. What if Taylor Swift is actually doing exactly that, but at the heart of the United States of America, in the heart of capital, the heart of empire? This is her way. This is her way of also doing actually zero correlation. No, Taylor Swift, it turns out Taylor Swift converted to Shia Islam, reverted to Shia Islam, mashallah. Okay? And she's actually doing a funeral proceeding. And that's the reason why they're like doing this so hush-hush and in a secretive way.
Question that we have, of course, are they already married or not?
That is a $13 million question. Is Taylor Swift and her magnetic force of a man married? And the answer is maybe. That still is an answer, though. It's not definitive. There have been reports that maybe they got married right before the ceremony. There is time before everything kicks off at 5 today. But it seems all signs are pointing to a possible wedding, if not definitely a celebration.
Well, we know there was a rehearsal dinner here last night. That's what New York City police and law enforcement sources told CBS News. What do we know about what happened? Who came? What did it look like?
What were they wearing?
Any pictures that were leaked?
I was out here all day yesterday. I have to tell you, it was a cruel summer, but they ended up moving back the barricade when this was all going down. So around 6 o'clock, they shut down 31st Street. You couldn't even walk along the streets. And we saw guest after guest arrive. There was Lena Dunham. She was seen in a video. We also saw her childhood best friend, Abigail Anderson Berard. Donna Kelce was spotted at the airport. We saw his best friend, Russ Travis. So there was an event here.
So there was an event here. We saw Donna Kelce arriving a little bit close to go time there yesterday.
Too close for me.
Well, I want to know, if you're one of the lucky 1,000 VIPs going inside tonight for the big event, what can we expect to see? What has Taylor concocted?
I think she has completely transformed the space. I think it's going to be this garden kind of bucolic scenery, if you will. We have seen through the windows, there are some long lenses that have shown some of the flowers, a lot of green. I was out there watching a lot of things be unloaded. There was this bar structure that they unloaded that the label said tree, so I'm picturing kind of like a forest or garden.
Leafy.
I mean, her engagement photos were so gorgeous, and stunning. She always kind of creates this bucolic world, right? A folkloric world. So that's what my money's on that too. But I want to know about the performances, because there have been rumors about all sorts of performers.
Can you imagine your Spotify Wrapped playlist is all here attending, so you could have Sir Paul McCartney or Stevie Nicks or Tim McGraw just get up and sing you a song?
My Spotify Wrapped playlist is Let It Go from Frozen, but please continue.
Okay, You know what? Idina Menzel might be here. Have we checked with her? Could we find that out? Could you imagine? And so I just picture this as a big celebration. My question, does Travis get up there? He is no stranger to a microphone. Okay. But also, does Taylor maybe have a gift or a song that she would also do?
I'm skipping. Okay. Let's get to the Taylor Swift of socialism, Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Right as Hype Train is incoming, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to carry the flame today of all days on this beautiful Friday, July 3rd, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime or by gifting subs. Okay. Let's take a look at what Zoran Kwame Mamdani had to say. He is delivering a July 4th speech before the 4th of July. $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Sorry.
Good morning, my fellow Americans. Season after season, year after year, the tides have come in and out of New York Harbor. Long before the name New York had ever been spoken, Lenape dugouts crossed these currents. It was on these waters that tall masts crested the horizon.
Damn. Lenape mentioned. He did the Boys, Girls, and MBs coming to you live from New York City, New York on stolen Lenape land.
Captained by explorers like Verrazano and Hudson, after whom we've named our bridges and rivers. And ever since, ships full of travelers weary from long journeys have passed through the Narrows, the winds of the Atlantic at their backs. When those passengers lifted their heads to glimpse what lies just beyond the waves, what did they see? They saw land, lush and teeming with life. They saw men waiting at the docks to take them into bondage. They saw tenements rife with squalor. They saw industry rumbling with activity, steam and smoke rising, a city on the move. They saw a towering monument to freedom, her torch glowing worldwide welcome. They saw New York City. They saw America. Tomorrow, our nation marks 250 years since we declared our independence. 250 years of a grand experiment in self-governance, an experiment so audacious that some in 1776 doubted it would last more than a few years, let alone a quarter of a millennium. From Lexington to Los Angeles, Selma to Seneca Falls, Morrisania to Midwood, Americans will come together for a day, just as we do each year. Families will gather around the grill. Fireworks will fill the night sky. This will be no ordinary day of celebration. 250 years presents a rare opportunity for more than 340 million people to turn together, both towards one another and towards ourselves, to take measure of who we are as a nation. When we look at America, what do we see? Here at City Hall, as I sit behind George Washington's desk, alongside new Americans who came to this country, I cannot see all of America. But like so many who came before, I can see New York City. The city I see today looks very different than the one that greeted George Washington. In July of 1776, our city simmered under the yoke of oppression. The British had imposed a colonial rule so repressive that 250 years ago, 80 miles south, a small group of newspaper editors, farmers, and soldiers signed their names on a document declaring truths that feel self-evident now.
Yeah, the desk is backwards, Chad. That's on purpose.
But were revolutionary then, establishing the ideals our nation still strives to fulfill.
The
British did not take it.
He's sitting on the wrong side of the desk on purpose.
Well, war broke out. And that August, as the largest battle of the Revolutionary War unfolded in Brooklyn, batteries on Governor's Island took aim at British ships anchored just offshore. We were outgunned, we were outmanned, and we were soundly defeated.
We're the mayor now.
After only a few months, it appeared our fledgling attempt at democracy was on the precipice of collapse. But that night, with the moon overhead, thousands of our soldiers silently climbed into ferries and flat-bottom boats and escaped to Manhattan. The Continental Army survived to fight another day. Independence may have been declared in Philadelphia, but it was rescued in New York City.
Bro, this guy always got to bring New York City into it, okay? Always. This guy. This guy always got to be like, listen, yeah, sure, they fucking signed it in Philly. They should have signed it in New York, honestly. And New York City is the one that actually did all the legwork. You know what I mean?
George Washington was the last to leave Brooklyn. As he waited at the river's edge, the sun beginning its rise, he would have looked out over New York City's waters and seen what so many have seen in the 250 years since. An opportunity to begin anew. Those opportunities, like everything in New York City, are not given. They are won. In 1838, 11 years after New York outlawed slavery, a recently emancipated black man by the name of James Weeks sought to begin anew as well, and to help hundreds of others do the same. He bought property in Brooklyn, won himself the right to vote, and sold lots to others newly freed. When they landed in New York Harbor, they knew they had something waiting for them that they had never had before, a home. Weeksville still stands today, a living, breathing testament to what we know America to be, a place each of us has the power to make. The harbor was busy those years as ships poured in from around the world. Hundreds of thousands of Irish immigrants arrived with stomachs aching from a famine manufactured by imperial cruelty. Chinese sailors settled in what is today Chinatown. Millions more traveled under the Statue of Liberty and through Ellis Island. Jewish people escaping pogroms, Italians fleeing poverty, Syrians seeking economic opportunity. Each of these new arrivals peered through portholes onto a city that was changing as fast as the nation. They saw merchants peddling their wares on the docks, streets being laid out on a grid, buildings rising into the clouds. They could not yet see the nativism they would face, the jobs they would be refused, the landlords who would not rent to them, and the abject labor and living conditions they would withstand. But no matter how much smog hung over the harbor, they still saw an opportunity to begin anew. Over the years that followed, despite laws enacted by the federal government to bar their entry, despite sweatshop fires that killed hundreds of women, despite riots aimed at their very existence, immigrants made homes here in New York City, and they helped to make New York City. That legacy of every generation of Americans insisting that the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness extends to them too, is no relic of the past. It carried millions of black Americans north during the Great Migration. It drew hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans to New York City after the Second World War. It invited countless others from the West Indies and South Asia and West Africa and across the world. And it is what brought my family to this city when I was 7 years old. My family did not arrive by boat, although we saw the Statue of Liberty from the window of the plane. Even from the air, we could make out the promise of America, the promise of the beautiful patriotic work of rendering America, year after year, a little more faithful to its founding ideals. There is a term so often used to describe our nation and those who have shaped it: American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism, the conventional wisdom tells us, makes our freedom a little more free, is how we dug the Erie Canal and irrigated the West, is why children in faraway lands grow up dreaming of one day moving here. And yet the irony is that the story of America has so often been written by those who were told by others with power and influence and wealth that they were anything but exceptional. For generation after generation, we have been told that when the world has sent its people to our shores, it has not sent its best. It sent Puritans and Sikhs and Quakers and Muslims.
This is great. There is a long tradition. New York Times actually covered this extensively as well. Every year, if you're a Democracy Now! Enjoyer, you probably hear, what's his name? James Earl Jones do the People's History of the United States as a part of the People's History of the United States, like theatrical release, a reading of Frederick Douglass's What's 4th of July to a Slave. I'm butchering everything here, but every year they do this. They do this reading of Frederick Douglass's famous speech that he delivered to a group of abolitionist women about what 4th of July means for Black Americans, right? It's delivered by James Earl Jones, rest in peace. And there is a long, time-honored tradition of what 4th of July means to those who are dispossessed, those who are oppressed, who have been oppressed historically by America. What does the revolutionary actions of the founding fathers mean, and you know, what can we do to carry on to carry on that same revolution? Is not complete yet for everyone, right? True emancipation, true liberation for all. What to the slave is the 4th of July is the speech delivered by Frederick Douglass on July 5th, 1852 at Corinthian Hall in Rochester, New York, at a meeting organized by the Rochester Ladies Anti-Slavery Society. Okay? Democracy Now! Plays it every year. I listened to it this morning again, as is tradition. We will play it later. But getting back to Zoran, he is also basically doing a similar thing. Talking about 4th of July, talking about the redeemable aspects of America being, of course, open-minded to migration patterns, being open-minded to immigrants, or at least like getting through the friction and becoming a place that immigrants call home. Immigrants like Zohran Mamdani himself.
Jewish people who were banished for praying the wrong way, worshiping the wrong gods, angering the wrong...
Stop talking about immigrants like they're flocks of birds. What the fuck? Dog, really? You're saying that to me, of all fucking people? What are we talking about at this point? Jesus Christ. What's next, dude? Am I being Islamophobic when I talk about Islam? When I talk about Muslims? Is that what you're going to say next?
Sent peasants and serfs from slums and shtetls who were treated as less because they hardly owned clothes, let alone land. It sent immigrants from whom power was something someone else had. We are told that America is exceptional because we are richer, stronger, more powerful than everyone else. The truth, my friends, is that America is exceptional because here, nothing is fixed into place. The frontier may be closed, we may have walked on the moon, but the work of fulfilling the values first enshrined in the Declaration of Independence, that work endures, and it belongs to us all. It belongs too to our newest Americans, those standing here with me today, all of whom were recently naturalized. Nearly a decade ago, I too felt what you feel, the joy of no longer being just a New Yorker, but an American too. You each hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy, where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak,
Soupy,
how
thank you for the
unoriginal.
50.
At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum. As we mark 250 years, what do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few. Yes, we see America in a health insurance industry that exploits the sick, but that is not all we see when we look for America. We see it too in the nurse who works a double shift and then stops on her way home to check on an ailing neighbor. Yes, we see America in corporate landlords for whom negligence is a business model. We see it too in the father who tucks his children into bed beneath a ceiling stained with leaks, who wakes before dawn to go to work and still believes his country can do better by his family. Yes, we see America when we spend our tax dollars on bombs and bailouts, when we sell our elections to the highest bidder. Yet we see it just as clearly in every American who still believes this country belongs to we, the people. We see America.
Dude, awesome. Like Zohran Mamdani, an immigrant, talking about the love he has for his city, talking about the contradictions and the redeemable aspects of America and the irredeemable aspects of America. And you know, putting a lot of thought and effort into this. And of course, this moment has to be fucking instantly ruined by fucking weirdos. Hasan looking bloaty and gassy right now. You left your country. You chose to be here. That means you need to adapt to us. We do not need to adapt to you. Leave Tor region in the shit country you are trying to escape. Brother, the point is America has always been an unfathomably diverse nation, and it still is to this day. It is you who is incapable of adapting to the current conditions and the historic conditions that America has always represented, the promise of America. Okay? America simultaneously is a country that has maintained chattel slavery, conducted indigenous genocide at its inception, but it's also one that is the most diverse country on the planet. Okay? The problem is you want the irredeemable aspects of American history. You demand the irredeemable aspects of American history to be the only thing that is represented as a positive, and all of the wonderful aspects of America that makes America this tapestry, that makes America this diverse country, this dominant power in many respects, to be cast aside for some mythological understanding of ethnic purity. You've been taught that this concept of ethnic purity would actually bring about some kind of positive future for America. This type of person has existed for every wave of immigration. Some guy said this every other decade since the foundation of this country. No, exactly. The Irish come in and people say, oh, the Irish, I mean, they're Catholic. They can't integrate. They can't come into this country. This is our country. This is a nation of Protestants. We're of good WASP stock. How dare they try to come to this country? We have to do everything in our power to fucking purge them. Nowadays, when you look back at that, the Irish have obviously assimilated so perfectly that they are a part of the in-group. This was said of the Italians. This was said of the Polish. It was said of the Jewish migrants. No matter what happens, every wave after wave, the people that were here always tried to create new hurdles for those that came in after them. At some point in time, it was said of your ancestors too, for the record, that they are incapable of integrating into society. And they brought their own culture, they brought their own cuisine, and that is what made America this diverse country. Okay? Yeah, an American mosaic. This map shows how people in the United States identify their ancestry or family origin, use it to explore the many ways Yeah. This is what America is all about. Okay? By the way, this proves my theory of the more you go out west or the more you go south, you're Mexican. And the more you go to the, I mean, it's all going to be English, but the more you come closer to New York, you're Italian. You're either Italian or Mexican. It's ironic that those who claim ownership over being American always are fundamentally at odds with the most American concept, which is cherishing diversity. Like, America does not exist without unlimited migration. Okay? That's what makes America what it is. That's what makes America diverse. That's what makes America different than other countries. That's what makes America unique to many other countries. Birthright is, ironically enough, one of those principles. Unlimited migration sounds insane. That's literally just America, though. Floyd Waffen, I know it sounds insane to you. Look around, dumbass. That's what it is. I know it sounds fucking insane to you because you think everyone around you have lived on this land for generations. That's not the case. How the fuck do you think this country was formed? Look. Even some of the Nazis have had to come to terms with this reality, which is why they say, oh, it's European migration that made America what it is. Even that's not true. America is an unbelievably diverse country as a consequence of both forced and also voluntary migration. Chattel slavery is another obvious, real dark chapter of American history. Floyd Waffen. Just don't let the Jews poison them. Oh, God. What about the indigenous people who are already here? You forget about us tribes? I never do. I always bring it up. Okay? I always maintain that America was built on indigenous genocide and the enforcement of chattel slavery. Sometimes I don't immediately bring it up while I'm talking about other aspects that are redeemable about America, and everyone always yells at me and says, oh, well, in that 30-second clip, you didn't immediately bring this up. You didn't bring that up. Okay? I did. I talked about it 2 minutes ago.
Each time neighbors link arms with neighbors without asking how long they have lived here or what papers they have as ICE invades our neighborhoods. We see America each time those young and old stand in the beating rain or the stifling heat to cast their ballots. We see America each time working people demand more, not just for themselves, but for their fellow Americans. There are some who respond to those who ask for more from America with a simple refrain. Love it or leave it, they say. But patriotism has never been about pretending our nation is without flaws. Patriotism is every act of righteous dissent. It is every march led under the heavy sun. It is every protest held a decade before its time. It is precisely because we love this nation that we will not leave it. After all, who loves America more than those who have sacrificed so much to make it free? Today, I think not only of the 4th of July, I think too of the 9th of July. 5 days after the Declaration of Independence was signed, it arrived here in our New York City. Redcoats had disembarked on Staten Island. More than 100 British ships loomed just offshore. Across this city, the Continental Army prepared for an invasion. George Washington commanded his brigades to assemble just a few feet from this building. It was known then as the Commons. Today, we call it City Hall Park. There, within range of British guns, Washington ordered his generals to read the Declaration aloud. And with the world's mightiest empire poised to attack, Washington told the people of New York City what we will celebrate tomorrow, that we had declared our independence, that freedom was...
Interesting speech, right? Leftism and patriotism kind of new to see. No, it's not new. This is a time-honored tradition. People have always done this. I mean, it's what I do as well from time to time. Like I criticize America for all of its lost promises or the dark chapters of its history that it chooses to hide. It chooses not to recognize, or the racial wounds that still remain. These are all very real aspects of America. It's a part of the complex tapestry that America is. Having said that, however, there are plenty of redeemable qualities of America as well. Plenty of great qualities of America. Okay? A working court system that no longer is working as intended, obviously. Due process, free speech. And most importantly, how diverse this country is, and the people that make the people that make America what it is. Okay,
within reach. That evening, danger loomed. Conflict was not a question, but a certainty. And yet, when those early New Yorkers marched toward the statue of King George III that stood in the Bowling Green, a statue they would melt down into bullets for their young army, they walked in unison, grounded not in the pursuit of plunder, but in ideals that for the first time had a name: America. Those ideals upon which our nation was built, they are strong enough to endure any authoritarian regime, but only if we reach for them. Ours is a nation working each day towards the perfection in which it was conceived, a nation striving each day to better itself. Therein lies the work of America, the striving, the bettering, the reaching towards perfection. What a privilege each of us has to live in a nation that every one of its inhabitants can shape. What a responsibility each of us possesses to prove ourselves worthy of all those who came before. What power each of us holds to bring America ever closer to the greatness so many have seen when they looked upon these shores. The greatness that for 250 years has been America. Thank you. God bless America. God bless New York City. And happy 4th of July.
All right, great speech. Aura. Of course, people are very frustrated. Fox News is immediately spent most of the morning shitting on it. Kaylee, on Mamdani's speech, we need more Fettermans and fewer Mamdanis. It makes me angry.
That it's the constituents, the public that has to remind our elected officials to be proud of your state and proud of your country, regardless of which party is in charge.
That's right. And
This is also part of the reason why I get very frustrated, right? Whenever people say, Hasan, all you say is America bad. All you say is America bad. Hasan, you hate America. Because the idea of loving America has been totally held hostage by some of the worst fucking figures that unironically destroy America with regular frequency, whether it be the Republican Party, whether it be Donald Trump, whether it be the parasitic capital owner class. Okay? America, the entity, has not served Americans, okay? The American people. I care about the American people. I care about the working class. America, the nation state, is defined entirely by who it is, by the people that are inside of it, okay? I fight for the American people. I fight for Americans. I fight for the working class in general. I don't fight for America, the entity, especially if America, the entity, does not serve the interests of its people. And it clearly does not. It's insane that those who have literally ruined this country, ruined the conditions for its people, are the ones who also get to have ownership over what it means to love America. And they traffic in this reactionary sentiment over and over again. Oh, you're not a real American. You didn't come here. You weren't born here 4 generations ago, 5 generations ago. Or sometimes they say, even the likes of Donald Trump, who was born on U.S. soil, but is only 2 generations removed from not being on on U.S. soil, can claim to have more ownership over patriotism and what it means to be American than the likes of AOC, whose family has been in the United States of America for 8 generations. I want this country to be a country that we can be proud of. I want this country to no longer tamper with the potential of others. I want this country to no longer be a nation state that is enforcing its wishes upon the masses, that's harming the other countries in the periphery. I want this country to be one that we can be proud of. We have unlimited potential here. We have unlimited potential in the United States of America. But it's very difficult to get that message across to those who believe there's only one type of patriotism, who believe that there's only one way to love America, and that's by leaning into some of its worst qualities, by denying its historical wrongs, by refusing to right its historical wrongs. That's not patriotism. It's just like low IQ behavior.
We need more John Fettermans calling out this socialism and fewer Mamdanis in elected office. That's the first time I had seen those comments when you played them, Emily, and it makes me angry. It makes me angry to see someone who took advantage of the American dream, who's a recipient of it. Mamdani and his family came to this country, and
That's literally his speech. His speech was about that. His speech was about the promise of America and the dreams that every immigrant has when they come here.
he is now mayor of the greatest city in our country, the biggest, the beacon of freedom. We have the Statue of Liberty right behind us. And the fact that the mayor of this city, where the statue...
Like, John Fetterman is a patriot, just not for America. He's a patriot for Israel. Of course he would want more patriotic people, patriotic for the nation state of Israel, that will place the interests of the state of Israel over the interests of America and Americans.
of liberty stands, fails to understand liberty, fails to understand that this is a beacon of freedom, that when the world didn't have a place where you could celebrate being free from an autocrat or a king, the great founders of our country came together and in this grand experiment created the greatest, this is on the National Mall, Emily. I'm sorry to interrupt what I was saying, but they wanted us to point this out. And while we're talking about the National Mall, perfect segue here, on the National Mall is the America 250 marketplace, where you have all of these different states who have come together, 11 of whom decided not to celebrate. 10 of those are Democratic states. But when I say we need more Fettermans and...
Oh my God, tying it back to privately owned America 250 celebrations. Disgusting.
I'm thinking about the fact that, you know, the United States rose up against oppressive taxation from the English.
Yeah, there was a second part of that, don't you think? What was it? It wasn't fuck taxes. It was taxation without representation. It wasn't no taxation. You fucking idiot. That's awesome.
And oppressive taxation is forcing a lot of New Yorkers to leave New York right now. And it's coming from the leadership in New York.
Oh, my God.
Not from someone across the sea or a king.
No, you hate that there is more representation. That's what you hate. That's the problem. For the longest time, dude, clip shipping the Constitution, yes. For the longest time, these guys have demanded no representation whatsoever, right? Taxes come in, they go to subsidies, they go to corporations, they get tax breaks, they don't even pay the taxes, those super wealthy. And this is the design of the system. It's great. No change is necessary. Okay? Now you got a movement that says, actually, the super wealthy, the super fortunate should give back more, just as the average American does. And also on top of that, we should actually have a more democratic control over where these taxes are going to begin with. That's what you hate. You hate democracy. You hate the representation. You are the colonial British in this point, in this analogy. And you're mad that the people are fucking rising up. What Kami says, thank you for the 20 gifted subs.
It's coming from right here, where people feel that they're being struggled out of the ability to have a business, to run a company, to pay their rent and all of it. So thank you.
Here's Kellyanne Conway. God, they're all chirping. It's so awesome.
And they don't really get a lot of power here in Washington. They're gaining power now. But I think that negative Nellies sell, negativity sells in small bites, it doesn't sell to an optimistic, patriotic America. We tend to elect people, particularly for president, who we see as more optimistic and just more joyful. There's been 2 exceptions to that since 1960. And I just don't think it's going to sell. Also, I face, and they don't really
live up.
Jesse Waters.
To the hype. This guy built this thing up like this was the State of the Union on July 4th. And he bombed. I mean, this thing was so boring, so tedious. And then, like you said, the lighting was dark.
Yep.
There was no color. You had immigrants standing around them like this, like
With a tiny little flag.
it's like, oh my God, you could have been
Yeah, it's boring and lame, dude. Boring and lame.
so much better because the guy's talented. He has a decent personality, but this thing did not deliver. I felt nothing.
Yep.
You know, at least when other politicians talk, I feel hate, I feel happiness, I felt empty inside. Maybe it's because he's so young and has literally done nothing before with his life that didn't feel like there was anything behind it. Kind of felt like he was the first Muslim mayor of New York reading a speech written for the first black president. He was trying to be Barack Obama. But Barack Obama, you know, he'd say that stuff was wrong with the country, but then he'd bring you up and then take you higher. This guy brought you here and then took you down. Aesthetically, you're looking at a guy with a beard sitting still like this, surrounded by immigrants, and he's saying, you're racist and we're coming for you. That's how a lot of America saw that speech. So I got to say something, Mandani. Calm down, Mandani, all right? Relax. No one's afraid of you. We don't like communism. And
There's nothing. There is nothing about the actual, like, no mention of any of the things that he mentioned in the speech itself. Anyway, speaking of abject failures that are a proper analog to America's 250th year of existence, Prem Talker, hello. Oh my God, so clean. Speaking of the perfect analog to America's 250th birthday, here is the Great American State Fair. Prem Talker went over
Come
there.
with us to the Great American State Fair.
I gotta pee.
We are here at the Great American State Fair, a wonderful affair put on by Donald Trump to celebrate the 250th anniversary of this great country. It seems like the only thing that's really hot today is the temperature, because it is breaking 100 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 36 degrees Celsius for our international friends. We were told there were supposed to be tens of thousands of people here, but there wasn't really that many people here at the time. Luckily, I guess that just meant more fun for us. I just got out of the American Canvas collab with Faith and Family, and this exhibit was off the charts. There was this amazing exhibit about the Great Awakening, Call Me Woke. There were all these amazing texts and reminders that the separation of church and state, a little overrated. And finally, guys, I got to meet George Washington. I was just in the America Innovates exhibit, which out of the vast industrious spirit that America has, illustrated a few particular companies, one of which was, of course, Truth Social, Donald Trump's very own social media app. Another was, of course, TikTok, which has a major stake owned by the pro-Israel, pro-Trump billionaire Larry Ellison. And, of course, our very own SpaceX, which, you know, I know there's been some unsavory headlines lately, but I think it just goes to show Elon Musk really deserves to be a trillionaire.
This is more than a concert. It's a powerful celebration of faith, hope, and the songs that have shaped our nation.
So, even though it's 100 degrees outside, Budweiser still found a way to bring these beautiful horses out. And they have their own little cages too. It's so cute. I hope they're having fun, because I know I am. Guys, you'll never believe, I know they're still working on getting the actual 250-foot tall Arc de Triomphe, or Arc de Trump as some call it, but in the meantime they have an amazing mock-up of it right over here. We tried ending the day at the reflecting pool, the one that Donald Trump has worked so hard to beautify, but
Attention to all individuals in the area. Trespassing is not allowed. Please leave the premises immediately. Thank you for your cooperation.
there you have it.
Julian was on the ground as well. Yeah, Great American State Fair was postponed earlier today because multiple attendees passed out due to heat stroke. I was there filming a drop slide vlog, and I personally witnessed 3 people pass out. The number is likely higher than 7 total. My interview with event staff on the medical emergency.
So right now, it's a heat wave going on.
Well, here, stand back here.
It's a heat wave going on right now, and people were just outside having fun, but people also outside and passing out, okay?
How many people did you see pass out yourself?
7 people passed out in the last 1 hour. 67 people passed out in the last 1 hour. I promise you, that's why they closing.
Is the event well prepared enough for this? I mean,
at my station, I can't talk through the whole thing. You see, I got waters. Well, I had waters, but I still got cold water inside. So I don't know.
Is anybody going to the emergency room, the hospital?
A lot of people is.
A lot of people, like dozens?
But they got little medical tents over there, which you can see. They got medical tents. It's 5 to 6 beds in the medical center, and they got free air and free water.
Did your bosses prepare you for something like this? Did they say that today was going to be a mass? I mean,
not really. They just said just be out here.
Just be out here.
Yeah, just be out here.
Just show up and something's going to happen, right?
Something's going to happen.
Well,
but my job is to make sure that y'all up, y'all thirsty, and y'all dehydrated, y'all hydration, and y'all good. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Attention, fair goers. The event is
It was 118 today under shade. I would be fine, Hasan. Where I live is hot 9 months a year. Yeah, well, not everyone is as lizard-like as you are. Dude, look at this. It's perfect. Is perfectly representative of everything that America represents now. Just mismanaged kleptocracy. Mismanaged kleptocracy. Wait, where the fuck is the playlist? I think I accidentally turned it off. Can someone send me the link to the playlist again? What is this? This video is going viral on TikTok of people going to the fascist fair in DC.
See the American Freedom 250. I don't know. Is it like a circus? Is it like a rally? Is it like a? I think it's a fascist fair. Y'all know where the fascist fair is at? The fascist fair is over there. Y'all been? You're not gonna go, right? You shouldn't. Yeah, we'll come back with feedback. Thank you.
This morning, new scrutiny on the president's personal.
We're in hell.
What is that noise? Why is there so much like ominous background noise?
The Great Value Lumineers. Come on in. Oh. So we're celebrating America 250.
Oh, it's some military flyover.
We can't get hardwood floors. Great. All right. A stuffed foot-long pretzel roll for $17. Wait a minute. A Nutella stuffed foot-long pretzel roll for $14. Oh, and limit is $8. Why did they fucking duct tape the 520 over the water? Probably.
There's 50 flyovers. Healthcare, best we can do is 50 flyovers in Washington, D.C. Jesus Christ.
It was $1, then they were like, oh, inflation, why not, right? Great. Hey, it's the price of gas. Okay, closer. It looks like it's 3D, right? It's not. It's fucking flat. It's what? Oh my god, it's fake! Wait a minute! I didn't even notice that. Look, bitch, it's fucking staple. Hello? You know, I'm not seeing very many people here. Oh, there's a group. I mean, there's not much here. Wait, it's looking pretty scant. Should we go to the Ferris wheel? No.
There's literally no one. There is no one. It's incredible.
So after waiting in line for 3 hours because the line was just so long because the demand for Freedom 250 is so high, we are now stuck on the Ferris wheel.
So we've gotten a lot of stairs here.
We ain't talking about steps.
I don't really know. I think we stand out for a certain reason. Who the hell is Timu?
We're gonna go to Utah.
POP.
We have to
holding it down.
We're gonna go to Utah.
No, we're going to Kansas.
We can go to both.
No, we don't have time for that. We gotta pick one.
We're already
now.
stalling, so I might as well go to both.
We're going to Kansas.
Oh, right. Oh. They're going to Kansas.
There you go. Wait, this is crazy. I had a great time, didn't you? Freedom, cut me loose, yeah. Papo.
Dave loves and advocates for fairs of all kinds, and this one made him sad. A great American state fair was a fine idea. One of the perks of campaign reporting is dropping into big state fairs, farm animals, butter sculptures, rides, beer halls, non-Euclidean fried objects, etc. The half-ass execution stinks. Yeah. I love fairs too. I've talked about this. I've been to fairs. I've been to fairs in Oklahoma, New Jersey, numerous other places, right? Fairs are fucking awesome. It's dope. And I know you guys know this about me. I love hogs. Both prize-winning hogs and hogs that can't win prizes. Okay? I'm a fair guy. I like both the Republicans, who are usually, at these state fairs, and I like the hogs too. It's cool. Like the ones that win the ribbons. So, I can't understand how the Trump administration fucked this one up because, like, they're supposed to be the hog guys. Right? They're supposed to be the fair guys. They're supposed to be doing fairs nonstop, left and right. This one is a major disappointment. And part of the reason why it's a major disappointment is because they put it together haphazardly at the last second. They put it together haphazardly at the very last second as a way to like filter money to their own chosen vendors. Okay? They fucked it up. It was supposed to be this beautiful thing. They didn't care. And if I was a conservative, I'd be extra mad about this. Especially because, I mean, this is so bad that I feel like even conservatives can't fake being into it. You know what I mean? Like, this is America's 250th birthday. And it feels like it's America's fucking funeral. The Smithsonian spent years planning on an awesome month-long fair and Trump replaced it with fucking dog shit. I know. I guess we get the fairs that we deserve, you know? No, they will 100% be into it. Dog, they're not so into it that they're attending it. Okay? What do you mean? Oh my God, this is sick. This is actually sick. Should have voted for Kamala, shaking my head. Yeah, Kamala Harris would have done a better America 250 birthday party. actually.
Wealth.
Meanwhile, let's talk about Donald Trump, who's quite the traitor.
Financial disclosures now revealing tens of thousands of securities trades during his first year back in office. The president's advisors executing more than 21,000 trades on his behalf in 2025 across roughly 1,600 companies, including tech giants and defense contractors. Among the holdings, dozens of companies with government contracts: Palantir, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, NVIDIA, Intel, even private prison operators. And on the same day the White House unveiled its artificial intelligence action plan last July, Trump bought as much as $5 million each in 6 tech giants directly affected by that policy. The disclosure does not show whether those trades came before or after the announcement. In a new interview with CNBC, the president insisted he's hands-off.
I don't do anything having to do with my business. My kids run it. My son, Eric, handles it. I don't talk to him about it.
He's also such a fucking liar. When asked directly, he keeps repeatedly saying over and over again, that he made that money because the Dow is up. Okay, the stock market is up. And it's like, really? Well, you made $1.2 billion on cryptocurrency from Liberty Financial. What the fuck does that have to do with the stock market? You know? Also, you've been outperforming the stock market because you keep promoting stocks that you are about to purchase.
About things such as this.
Trump saying he's walled off from his own finances.
I let people invest it. I don't even know who they are.
The White House denying the president or his family ever engaged in conflicts of interest. Meanwhile, another headline from Washington concerning the president's claims of alleged fraud during the 2020 election in Georgia. The FBI is now surging more than 250 personnel from field offices across the country to help with the Georgia investigation.
God, everything sucks so fucking bad, dude. Everything sucks so bad. He is so bad. I don't know what else to say.
An internal memo calling it a, quote, priority investigation. Agents raided the Fulton County, Georgia election office earlier this year, seizing ballots. Georgia's 2020 votes were counted 3 times, every count affirming Joe Biden's win. That FBI memo placed a deadline on the work in Georgia, July 17th.
What if a Democratic, the next time a Democrat is elected president and the executive branch has all this expanded power that you've gotten?
Well, then they've got it.
Don't you worry they'll undo some of your policies at that point?
I can only speak for myself. It's necessary.
Worry about what's now.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's necessary. It's actually an honor to have won that because every president since FDR has been trying to get that back, and I got it back. That's a big deal. You know, it's a checkpoint.
Along the same lines, if the Democrats take the House and I want you to succeed as president. I want a businessman to run the country. And all along, you entered as a billionaire businessman, which was unprecedented. I think George Washington owned a lot of land, but no one's ever. I think JFK had a trust fund, but no one's ever been as wealthy as you. And you obviously know how to run a business, and that, I think, informs the way you run the country, obviously. Now, many people argue business experience is needed in government. And we've seen the stock market in the first term and the second term. I think it's been rewarded to have a businessman in there. So I think we shouldn't be surprised that your businesses are doing well. But how would you counter critics that say you're using the presidency to enrich yourself and your family?
Well, in a lot of ways, if you think about it, the stock has gone up so much. The stock market today, it's up 500 points. It's up to almost 53,000.
Dog, none of your gains have anything to do with the stock market performance. Okay? Like, you're outperforming the stock market with your trades because you keep trading on either insider information or you keep trading on stocks that you pump personally through the bully pulpit. And not only that, but also a big chunk of your new wealth came from cryptocurrency. And another piece also directly came from utilizing your existing properties, like making the government pay for your own shit. This chat is a legit indicator of what's wrong with this country. Oh, fuck. Come on. We can't be lasering hogs that quick. If blatant absolute delusion was erased, y'all be first place. Every single accusation with zero evidence. Really? So Donald Trump's $1.6 billion in additional wealth from Liberty Financial that came directly from foreign investors, by the way, is actually perfectly above board. The mind of a hog is fascinating. There was a guy that they interviewed, I think it was on CNN or something. I saw Richard Hanania, that fucking former neo-Nazi, current pervert still. He posted a tweet where a guy got fucked over by Trump's cryptocurrency schemes, and he still found a way to blame Democrats.
Trump out.
Yeah, CoffeeZilla came out with a new video. The financial disclosures are out. We got to unban that guy. I want to hear from him. I want to hear stuff from him.
I watched your show, and you had somebody on, one of your brilliant analysts, and they said if I had won the election, they said if President Trump could get the stock market to anywhere near 50,000, that would be an unbelievable achievement, and that was over 4 years. In other words, at the end of his term, 4 years, if he could get anywhere near 50,000, that would be, well, it's at 53,000, just a couple of points short of 53,000 right now, and that's essentially after a little bit more than a year.
But do you worry that if the Democrats were to win the House, that there's going to be
this exact move proves I'm right, man? Shut up, bitch.
Well,
take a second off. Stop fucking complaining about being banned for 5 seconds. Okay, you're unbanned. Now use the spotlight that you have wisely. Explain to us where you're coming from. Okay, Reuters found several Trump supporters who invested in his meme coin and lost money. One put down 2,000. It's now worth less than 120 in what she called a pump and dump scheme. Another dropped 40,000. He almost lost 33K and now blames the Democrats. What do you do with guys like that, man? What do you do with that mentality? There's a lot of weirdos, man. Every time I stream on the weekends, just some of the most mentally unwell individuals come into the chat and just start spamming. And even those who are long-term community members also become mentally unwell. Hassani, can I be your little piglet? Let me be your prized hog, your favorite little piggy hog. Give me a ribbon and I'll roll around in the mud. Hasan, I'm your little prize piggy. Zioarans has been spamming this for like the last 2 hours. I tried and you banned me immediately. I was banned less than 5 seconds after a comment to dumbass. Okay, you have to, again, you're going to take another second off and you're going to use that second to consider your priorities. Use the opportunity in the spotlight that you have wisely. Complaining about being timed out for 1 second is not using the opportunity wisely. I'm giving you your moment in the fucking spotlight. Okay? You just now want to complain about the fact that you got banned. Explain to me why any of this is appropriate to you. Okay? Explain to me how Donald Trump making billions of dollars off of a cryptocurrency rug pull is in any way, shape, or form beneficial for you, why that's appropriate, why that's actually financially sound, why that's even legal.
I don't do anything having to do with my business. My kids run it. I put a lot of money. I had a lot of money, and I have a lot of money, and I've made money. I'm a business person. I'm a really good business person. I've made money. I've made a tremendous amount of money, more than I would have ever thought I would have made. And I let people invest it. I don't even know who they are. but it's given to big firms like that are on your show all the time. My son, Eric, handles it. I don't talk to him about things such as this. I think I'd be allowed to. I'm not sure even what the status is, but I don't. Well, and he gives it into these like semi-blind trusts or blind trusts where people invest. There was a story today about Jensen Wing, who's fantastic, NVIDIA, and that I have some stock. I think it's very small. I think it's one of many companies that one of the big Wall Street firms invests in.
Come on, man. You're the fucking guy on Squawk, right? Squawk Box or whatever. You know that he'll purchase positions in a stock and then straight up tweet about it. Like, you're not going to ask him that question? You're sitting in the Oval Office across the president. You're not going to ask him about this question?
So they said, oh, Trump has some stock in there. But I don't care about that. You know why? You know why I don't care? Yeah. Because I have a much bigger purpose. You know, this is the Oval Office. It's a much bigger purpose than whether or not I make money. As an example, the president's the highest paid person in government. And, you know, by some standards, gets a lot of money. I'm the only president, they say, that's ever given up my salary. I gave up my salary. Right.
I'm from a place where people genuinely believe that he's stealing this money for them. People talk unironically in my hometown about how he's stealing money from the government and say that it's going to come back to them. Genuine modern Reaganomics brainwashing. That's fucking insane. That's even dumber than Reaganomics somehow. How is that possible? Yeah, investment accounts owned by President Trump engaged in more than 300 previously undisclosed stock purchases on April 8th, 2025. One day before his surprise announcement that he would pause a number of his tariffs, his financial disclosure report says. Like, this level of corruption has never existed. This level of corruption doesn't exist in third world dictatorships. Okay? Let me tell you something. I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. Okay? And even in a place like Turkey, the leadership has a level of responsibility where they actually hide how they're engaging in this kind of criminal enterprise. Okay? They don't do it this flagrantly. Vladimir Putin is one of the wealthiest people on the planet. We don't know exactly what his assets look like, right? But even Vladimir Putin uses third parties. Even Vladimir Putin tries to hide his wealth under shell corporations, things like that. Okay? Or family members. And it's indirect. Donald Trump is directly doing it. And he's not even fucking hiding that he's doing it. Okay? There is no discretion whatsoever. He's just openly flaunting it in your fucking face. And what's crazy about it is that his fans don't even recognize it. Or the ones that do think it's appropriate. I don't know how. I've never encountered anything like this before.
I don't get a salary. I gave it up.
Yeah, and people think this is bars. Like they hear this and they go, that's right. He gave up his salary. He's so wonderful.
It's a lot of, by some standards, it's a lot of money.
But making money in the stock market, that makes sense. So as far as crypto goes, and I'm just wondering, you didn't divest your business. You have your sons running it. I think vice presidents and presidents aren't subject really to conflict of interest laws, but there's this notion that you need to be aware of conflict of interest. Yeah. There was a large sum of money made in crypto. Did you know that your family business was going to engage in crypto? Did you have anything?
Well, I was there before I was in office, but the way I view crypto is a little differently. We have to be at the top, otherwise China's going to take it over. Like, for instance, AI, we're leading substantially in AI over China and everybody else. I mean, we're leading. When I was with President Xi 3 weeks ago, he greeted me and his first words, literally were, wow, you've really done a great job. You've really, because this country was dead. We had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country in the world. And the way I look at AI or the way I look at
President Xi told me, wow, you've really stolen so much. It's impressive.
Is if we're not going to do it, China's going to get it. Most likely China, but somebody else. Japan is somebody else. And I want to. It's a big industry. Crypto, if you call it an industry, but it's a big deal.
Holy fuck! Sounds like good business sense. No one gives a shit that Pelosi has been doing it for decades. Seems a little tedious to start caring now. More stock trades in 1 year than Pelosi in her entire time in Congress. I mean, this is also bullshit, right? Because Nancy Pelosi did not do the trades herself. You have to look at Paul Pelosi. But even then, I'm willing to bet that Donald Trump's stock trades are way higher. Okay? But it doesn't even matter. Like, fuck them both, okay? That's the defense Lawler used.
Affordability is the #1 issue, Congressman, for Americans right now. A majority of them say they continue to struggle to make ends meet. More than half of Americans say they can't afford to go out for a nice dinner. And in the middle of this affordability crisis, President Trump revealed in mandatory financial disclosure forms that he and his family reaped in $2 billion in his first year in office. The president denies he's cashing in on the presidency, but that number is stunning. More than all the presidents in U.S. history combined. Is that going to make it harder for Republicans like you to argue that he has their affordability first in mind and not his own?
Look, I've been very clear from my vantage point. Being in elected office is a great honor. It is a service. I am one of the few members of Congress that does not trade stocks. I probably have among the lowest net worth of any member. And I'm fine with that because I'm not interested in making money off of my constituents or this job. I'm interested in doing the job and serving my constituents. The fact is, when you look at these issues, and housing is just the latest example, where I led on this bill with Chairman Hill and Chairman Flood, 6 of my housing bills are in this package that will become law, whether the president signs it or not. And I am deeply focused on the issues that matter to my constituents and how to make it more affordable for them. You know, living in New York, I can tell you, one-party Democratic rule in New York has not resulted in affordability. Utility rates are up 58%.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. You don't see a problem with the President of the United States making $2 billion in his first year in office?
Now, as I said, I don't think people should be profiting in office.
So he shouldn't be profiting?
Nobody should. Nancy Pelosi shouldn't. She's made, millions upon millions of dollars. I said nobody should. Whether it's the president
you haven't said his name. You said a lot of Democrats' names.
Whether it's the president or, former Speaker Pelosi.
Yeah, call his ass out, bro. Are you going to disavow his endorsement of you now? Come on, Lawler.
Nobody should be making millions upon millions of dollars or billions of dollars. Obviously, the president has, existing businesses that his sons are operating, and they continue to. But the fact is that, from my vantage point, I am focused on my constituents and the work that we are doing to deliver for them.
Congress.
He made 3,700 trades in just the last 3 months. Okay, so now that we heard from Trump,
what if?
Sorry, let's finish this off, and then we're gonna hear from CoffeeZilla, Voidzilla, who covered this extensively. This is right in his wheelhouse. The last couple of years has radicalized CoffeeZilla, our boy.
We're not going to do it. China's going to get it. Most likely China, but somebody else. Japan is somebody else. And I want to. It's a big industry.
So if I don't steal cryptocurrency and hard-earned cash from my stupid fans, China will do it in my stead.
Crypto, if you call it an industry, but it's a big deal. And crypto is a big deal. You look at it, the way it's grown over the years. You have believers, you don't have believers, whatever it is. But it's a big deal. And anything we do, I want to be number one in. And we're number one in crypto, and we're also number one in AI.
In the disclosure this week, the amount of money that you and the family made in crypto, it was an outsized number. I was just asking, were you know about the crypto ventures? So that was just something.
By the way, I could know about it. I didn't.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing illegal. There's nothing wrong with it. I could know.
I could know about it, but I didn't.
It's
sick.
pretty hard to make money while everyone else loses money in a market. You either have to know something or there's something nefarious afoot. Like the best example I can think of is Michael Burry shorting the housing market in 2008, making tons of money while a lot of people lost money. In that case, he made an informed bet. But you can also think of other times, like when somebody scams a bunch of people, they make money while everyone else loses money. And my favorite example of that might be Safe Moon, where people were told, oh, you're going to go safely to the moon with this investment. In reality, all those people lost money while executives sold and made millions of dollars. And the question is, which one is this? This is a chart from Reuters, who calculated that investors have lost about $2.28 billion. That's on the crypto projects of the president, to be clear, while the president has made about $2.29 billion up to the current day. And I know that's pretty shocking. And, even I kind of am a little skeptical when I see calculations, where are these numbers from? Who's providing these numbers? So that's why I was really happy to see that the new financial disclosure for the president has recently come out. It's 927 pages. And I decided, great, we can get to the bottom of what the real story is, at least for 2025. We don't have to guess. We don't have to go off anyone else's numbers. We can just look at the raw data. Right? And so I went ahead and I pulled up, the 927-page report of the president's assets. And, I started taking a look to see how much money was made in the crypto markets. And the answer that I came to, along with basically everyone else, like the Wall Street Journal, is it's about $1.4 billion. And in total, about $2.2 billion for the year of 2025 in total revenue.
Hogs will look at that and sincerely tell you he's just a good businessman. And it's ironic because, again, 60% of it is coming straight from either foreign investors and criminals that he's giving pardons to, because there's no tracking of where this crypto is coming from, or there's no accountability towards that, right? And then the rest is just ill-gotten gains from weirdly perfectly placed bets in the stock market,
which is about a 3.5x increase from the prior year before entering the White House. Previously, they made about $622 million, and now they made $2.2 billion total. Now, you'll notice that most of that money is from crypto, about 63% actually, and that's odd because, as I said, crypto...
Yeah, odd. Yeah, crypto's down. How did he do that?
Crypto is down. It's a market that has lost a ton of value. You can see since 2025, it's gone from about 3.5 trillion or so to about $2 trillion, which is a giant loss. I mean, most people who invested in crypto over that time period have lost money. So how is it that the president has not, in fact, has made most of his revenue for the year from crypto when everyone else is down? And this is where I want to introduce you to this market right here. This is the Trump coin. It's the official meme coin of the president, where we actually changed the SEC rules to, make some of this okay, by the way, some of the guidelines. And, you can see that it peaked basically right around the inauguration and has been...
Yeah. I think it was under Trump 1 initially where there were these meme coins were supposed to be treated like securities, right? And that was cast aside.
Down only ever since, essentially. Now the coin is worth $1.71. So, you would think that if the president holds a bunch of these coins, he would have also lost money, at least on paper. Well, actually, you can check the financial disclosures and to see exactly how much money he has made in the form of royalties. You can see it's $635 million. So how does that make sense? He's making money while his fans, the people who are buying this, are down massively. This is the strange thing about this financial disclosure. You really get the sense that the president has found a way to make a ton of money from a market that is down while he is up. It's entirely bizarre.
Yeah, meme coin price jumps after launch. Meme coin price drops. Trump organization secures $2.29 billion.
And, you know, he was actually asked about this. Like, oh, you know, there's all these reports about you've profited from the presidency, etc. And the defense has always been like, well, you know, I'm aligned with you. I'm making money, but you're also making money because the markets are going up.
Critics say you're profiting off the presidency.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k?
Yeah, it's strange because that's not. You did not make that money off the stock market. You made it off crypto.
How's your 401k done?
This is the cope we always see. Sure, the president's making a ton of money, but, you know, everybody's making a ton of money. So his interests are ultimately aligned with ours. And, you know, it makes sense. He's got some stocks, you've got some stocks, we're all going up together. But this is a totally different situation because, again, crypto is down. You can ask any of your friends who own crypto, especially the ones who own Trump coin. They are not doing well right now, okay? They are not having a good time.
I mean, I'll be honest, like, that one is deserving. Like, that one is like, I don't really feel bad for you. You know what I mean? If you bought Trump coin and you lost, if you put the house and the farm on the Trump coin and you lost it all, like, you fucking deserve it. Like, that is the best example of someone who is too stupid to have that money in their pockets. Yeah. Trump investment accounts bought over 300 stocks day before major tariffs pause. Yeah. It's truly pretty funny that the Trump family profits are kind of a one-to-one reflection of the money people have lost investing in their obviously an incredibly stupid investment crypto products and stocks. Yeah. Yeah, you got conned. You got straight up conned. But honestly, can you even call it a con? He might as well have said, I'm going to fuck you. This is the I'm going to fuck you coin. This is the you're going to lose all your money coin. And people still were like, no, he deserves it. He's going to put that money to better use, my president.
Our highest government official in the land is making billions of dollars in income. It's a very odd thing. It's like what you expect almost from Coinbase or like Kraken, people who make money from just the fees, because ultimately what they care about is trading volume. So they can still make money even in a down market, but pretty much everyone else is going to get screwed. Funny enough, someone actually looked at the financials of Coinbase and they found out that Trump out-earned the biggest listed crypto US firms in 2025, showing that he made about $1.4 billion and Coinbase made $1.26 billion. Now remember, this is a company that sole job is to sell crypto, have you trade crypto. They have thousands of employees and they made less, which I think is just the craziest statistic out of this whole thing. Even though, it's probably not apples to apples.
Yeah, these are the guys who are like, the taxes are theft, by the way. It's like, bitch, you literally opened your wallet voluntarily to this guy.
Right? There's a difference between, the earnings of a company versus a president's financial disclosure statement. I'll just say that right up front. But it is wild to think about. You've got a company whose sole job it is to sell crypto, do all this kind of stuff, getting out-grifted by a guy who launches a meme coin right before running for president. I have to ask, is this the new normal? Can we just expect that every president will have a...
Yeah, it is a dark money contribution scheme, and it's also international. That's the difference. That's the biggest difference, is that this is all... A lot of this stuff is just bribes, okay? It's bribes coming from the United Arab Emirates. It's bribes coming from numerous parties around the world. That's why it's so bountiful. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of dumb fuck Americans who did not get the benefit of bribing the president. But that's why that number is so vast.
Down-only crypto coin that they made hundreds of millions of dollars from. Is that our new normal here in America? I certainly hope not, but you just can't get around the hard facts that are in this disclosure. Here's one of the other major ways, by the way, he made money, which is the selling of World Liberty Financial tokens and various equity in that deal. They made hundreds of millions of dollars from that as well. And of course, don't forget the reporting that a big stake in World Liberty Financial was sold right before taking office. And it really feels like that's mostly the pattern here, is despite being, you know, the crypto president, the guy who's going to take Bitcoin to the moon and safely guard your retirement plan. In actuality, when you see what the Trump organization actually does with most of these coins, they try to sell off pieces of their equity stake, somehow cash out for some real value, instead of holding on like the true believers. That isn't to say they don't still hold some of their stakes, but a lot of the profit here was because they sold out. And again, you know, a lot of these things are down bad, like really. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this weird phenomenon that really you usually see in scams, although I'm not making any such accusation, where somebody can be way up while investors are way down. And, you know, sometimes that's because somebody knows something. Sometimes it's because people are being, you know, extracted from, people are being grifted on. You know, I'm not going to make a determination of which one it is, ultimately, because there's really nothing we can do about it. Actually, recently there was an interview with some reporters who have been covering, you know, the new changes in laws. And what they talk about is basically there's no ways to punish this stuff anyways. This is Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan from the New York Times.
Is there something illegal going on in your view?
It's an interesting question because Trump himself was granted sweeping immunity, as all presidents were, with the Supreme Court's immunity ruling in 2024. So Trump is essentially beyond the reach of the law in terms of actions. I mean, there's a sense among Trump and his allies and his inner circle that with a very friendly Justice Department run by Trump's own former personal lawyer, with sweeping immunity from the Supreme Court, with an intention to use the pardon power more expansively, potentially than any president has ever used it, I don't think that they feel any real concern about illegality.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too worried either. I'm not holding my breath for, you know, any of this, even on the periphery, to be punished. Honestly, I think what is just the most interesting about this new era is how blatant it all is, how it's all just...
It's like they're not doing like the Clinton Foundation type shit at all. They're just straight up doing it in your face. There is no reason for discretion. There's a very clear cut like pay per pardon scheme too. It's fucking unbelievable.
I feel badly in a way for my kids because every time my kids do, if they invest in a stock or if they go and do a bill, anything they do, because the presidency is so powerful, so big, everything, if they buy a cupcake company, well, the energy to make the cupcakes is, you know, sort of like, how's my energy policy? So therefore you have a conflict. Almost anything they do, if they want to buy a truck, if they want to buy, you know, if they buy an energy efficient truck, they have inside information. It's pretty tough in that sense. I tell my kids, stay away from as much as you can stay away from, but they also have a life, you know, I feel badly in a way for my kids because every time my kids do, if they invest in a stock or if they go and do a bill.
I tell them to stay away from insider trading, but they can't. What are you going to do?
Join us right now exclusively at the table.
Anyway, here's the Trump supporter. Reuters tracked down Trump supporters who invested in his meme coin and lost money. What they say will probably not surprise you because they're so fucking stupid.
These are two investors into the Trump coin, and these are Trump supporters. If Trump was putting his name behind it, it must be a legitimate investment. This is a woman who spoke to Reuters. She put $2,000 of her savings into the Trump meme. At the end of May, her Trump holding was worth less than $120. She now thinks it was just a pump and dump scheme. The second investor, Matt, a 45-year-old machinist in Indiana, put $40,000 into Trump family tokens. When a stock has presidential backing in a way, at least from his sons, you would think it would go up. Matt's shares have dropped 79% in value since he bought them for a loss of about $32,700. He does not blame the Trump family. He said he believes Democrats and anti-Trump investors are taking short positions. These are two investors into the Trump coin, and these are Trump supporters. If Trump was putting his name behind it, it must be.
That's right. Yeah. That is fucking amazing. Yeah, Biden shorted his position. CNN just talked about the heat-related ailments with Trump State Fair. 44 patients, 11 transported, 7 of those on advanced life support. That's where these guys are at, man. That's where these motherfuckers are at. What do you do? What do you do with these people? What do you do with these people? Newsom knows best. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. They're so unbelievably cooked.
The president, his financial disclosures came out, and it showed that he made $1.2 billion on cryptocurrency, on his personal cryptocurrency. Do you think that that's appropriate for the president to be doing while he's in office?
I actually don't. No, I don't think that's appropriate. I think, you know, if you're in the office, take your salary, your investments are in the hands of third parties that you don't have any influence over.
I think you should just concentrate on being the president. I think he has enough money already.
I think he has enough money already. I do too, but those folks are people who voted for Donald Trump 18 months ago. And that interview was done by our White House reporter, Laura Barron Lopez. We're back.
They should have asked them if they're going to vote for him again, because they would have said yes, by the way. That's who these people are. Okay? That's what's so amazing about these fucking hogs, is that they will openly say, like, yeah, Trump fucked a lot of people over. It's really messed up. I can't believe it. And then they'll be like, and I can't wait to vote for him again. Even if it's illegal, I will be illegally voting for him. I will be writing his name down. Because I have no mind of my own. I'm an idiot. I'm the dumbest rube, the biggest sucker of all time. Anyway, let's hear from Alex Karp, Palantir CEO, another psycho.
Well, Alex Karp, Palantir's co-founder and CEO, and CNBC's Seema Modi, who covers Palantir, joins us. And tell us about the deal with NVIDIA. There's so many things I think we all want to talk about, but let's get to the NVIDIA deal first.
Because I have so much respect for NVIDIA and Jensen Huang, I'm going to try to keep this more adult than I usually do. But the truth is, if you want to know how this came together from my perspective, there are a lot of technical issues. Who controls the models? Who controls the weights? Who controls the value of your business? You know, we're sitting on critical infrastructure across America, Ukraine, Israel. Everyone who uses LLMs on the battlefield runs on top of our ontology. And our clients are just, to say they're unhappy with the Frontier Labs is to say I'm welcome at the Berkeley faculty. It's like there's just a level of discomfort and loss of trust that also made it really...
Okay, unpack that. What do you mean by that?
Well, you have... Okay, so when you're using large language models, it's like at this point, everyone technical realizes they're like a critical resource. To make them valuable in an enterprise like battlefield context or regulated context or manufacturing, you have to have what's called an application layer. We have this thing called ontology that now everyone's copying. But de facto, it takes a large language model. It makes it safe and useful and precise. So safe because it doesn't touch your unlearning data. Safe because it prevents the large language model from caching your data and replicating your business. Safe because it doesn't transfer your IP of how to fight, secret data, top secret data, or in a clinical context. So the general way these things were sold, and again, these people are, Sam and Dario, there's nothing more fun than debating Dario in private. So I'm not throwing shade at them, but something has gone completely wrong. And the basic view among enterprises in this country is I'm going to chillax and waste my time with tokens. I'm going to get no value, and they're going to get my IP. Now
that sounds like shade.
Okay.
Though. And not just shade. It sounds like if you're saying these.
No. Sorry. This is reporting.
Okay.
And this is reporting that I've literally, against my own interest, called. These are like, I'm profiting from this, right? So the reality is, you may not like us at my former school, Haverford, or Berkeley, but enterprises in this country trust and love us, especially ones that are involved in critical infrastructure, both public and private. Okay, so I want for those countries, we're coming up to July 4th, I want for us and our friends across the globe to have the very best tech resources. In fact, the whole secret of Palantir is the forward deployed model, the products that have been 5 years ahead. You know, you've been with me for a long time. Everyone said FDEs were services. They said we don't even know what an ontology is. That's the only thing people talk about now. The secret was we delivered the best things for the warfighters. Those warfighters have serious trust issues, but it's not just the war vis-a-vis Frontier Labs. Then you have my enterprises in the private sector who have the same issues. They're like, why would they get access to my data if they're going to build my alpha? Why wouldn't I control the weights? Why wouldn't? And that's where you get this partnership. What aligns me with NVIDIA, and I think is what the technical customers want, which is control over their compute, their models, their data stack, and their alpha. They want to know they own the means of production. It's not being transferred to someone else. They're not interested in some fake deploy co that somehow is deploying tokens that transfers the alpha to a third party. And the jig is up. And so we have to figure out a way, our products are agnostic. I
have no idea what the fuck this guy's talking about. What is he saying? I'm trying to comprehend what he's saying, and I can't tell if it's just like is he saying that Palantir is responsible for a lot of critical infrastructure and a lot of like war-related initiatives, and they've been at the forefront and he's warning about something or another with NVIDIA? I can't tell. I just feel like he's not, I mean, his demeanor is not giving me a lot of confidence. And the things that I can understand about what Palantir does, at least from the way he's talking about it, what's terrifying is, what's fascinating here is if you listen closely, is that Alex Carp believes that Congress is going to implement a wealth tax in reaction to the AI hype doomerism from Sam Altman and Dario. So he's urging everyone to dial down the rhetoric. He has put his finger on what is arguably the most important fight of our moment, the extreme concentration of wealth in a few hands. He's right that this is the moment for the public to react, or the public to act.
We now sell a product to customers that allows you to switch from model to model and we're completely agnostic, but we need to rebuild trust. And that trust is going to happen where everyone gets to ask and answer basic questions. Who owns the data? Where is it cached? Are the prompts secure? Is this being transferred to you? Are you being okay, if it was so valuable, let's say I can make you $1 billion tomorrow. Wouldn't I say, I'll make you $1 billion and I want 30%? Why are they charging for tokens if it's so valuable?
So then, Alex, if the key, from what I'm hearing you say, is a secure, American-born, open-source model, how quickly can your model compete with the frontier AI models in terms of reasoning and agentic AI tasks?
Okay, what I am claiming, obviously slightly true but slightly self-centered, is it's the model plus an application layer plus compute. It is really all three. So in our jargon, it's the value, the reason, okay, just look at our financials. The reason why everyone is chillaxing with bad financials and growth with losing money is the client refuses to pay the true cost. The two places that actually make money, like profit, free cash flow, are our application layer called ontology and compute. Okay, what I am not just claiming, we can take an open model and in the classified or non-classified context, get it to the point of a frontier model, but you control the weights. So what is the true cost? Not just what you're paying. The true cost is not just is what you make minus what you lose, meaning the value of your business. But we can get the frontier application to be exactly the same as a frontier model without the risk of transferring the alpha of your business to another. By the way, you could do this with a frontier closed model too, but then the clients have to be able to ask and answer very basic questions. Are you keeping the data? Are you going to enter our business? What do you in the classified context? When the Department of War goes to you and says, "I need this application," do they get to control the weights to do it, or do you get to control the weights? Are we really going to outsource the battlefield of this country to the consensus view in Silicon Valley? That is effing insane. And by the way, every single enterprise in this country in private, a lot of them don't want to speak in public because it gets outsourced to the neurodivergent crazy person that apparently is on drugs, the one thing I don't do. Okay, so that's my role. But I'm telling you, in this country, at every single enterprise I deal with, these people are livid. They're like, I am paying for tokens that create no value. These people are stealing the weights and alpha of my business, and they're creating a wealth tax that does not help the poor. It just punishes, starts with the billionaires. Every single person at this table is going to be paying a wealth tax only to punish us. And the reason for it is because these models have been completely irresponsibly oversold. And the sell is it's dangerous for everyone, which is why I can give it to all your adversaries, but I can't give it to the Department of War, or I can't safely give it to an enterprise in this country without being certain that the alpha of that business could transfer to this model tomorrow, i.e. I have no business, no job.
You sound pretty angry.
No, this is the voice of American business that is being channeled through me. And I'm telling you, it is absolutely a problem for this country because we are on the cutting edge of every single AI technology. But if you're going to triply oversell something, and by the way, the enterprises are just tired of it. But by the way, just a minute. I want everybody watching this, to test what I'm saying, especially investors who think somehow this is working.
We're going to turn now to the former American Olympic charged with intentionally damaging the reflecting pool in Washington. He said.
Here's the 20 minutes where he starts praising Israel. What?
Seen news in the
No, I don't care about Sky News Australia. Where's the 20-minute video where he starts praising Israel?
Terrible AI bubble, and that we're going to, in a quarter or 2 or 3 quarters from now, we're going to hear that big enterprises are canceling their subscriptions to these products, or that the build out is going to slow because the math doesn't add.
This is the tragedy of it. The reality of compute plus ontology plus model is changing the course of history. Ask the Ukrainians, ask the Israelis.
Oh, we watched this already. I mean, I know he's pro-Israel. I just don't. I don't understand what he's like. It seems like he's worried about the AI bubble popping. It seems like that's his big fear, is that the AI bubble is on the verge of popping, and his entire business model relies on people obviously continuously using AI. They use AI extensively in Palantir. And Palantir is like a middle manager, right? Palantir is like a middle manager between like the LLMs and the companies. So it's not like they have their own large. They don't have their own AI model. They're simply taking existing AI models and putting it into a surveillance platform. Like what they do is data analysis and data compilations, right? And I can't tell if he's just like mad that due to some of the restrictions coming from the European Union, that his enterprise models are going to be restricted, and they're going to have some like guardrails, and that's going to ruin his like mass surveillance business. He's also worried that this is going to cause investors to pull out and lose confidence. And then right at the precipice of that lack of investor confidence, right at the precipice of that bubble bursting, there's also an imminent wealth tax. And he's saying this is like a complete civilizational collapse for people like him. And he's trying to make it seem as though this is going to have... Oh, God, I can't read all this, dude. Come on. It's too long of a fucking Twitter post. Give me an article and I'll read it, but this is not... I'm not reading that as a fucking...
Communism has never worked except in this place. Welcome to Israel! Welcome to Israel! Welcome to Israel!
Stop. He's scared that people are losing faith in AI because it's not living up to the insane hype. Also, regular people are starting to absolutely hate AI overall, and it doesn't help to OpenAI, Anthropic do the fear hype, saving how crazy their stuff is. Yeah. That's what I got. He's saying he got the whole package with NVIDIA servers model and app on top so companies can keep their data private as a sales pitch he can sell to everyone while OpenAI and Anthropic can't. Or they only sell access to a model. Ed Zitron did a full interview talking about covering my bear case against generative AI, OpenAI's questionable finances, AI's lack of ROI, back from 2 days ago. Let's take a look.
Thanks for joining us here. So, you know, we don't really know at this point in time, right, what the actual financial picture of these companies look like.
Well,
they wouldn't be the first with bad financial profiles to go public.
Well, they'd be the first to be this bad other than WeWork, and even then, this is so much worse than that. OpenAI burned $20.9 billion in 2025. That's their audited financials that the FT&I reported. And the problem with these companies is their margins are getting worse, and their costs increase linearly with their revenues. There is no proof that they can improve their margins. No amount of specialist silicon or supposed Vera Rubins will bring these costs down. And we're at a point now where OpenAI is now potentially pushing their IPO to 2027 because they couldn't get $1 trillion valuation. It's clear that people are wising up to the problem of generative AI, which is there's not really a business there.
So that was something that was discussed yesterday on Squawk Box. The comments from Alex Karp, the Palantir CEO, making their rounds. I think we have a clip teed up. Take a listen.
The general way these things were sold, and again, these people are, Sam and Dario, there's nothing more fun than debating Dario in private. So I'm not throwing shade at them, but something has gone completely wrong. And the basic view among enterprises in this country is I'm going to chillax and waste my time with tokens. I'm going to get no value, and they're going to get my IP.
Yeah, so he was being sarcastic there, this idea that enterprises are balking at this idea that they're going to be paying all this for tokens. They're not going to be able to control the data usage and how the data is used, and they're not able to really measure ROI. What do you make of those comments?
I mean, I hate to agree with him, but he's right. These companies, Anthropic and OpenAI, they encourage waste. He actually said that these companies don't charge on outcomes, they don't charge on success, because you can't with large language models. They're inherently hallucination prone, as proven by OpenAI themselves, and so they encourage waste. They want you to spend a lot of money, and then they try and pilfer your ideas. Anthropic already tried it with Claude Design with Figma, and I believe they have a relationship with the company, and Dylan Field even said he was shocked by it. And what's crazy is, as well, is their copies of these companies not particularly good. They don't make great software. You'll notice that both Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei and Sam Altman have both said, we can't wait to see what you build with this. Well, that's because they don't know what you can build with this. They want everyone else to do their innovation for them, spend as much as they can on tokens, and then take whatever's left. Except they lose too much money for that strategy to actually work.
So then what do you think should happen? Do you believe that these are companies that should be nationalized? As we read in the intro, there's discussions reportedly that the administration and potentially some sort of sovereign wealth fund would take a 5% stake in OpenAI. I mean, is that a situation that you would like to see happen, or do you think that's more disruptive?
No, I don't think there's any need to. They talk about, I think Sam Altman said, well, we can share the benefits of AI and the profits of AI. What profits? What returns? That 5% will have to get congressional approval. The sovereign wealth fund is still an idea at this point. But fundamentally, large language models are not the future. The only reason big tech is investing in this is that they've run out of hypergrowth ideas. They don't have a next iPhone. They don't have a new Google search. So they've put over $1 trillion, with trillions more to come, into a kind of a dead-end industry, because when that ends, they'll have to admit that they don't have anything else.
So you think AI, LLMs overall, is a dead end? You see no business model here. You see no utility from AI whatsoever.
I see this as, in the future, as a boring hardware-based business, the kind of the Oracle licensing hardware model. I think this is a $10 to $30 billion TAM industry, pretending to be a $1 trillion one, and because everyone's propping it up, because they have no...
Yes, it looks like unexpectedly Palantir, of all companies, being quite the canary in the big tech mine. Yes, they obviously do this for self-serving and cynical purposes, and yes, they're of course also very much part of the problem and not the solution, but it doesn't make them wrong. Sometimes it takes a vulture to tell you somebody is dying. There are AI truthers in here that fucking hate Ed Zitron, and there are Ed Zitron truthers in here who love everything that he says. I feel like I'm not as big as a skeptic as Ed is, but the basic premise that he outlines is correct. As far as like the entire business model of these AI companies he's right. I mean, it's just, it's waste. It's propping a bet up that gets to a degree where it's too big to fucking fail. So now people have already dumped so many assets into it that that they just have to kind of keep pumping it. It's a sunk cost. It's a bubble. And there's nothing really valuable that's coming from it. I do, however, also believe that there could be something valuable that comes of it. Maybe not from the generative AI angle. I don't think that's real. But yeah, all it does is literally cause companies to use tokens. And then if there's anything valuable, they're collecting all that data. If there's anything valuable, they just steal it. It's fucking nuts. Also, all of this AI should be open source and not for profit. It literally does not exist without sucking up every piece of data available on the internet and even beyond the internet. I don't even understand how we haven't decided that this is like, this entire thing should be open source. It's all stolen data anyway.
hypergrowth ideas. Everyone's just kind of pretending it's the kayfabe of the tech industry that really has run out of ideas.
It's funny you mentioned Oracle because people were quoting the annual yesterday, quote, some of our customers, OpenAI, may be highly leveraged. We may experience risks of non-payment in our dealings with such parties. Are we going to see this from a market standpoint first in shares of hyperscalers?
I think we might, but Oracle is a particularly scary one because they are building 7.1 gigawatts of capacity just for one customer, and they even said in their annual report that the risk was they might not get paid. OpenAI only loses money, and I think I estimate it's like $75 billion of revenue annually that they will have to pay for the full Stargate data center project in annual compute revenue. OpenAI can't afford that, and if they can't, Larry Ellison can't afford to pay back those bills, and Oracle stock will be in jeopardy along with the margin loans that Mr. Ellison holds. It's genuinely dangerous, and it's dangerous across the board for neoclouds, for hyperscalers, for every associated party of the LLM industry.
Yeah. Uber burned through its entire 2026 AI budget in 4 months. Now its chief operating officer is questioning whether it's worth it. There's also this. Yeah. Rare book dealers fear tech firms are destroying obscure editions to train AI models. Secondhand book sales across Europe, including in the Netherlands, are raising concerns over AI companies buying large numbers of obscure and often rare books. The alleged intent behind such shopping is to scan and destroy them for AI trading. To destroy them. It genuinely, literal fear bait. Oh, here. Ed Zitron is a cope grifter. Zitron is a cope monger. You can't steal information that's available on the public internet. I don't understand how every new meta, every new piece of tech, there are always community members in here who just lose sight of their own fucking personal values and will fall for the new scheme. I lost so many fucking fans during NFT gate, man. There were so many goddamn fans in here that literally were like, dude, you just don't want us to make money. Fuck you. You just don't want us to make money. You're a fucking idiot. NFTs are the real truth. And it was mind-boggling to me. It was mind-boggling. I was like, how can you not see it? It's like the purest expression of graft. Like, it's so unbelievably fake. I've made thousands of lifelong haters during NFT gate. And now, yeah, I know NFTs are a scam. Okay, you're saying that now, but you're also simultaneously propping up another scam. I lost hella money and I'm still a fan. Yeah, you should have listened to me at the time. And you wouldn't have lost hella money. By far, the best example was when Chat genuinely wanted you to register the deed to your house as NFT. The argument was you can begin the wave of decentralizing the concept of home ownership. I know. I think some people just want to live in a reality where they get duped. They want to get strung along through life without having any semblance of real thought, led like sheep. I don't get it. I joined around NFT time. Shit was wild. Didn't a bunch of weirdos approach you to make some as well? Of course, dude. You know how many fucking companies wanted to give me millions of goddamn dollars to do my own NFTs? To fuck you? Each and every one of you? Some content creators who are desperate for cash because they have a fucking court case revolving around the distribution of revenge porn, burning a hole in their fucking wallets, will take those take those donations, take those sponsorships, whether it be an NFT sponsorship or whether it be Kalshi, for example. Okay? I'm not one of those people. And so many of these motherfuckers will always Dude, dog. I literally I gave you a 30-minute timeout. Okay? Because you keep spamming your own analysis on Illinois 9 for the pro-Palestine progressive vote split. I timed you out for 30 minutes, and I thought you would understand after that timeout that you would stop spamming this thing. Okay? Please stop spamming. Or just the Polymarket Studios and the Family Biz. The Family Biz? Do you think I'm a fucking Young Turks employee? What are you, crazy? There's plenty of things I don't agree with Cenk on. That's one of them. Like, what do you mean? Remember when D-Man was shilling NFT to his audience? Lamau, fuck that guy. The day you'd expect the sponsor to expose your viewer base would be the day I stopped watching you. I know. I don't do it because of my own fucking principles, but those guys will always be like, well, he got sponsored by a Chinese game company that had loot boxes. It's the same as a gambling ad. Okay, dude, sure. Sure, buddy. Yeah, no, that definitely takes away the moral wound. I think it's actually linked to a lack of financial literacy. They see the tech and all this shit, and they don't see the bullshit financial side of everything. All this is speculation. Literally everything is a casino. Leftist accountants and finance professionals rise up. LLMs are not the be-all, end-all of artificial intelligence. The compute will be used for other things. As Zitron is a cope seller, but he's right. The companies are not handling a token waste well. Skill issue, in my opinion. Okay, this is a little bit closer. I don't think he's a cope seller, but this is a little bit closer to my worldview as well. LLMs and generative AI is the consumer-facing side and the business-facing side of the business model. Okay? They need a lot of data. They need a lot of input in order to tweak their models. Okay? They need to suck up every piece of data that's readily available on the internet and also off the internet. Machine learning in general is very useful, yes. And there are already existing use cases for machine learning, especially with guardrails, especially when it comes to the field of medicine. Okay? Like there's good stuff out there for trying to show me useful AI. You already use useful AI. You don't even realize it's artificial intelligence. It's also not actually artificial intelligence, like fucking a robot with his own brain. Like many tools that people use in Photoshop already have some level of AI. Okay? Generative AI, on the other hand, generative AI or LLMs are, I mean, there's some use cases for them too, but the way that they are deployed, the way that people talk about it, because they needed to increase the because they needed to get people to buy in and get excited about it. The most common uses for LLM and generative AI is awful. Okay? It's just dog shit. It also happens to be the most wasteful aspect. So the thing that's causing hype around this new piece of technology that they're developing also happens to be the most useless aspect of it, and also happens to be the most wasteful aspect of it. So if they don't have some sort of breakthrough technology in the process in the next year or so, or in the next couple of years or so, eventually people are going to go, what the fuck did we dump trillions of dollars for this nonsensical bullshit? It got us nowhere. It ruined the water supply. It also jacked up electricity prices. What the fuck is going on? But given the way that our stock market works nowadays on a hope and a dream and on copium fumes, so much of the major GDP creators are now directly involved with AI in one way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, all the GDP growth that came from the American economy directly came from AI and AI-related companies. So we're fucked. If that bubble bursts, everything pops. Everything is destroyed. So they just have to kind of go along with it over and over again. It's like literally become too big to fail. The worst element of AI, beyond its impact on the environment, beyond jacking up the electricity prices, is also, one, it's not technically reliable, while it's still being mass deployed for surveillance. So not only is it not reliable, it's already being utilized for mass surveillance. It fucking sucks.
Oracle, the tip of the spear on that, or is it something else?
I think it could be the neo clouds, because with this rumor of Meta selling their AI capacity, I think companies like CoreWeave and especially Nebius and Iran and Cypher Mining and all of them, TerraWolf as well, they are all they're basically outgrowths and they're subsidiaries of NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now, according to the information, going to be paying them to rent back their GPUs when they install them in the data center. This is something that only happens in an industry without diverse and real demand.
Meta is an interesting case in this instance because they don't as yet have the third-party cloud services revenue propping it up. But people point to their own top line having accelerated in the first quarter of this year from like 23% to 33%.
Yeah, Allbirds. Bro, this is the same thing. Okay, look. This is the same shit that happened with NFTs, okay, with cryptocurrency, with meme coins, and then with NFTs. Because the stock market is all purely speculative at this point, with no interest in fundamentals whatsoever, it's all hype as fuck. Any company that says, oh, we're moving into AI, we're moving into the AI space, sees a big boost out of it. But there's no longevity for these companies at all. Bro, come on, they are not comparable. No, 100%. It's the same driving principles, the shiny new thing. If you say you're shifting, if you're shifting to AI in some capacity, then there's a lot of people that invest. There's a lot of people that think, oh, this is going to be great.
Presumably because they're implementing these AI tools or somehow making their platform more productive along those lines. And at the same time, it shows you the fallback option. We're creating all this capacity, even if it's not a business model. The capacity is there. We've gotten the kind of the power and the compute in place. Maybe that helps society down the road.
Well, the thing is with Meta is I don't necessarily...
Yeah, the true cost tokens are unfucking real right now. They're subsidized heavily, like 4,000%. You can get 8K or more tokens for $200. When they start charging the actual API price, they will be completely unprofitable for companies to use. Yeah, but it's one big Ponzi scheme. So they just, as long as they can keep raising, as long as they can keep fundraising, do these massive fundraisers, and get additional investment, they can prop up. They can prop up the unbelievably costly tokens. Because the computing power to generate these tokens or to utilize these tokens is far higher than what the consumer side is paying for it, what the business side is paying for it. Because if it was $8,000 a pop, then yeah, no one would fucking buy it. Especially because, once again, there's no guarantee that it will work. It can hallucinate. Imagine paying $8,000 per token and then you're using it on what? Like something that's just objectively wrong. Okay, what do you do then? You just burned $8,000? No company, no fucking company would involve themselves with that. That is the ultimate point that Ed Zitron makes, and that is correct. That his assessment there is correct.
I agree. AI is not driving Meta's revenue growth. the fact that they have an effective monopoly in social media is. Microsoft, Google, and Meta and Amazon are all doing a funny little, I don't want to call it a scam, but it's a trick where because their other businesses are still growing, but they never disclose their AI revenues, everyone conflates that with AI driving their growth. In reality, their other businesses are growing and AI is losing the money.
Oh, here we go. We got another one. This is exactly what happened with the NFTs, bro. Look. Do you think OpenAI's LLMs are going to be trained with biases when it comes to certain political topics? Yes, I do. Is there a way around the environmental hazard for AI models? In the future, models are only going to be better, which would cause even more harm. HasanAbi, you are the same as Charlie Kirk. You guys are the same people on the opposite sides of the coin. Same coin, different sides. AI is not a Ponzi scheme. HasanAbi has no idea what he's talking about. AI's revolution will change the world. Yeah, it is changing the world already. It's making the world less habitable. I used to work as an AI trainer. There's companies that content policies, which are essentially biases, and everyone can see these now. Yes. I think you need to do more to address the rampant copium addiction that's become prevalent in your community. Copium has always been the foundation of this fucking community. Okay. We have crack addicts. We have copium addicts in this chat. Always. The next shiny piece of technology is the one that's going to fucking change the world. It's going to shock the world. This guy's on it right now.
Across the board, you'll notice that neither Microsoft or Amazon, who both share their run rate of AI, will share the actual AI revenues. That tells you that these companies are afraid. Public companies love good news. If they had good news, why wouldn't?
Do you think you would change your judgment on this if China's doing this? DeepSeek is quite cheap, you know? First of all, China is already doing it. It doesn't change my judgment at all. As a matter of fact, like, people in developing nations fucking love AI, specifically generative AI. They love that shit so much. I mean, look at Iran. All their posters are now AI. Their Lego videos and whatnot. That doesn't change my opinion on AI at all. Okay. The difference, however, is that China is making it for a fraction of the cost and it's open source. And I think what China is doing with AI is just basically every time America comes up with a new benchmark or has a new breakthrough, China will then turn around and be like, nope, it's a bubble. Here, we did it for pennies on the dollar. I think that's the reason why China is dumping a lot of investments into AI and AI technology. Not because it's like the final frontier or anything like that, but because it challenges the American stock market perception, and everything now relies on it. Yeah, China can only make models this cheaply because they're distilling U.S. models. I know. They're stealing. I know. You're right. They're always. It's just America's the great innovator and China is the great stealer. China is spending billions on AI not to develop anything but to fuck with America is an embarrassing take. I mean, I already said that there's usage for AI. And it's not just to fuck with America, it's to undermine the next frontier of American finance. That's not just to fuck with America. That's the destruction of the American economy, potentially. They're keeping some level of tech parity while simultaneously able to use it like a needle to fucking burst the American AI bubble. That's not fucking with America.
They share it. That's because they've only got bad news here.
So what do you think then is the straw that ultimately breaks the camel's back? You've got trillions potentially at stake in terms of just overall capex investing through the years. I mean, it seems like there is a collective desire for this to work. What ultimately provides the challenge or presents the challenge in your mind that kind of reverses all of that?
So I heard a Goldman analyst say recently that the first hyperscaler to pull capex will get rewarded by the markets.
China's stealing such a dumb take. All the big LMs are probing each other for training data. No, it's really funny to say that one country's AI is actually stealing as opposed to my country's AI. My country's AI models are built off of not stealing as opposed to the Chinese one. That's the funniest thing you can say about AI. Like, all matter of machine learning is technically built on, if you consider that to be stealing, theft. I think it's inappropriate to paywall it in any way, shape, or form because the entire business model revolves around stealing. Okay? It's crazy. If you are going to steal all of the patents, all the IP, and everything else for that matter to build out your business, you can't fucking charge people for it.
I think that capex pullbacks they're the sign. I also think any financing falling through for OpenAI or Anthropic would be a sign, but I think we're going to start seeing AI companies kind of start falling out of favor and not being able to raise money. But the big thing is debt. When data center debt stops being issued, that will be when it's bedtime for this industry. Because even if they think AI is going to win, we've got 100 gigawatts or so of data center capacity allegedly under construction or in planning. That's trillions of dollars of money that needs to come from somewhere. And we are tapping out the debt markets. We saw that with Google raising that $85 billion equity raise.
Although you'd agree that spreads do not imply that moment is anytime soon.
Spreads have been wrong before. That's the thing. And I think that perhaps the timing isn't going to be immediate, but at some point a hyperscaler is going to pull back capex. And when that happens, well, this is an industry of followers. The tech industry doesn't have ideas. They just copy each other. Everyone copied Satya Nadella when he put ChatGPT in Bing. And I think that whoever breaks capex first, they'll follow them too.
All right. Ed, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ed Zitron.
OpenAI spending hit $34 billion last year ahead of planned IPO. Audited figures reveal mounting costs for model development, infrastructure, and rapid expansion. The numbers, which were first shared with the Financial Times by independent journalist Ed Zitron, suggest OpenAI's revenues are outstripped by rising costs. OpenAI booked about $13 billion in revenue last year. By the end of 2025, it was generating $2 billion in monthly revenue, up from $1 billion a quarter at the end of 2024, making it one of the fastest growing businesses in history. But heavy spending contributed to a nearly eightfold increase in the net loss attributable to OpenAI, which soared from $5 billion in 2024 to around $39 billion in 2025. This is just like the opposite of capitalism. Okay? It's so funny. Look, I'm not the smartest guy when it comes to this stuff, okay? I know I say am a numbers guy, but I'm not actually am a numbers guy, okay? But back in my day, you had to have a business. In order for a business to work, you would have to have upfront costs, but then at the end, the product, when you added the labor to it, okay, you would generate value. You'd have a new product at the end of that process, okay, and the new product that you sold would have to be cheaper, or it would have to be more expensive rather than the amount of money that you spent creating the product. This is topsy-turvy. It's the exact opposite. It's far more costly to make the product, Chinese labs definitely do some distillation, but they also have some genuine innovation that they open source in a way most Western labs won't. Okay. It costs more to make the product than it is to sell it. What are we doing? OpenAI was also lobbying the S&P 500 to get early admittance. The only reason to do that from their perspective, besides the transient liquidity boost, is to insert themselves in the pension and retirement accounts, making themselves too big to fail as fast as possible. Oh. You don't understand business. Sure, they lose money on every transaction, but they'll make it up on volume. No, there's no way to make it. You're being summoned, by the way. What is this? I'm shocked the Atlantis cruise I'm performing on next week has been banned from entering Turkey. A ship, a magnificent ship full of gay men and me, denied entry to Turkey simply because of who is on board. I am furious, but I am sailing, as the ship will make other ports of call. I am ready to perform for all the wonderful men on this Atlantis cruise who deserve so much better than this. Patty Lapone? Why did Turkey do that? They're being homophobic? Hasan the Hun do something? I don't think Caroline understands. I can't do it. I can only hurt their cause. Me showing support for this ship would only cause Erdogan to ban it extra hard. You know what I mean? Maybe Turkey was like, it's July. Pride Month's over. Pride Month's over. It's July. Pack it up. Who does Caroline think alerted Turkey in the first place? Yeah, it was me. Sure, I did that. Ben Jordan's new video talks about SpaceX and OpenAI. Oh yeah, I'm gonna cover that. Hold on. 7 years ago, a representative from Google reached out to me in an official capacity to discuss the company's energy use. I told him it would become necessary for major firms and core economies to reduce energy use in order to enable Paris-compliant decarbonization. They assured me that their new AI tools were already helping them identify ways to improve the company's energy efficiency, so they weren't worried. They insisted this would soon yield radical efficiency improvements and lead to energy use reduction using AI. Using AI to find new ways of decarbonizing. That's awesome. What do you think about Anduril? Dog shit. Absolute dog shit. Fuck Palmer Luckey. He also personally hates me, which makes things easier for me at least. Anyway, they insisted this would soon yield radical efficiency improvements and lead to energy use reduction without any change to their production activities. Yeah. Anduril's bitch is so bad. Ukraine kicked him out of the country. Anduril kicked out of the party. I told him that's not how it works. In growth-oriented capital firms, saving from efficiency improvements are generally leveraged to expand production. I predict that even if their AI found ways to improve efficiency, Google's energy use would go up, not down. 7 years later, and this is where we're at. Yep. Yeah. Anduril got the aux cord in Ukraine, and Ukraine was like, nope.
Listed too, haven't you? We've been exposed to controversies and warnings and just nonstop bad news our entire lives, but this hits different. Beneath all of these chaotic headlines that we see.
The richest country is pretty mid now. From friend of the show, Ben Jordan.
Every single day it just feels like something bigger is happening. Do me a favor. Try and think of just one general thing in your life that has improved in the last 10 years. Has your quality of healthcare improved? How about your quality of education, your cost of living, your insurance coverage, your privacy, your freedom? Do you have more time to do what you want to do today than you did in 2016? On this day, 1 decade ago, the Dow Jones closed at around 18,000 points. Since then, it has skyrocketed, closing today at 51,000.
That's right. It's over 50,000. Everybody said it was not possible. Don't you feel it? Don't you think things are getting so much better?
So congratulations, unless of course your quality of life is not 2.83 times better. In that case, I made a video for you to watch. But this video isn't about evil CEOs or how capitalism and wealth inequality are out of control. You probably already knew those things. This is a theory, maybe a conspiracy theory, but a theory nonetheless.
Why don't you like Anduril? They developed their technology before they use government money. They're a lot better than Palantir. Oh shit, dude, my bad. They're fucking baby murder machines. They develop in-house before they use government funds. Fuck, I was so wrong. Oh shit, dude, if they make the baby murder machines ahead of time, then that's fine. That's what we're doing now? What the fuck? Someone's got to develop it? No, actually, no, not at all. You fucking work there? I know plenty of engineers that work for these firms, okay? I know many of them. Let me tell you, they don't have this mentality. I don't know if you're one of these guys, but it's crazy to me. We're like, well, someone's got to make the baby murder machine. No, I don't think so, actually.
Been sharing and discussing and refining for years. For you, it's merely some lenses that you can try on when reading your newsfeed. It's
kind of funny because Anduril is like the Ukraine story is very funny for me because like Ukraine was like, your drones are dog shit. Please leave the country. Like Anduril's autonomous weapons fail in tests, Ukraine combat. Defense startups $30 billion valuation under scrutiny as weapon systems malfunction. The cracks in Anduril Industries' glossy defense tech narrative becoming harder to ignore. What started as a whispered concerns about military contracts is now exploded into public view with damning details from the Wall Street Journal about systematic failures across the company's autonomous weapons portfolio. The most alarming incident occurred during a Navy exercise off the California coast in May, where more than a dozen of Anduril's autonomous drone boats simply stopped working. Sailors on scene warned of safety violations of potential loss of life. According to the journal's reporting, it's the kind of failure that sends shockwaves through Pentagon procurement offices already skeptical of Silicon Valley's promises to revolutionize warfare. The real gut punch comes from Ukraine, where Anduril's technology faces true battle test. Ukrainian SBU security forces found that the company's Altius loitering drones repeatedly crashed and failed to hit their targets. The performance was so poor that the Ukrainian forces completely stopped using them in 2024 and haven't deployed them since. This battlefield of rejection carries enormous weight in defense circles. Ukraine has become the proving ground for next-gen military technology. God, this is so dystopian.
An introduction to what comes after capitalism, something I can only call leveragism.
All my life I was looking for a sign. Wasn't sure where to find a peace of mind. Sometimes you can see things when it ain't time. Well, for you I'll be putting it all aside.
Capitalism on paper is dependent on economic and technological growth. On paper, the idea is that everybody gets a slice of the pie, and if we make a really, really, really big pie that keeps growing, then everybody can get fat. And not only is that example kind of a literal one when we look at the American obesity epidemic, but capitalism also led to agricultural innovation and global supply chains and wealth creation in developing countries that played a huge part.
Ben Jordan doesn't believe that, by the way. This entire video is directly contradicting that assessment.
In decreasing global hunger. It's worth recognizing that in 1970, 1/3 of the people on this planet were starving, and now that—
Did you notice the PlayStation stopping physical game discs starting 2028? I am disgusted with the way every one of these dumbass fucking companies, including Sony, which, by the way, Sony's a Japanese company. This is exceptional. Okay? If you've ever been to Japan, you know those motherfuckers still use paper receipts. Okay? So the very fact that a Japanese company would actually gut their hard disks is unbelievable. This must have been a PlayStation America decision. Okay? We are going to lose all of our archives. And not only that, yeah, they invented Blu-ray. I mean, they invented a new technology. We're going to lose all of our archives. We're not going to own anything, dude. It's insane. Rentierism is coming to the field of entertainment. It's already here. What the hell is happening? I hate this shit so much, okay? I hate this so much. The idea that you can't own anything, including video games, including movies, is so ridiculous. There's obviously a million different reasons as to why this is dog shit. Number one, this already happens all the time, with the exception of like maybe one of these... with the exception of maybe like one or two of these platforms, like the one that Cyberpunk is sold on. I forget what it's called. Most of these platforms regularly pull back their archives. Yeah, GOG is the only one I think that literally doesn't do that, right? But even Steam, like Valve, will sometimes take down certain pieces of content that you own, but you actually don't even own it. What are we doing? Yeah, GOG is CD Projekt Red, yeah. I hate this shit so much. Okay? I hate it so much. It is so fucked up. It already happens. You're just not aware of it. Okay? It happens all the time. You're oblivious to it. It happens with your library of content that you think you own, that you don't actually own. It's ridiculous. Maximilian dude blamed Trump for the Sony decision, and a bunch of hogs got mad at him
Games
for
will
it.
be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers and digital formats only. I have choice things to say of how we got here, but I'm going to save it. Us being in this precarious position didn't just happen because things happen. This happened because people voted for very specific people. As consumer preference, games will be released.
Yeah. Because did Maximilian dude just blame Sony? No physical distribution on Trump. What Max is alluding to here is that the current administration has virtually no consumer protection operations whatsoever, and that's by design to be as business friendly as possible. There's also the fact that the Supreme Court is extremely corporate friendly, so there's no legal avenue in the United States to realistically challenge Sony or any large multi-billion-dollar firm. This is all a result of our current trend in electoral politics. Who we vote into office matters, and there are downstream effects that you wouldn't normally connect that flow out to who controls the American government. I know a lot of people have varied opinions on Max Dude, but on this point, he's actually right. This is such a non-issue. It's not a non-issue. You don't need discs to pirate games. You never owned games. This is such a non-issue. Okay, look, I love piracy. You know this. I am very much pro-piracy. I'm so pro-piracy that I even made a joke about I would download a car if I could do it, alluding to the anti-piracy ads back in the fucking 90s, which became a massive point of controversy that Fox News still uses to this day. Yes, I love piracy. I'm pro-piracy all the way. I'm still frustrated that the legal avenues that existed for archiving things that you can own, okay, things that you can own and things that you can consume whenever you want to are getting taken away. You never legally owned software. You were given a license. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What do you mean? When you have a fucking hard copy of the thing, they can't just come to your house and stop you. They can't be like, I'm revoking your license. That's the whole point of physical ownership. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, that license can be restricted because it's digital. Hello? What are you talking about? That's the whole point of fucking physical copies. They literally can. The full game is not on the disc. Oh my God. You are further proving my frustration. Everything is John Deere tractor, dude. Someone in the chat was asking earlier, what is right to repair? Okay. Nowadays, these companies that provide hardware, okay, to use a gamer terminology for something that's entirely different, they're actually no longer hardware companies. They're software companies, okay? That's going to happen to cars as well. It's insane because everything is anchored around generating more profit, sucking more money out of you. If they sell you something, everything revolves around rent seeking. If they sell you something and you can use it for the rest of your life, they can't consistently farm donations from you. They can't consistently make money off of you. Okay? This is, simply put, a company finding a new way to fuck you. A new way to get more money out of you rather than the initial upfront cost where you purchase the product and it's yours forever. That's it. And this additional paid for software is already taking place in cars as well. A lot of gamers hate the live service model, right? You hate it. You're like, this sucks. Everything is turning into the live service model. How do you not see it? The subscription model is a newer method on planned obsolescence. Back in the day, companies would create things that you use with planned obsolescence in mind so that every 2 years something would break and it would be cheaper for you to buy the newer product than to go and fix that product altogether. Okay? That's planned obsolescence. That's not enough though for physical commodities that you're purchasing. Okay? What they're now doing is software. What they're now doing is charging for the software. Everything is on a subscription basis so that they can just make one thing and then consistently farm you to pay for a privilege to use the thing that you already purchased. Tesla FSD costs $99 a year. Premium connectivity costs $9.99. This is how capitalism operates, by the way. If they could literally charge you for thinking about the fucking game that you just played, they would. This is the closest they can arrive at that reality. Do you understand? For a company, its primary goal is to make as much money off of you as they possibly can. Okay? And this kind of live service model that they're moving into, okay, where they can charge you a season pass and like maybe sometimes tweak the game a little bit. Everything is like turning into Fortnite, okay? actually ruins innovation, okay? It fucking ruins innovation when the only innovative product in the field of arts is about inventing new ways to farm money off of you without much improvements. Good luck getting a new game. One of the greatest examples of this is Grand Theft Auto, okay? Rockstar is an incredible developer, okay? For years and years, they made unbelievable single-player games. And then the last iteration of Grand Theft Auto came with online gameplay. And then their production halted. Take-Two, yes. Their production halted because Grand Theft Auto Online was making money hand over fucking fist. It became their ultimate cash cow. This is how capitalism ruins innovation, and it's how capitalism destroys creativity.
A cost-saving measure for Sony, but those cost-saving measures do not pass on to the consumer. They get to save on manufacturing.
Yeah. Cutting physical media cuts costs only for the company. They get to save on production, design, shipping, and still charge the same thing with nothing being passed on the consumer. And it's also more devastating than that. Because now, what happens when they decide, oh, you have this game? The only way you can access it is if you give me $5 every time you play it. Okay? What happens when they can add dynamic pricing? They have all the data. They know that you could pay more, that you would be willing to pay more at certain times of the day. What happens when they add that factor? You are like, oh, that would never happen. Of course it will happen. It's happening right now. Hello?
They get to save on packaging.
Unfortunately, so many gamers get their notes from unwashed fucking moronic losers like Asmongold, so they don't even realize that this is happening, and they only recognize they're getting butt fucked on the tail end after it's all said and done. Okay? That's it. Unfortunately, so many fucking dumbass reactionary gamers won't even realize that this is going on. One of the greatest examples of this was with Lena Khan and with Xbox, right? They were all talking big shit. What happened? Right now, if you want to purchase a game, God of War, you go to Walmart, it's $34. You go to PSN, it's $60. Why the fuck do you think that's the case? There you go.
They get to save on shipping, but the games still cost the same. They're going to cost full charge on the store, and retailers don't have a say in that. So consumers just get way less options as a result of this. This is
the importance of physical discs explained by Sony themselves 13 years ago.
PS4 disc, they have the rights to use that copy of the game. They can trade in the game at retail, sell it to another person, lend it to a friend, or keep it forever.
What is this? GTA 6? Not to mention they're locking certain stores for a normal price because you didn't get the premium. The GTA 6 physical version will not have a disc, will have no map, will cost $80. One retailer said only 11 people pre-ordered it. Rockstar really needs to rethink this and release a disc version later if they want to prevent leaks at launch before Sony stops disc production altogether in 2028. Low key, you know how like the transgender issue is catnip for the dumbest people in society to go and like vote for Donald Trump, who has fucked them over every step of the way and has not fixed the economy at all? This exact same thing happens in gamers as well, many of which are already Trump supporters. For gamers, it's DEI. They literally think, oh, DEI this, DEI that. Oh, video game titties are smaller. And they like hyper focus on this. And they think that's what's ruining gaming. Meanwhile, what's ruining gaming is capitalism. I swear to fucking God, they're like, oh, the pronouns of developers. Oh my God, my developer has a septum piercing and blue hair and they're queer and non-binary. Bitch, that's always what it's been. They're fucking nerds. Of course they're queer and non-binary. They're goddamn nerds. When the fuck have gaming developers not been non-binary queer nerds? They always have been that way. You're a fucking idiot. Now you're fucking celebrating them losing their fucking jobs because you're an idiot at the behest of VC funded, hedge fund funded, big tech firms that come in and purchase everything they can and gut the fucking product. Asman actually defended the Sony decision. Yeah, he's a fucking moron, dude. Of course he defended it. There's never been a capital owner's dick he hasn't eaten, dude. He polishes the fucking boots. That's his whole point.
About this, but I think that Sony, I hate to say this, I think they're making the right decision. I think that
the man, he is incapable of arriving at the correct take, even by accident, dude.
Realize that nobody's buying physical media anymore, and it's not worth distributing, producing, and shipping out all of these copies because
that's not true. Of course, people are buying physical media.
People just aren't buying them. If you want to ask and you want to wonder why this is happening, it's your fault. It's my fault. It's our fault.
Please, please don't you dare get mad at the big company making a pro-profit decision. Get mad at yourself. Yeah, in September, some PlayStation customers will no longer be able to access some purchased movies and shows. It underscores the fact that digital purchases are really more like long-term rentals. Okay? I've been warning about this for fucking years. That's the whole point. They can just take away shit that you purchased, and then dumb fucks in my chat will be like, oh, technically it's a license anyway. Oh, really? Oh, that's what you were doing. That's what a book is too. You know, it's technically unlicensed, dude. When I'm reading the book, what are they going to do? Come to my house and take the book away? What are you, fucking stupid? Why does everybody, why is there this like dog in people that is constantly hounding them to be this annoying actually guy? Okay? Who gives a fuck if it's a license? What do you mean? So this is the stream, the PS5 going discless. Yeah, who needs that secondary market they don't get a taste from? It's not even the secondary market. It's just a cost-saving measure for them on the production side. And this way, they can inevitably charge you more to literally access your own fucking game. How do people not realize this? People pay for early access nowadays. That shit used to, like, games should never be released on alpha. They would be alpha tested, they would be beta tested, okay? And then the final product that you purchased would arrive at your door a much more complete product, unless it was, you know, Elder Scrolls. Then you have to patch it into Oblivion. But whatever, right? Nowadays, the companies charge you to beta test the product. It's fucking ridiculous. And people do it. They don't even realize they're getting fucked over. So if a company's doing that for extra for extra profits, what makes you think they're not going to charge you for access now that you don't have the physical thing in your at your disposal? I know. I already watched the Gene Park take on it.
That's the way it is.
This is just a dumb guy trying to make a smart point, or thinks he's making a smart point. It's fucking annoying. Let's see what Charlie had to say.
I wasn't around to witness the extinction of the dinosaurs, nor was I there to see the death of the final saber-toothed tiger. but boy howdy, I am lucky enough to be here to witness the extinction of physical games. I swear, Sony treats physical media the same way the Men in Black treated people that witnessed alien activity. Get the neuralizer out, look here. No such thing as discs, there's only digital. They have now just driven the final stake in the vampire's heart, the evil menace known as physical media. They have announced that they are ending physical production in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. For those that don't know, this means there will never be a physical disc for a PlayStation game, even if it's not a first-party title, because in order to even have a physical game on Sony's platform, it has to go through Sony. Thus, there will no longer be that green light, that thumbs up that lets you make a disc for their platforms. It is only digital going forward. There is only Zool. It's unhinged insanity because this comes only days after Sony just pulled over 500 movies from customers' accounts that they paid for while offering no refunds for it. So customers had 500 movie titles that have now just fizzled into the ether, into the fucking back rooms, and Sony says, suck our dick. You don't even get your money back. So you paid for limited access to these films. You rented them fundamentally, even though you were under the impression that you were buying them and owning them. But because of this digital landscape, you don't own anything. You are paying for a ticket that gives you access for a set amount of time, depending on the companies or depending on the licensing. The movies are getting pulled because of a licensing issue with Studio Canal, but it's Sony's platform, and now all the customers that wasted their clams on it have nothing to show for it. It's just a void. It's blank now. You will own nothing.
Yeah, when PlayStation went down last year, people weep because they couldn't play their games. I know. That's another problem.
And be happy, and Sony shamelessly makes this announcement in light of that, while also announcing that they're shutting down the PSN store for PlayStation 3 and PS Vita, meaning hundreds, if not thousands, of digital games that existed on those platforms are now gone forever and not preserved because there wasn't physical copies of them. They were just digital titles there. So they are genuinely right in your face, hitting fucking Fortnite emotes on that ass, laughing and goatsing in front of you, showing like, yeah, you will own nothing and be happy. Look, we just took down this store, revoking your access to these games that you paid for. They're gone, Buster, and there's nothing you can do about it, Slime. Not even the Dragon Balls could wish these back into existence. Shinron is powerless against PlayStation. But let's not get too rambunctious off rip. Maybe they've got a really good reason for it.
Gamers deserve this. This might wake them up. No, dude. They just get dumber. Dude, if that was the case, Ronald Reagan should have been a fucking wake-up call for the white working class, right? And since then, we've gotten George W. Bush, and now Donald Trump 1, and now Donald Trump 2. No, nobody wakes up, okay? Nobody wakes up. That's not how this goes. If anything, they get more reactionary. They're like, oh, my treats are worse now. Oh, they cut off access to my treats. Why? Probably transgender CEOs or something. I mean, look at the situation. Yeah, this is a good take as well. The responses to this perfectly show the dichotomy I was talking about yesterday. The chuds hate gaming companies, but they also refuse to engage with the political ramifications of these unaccountable entities that are borderline monopolies. So much so that they will try to railroad a universally loved figure in the space. It's funny. Some of them are surprised like it was a hardtail Max, the liberal MFAL. Like they don't understand it. They're just like it's a pure distillation of reactionary thought. Okay. You said the opposite about Trump coin people. No, I said it's good that they're getting fucked over. I don't think that it's good that every gamer is getting fucked over. Okay. I said if you're dumb enough to buy in to Trump coin, then yes, you kind of deserve to get fucked by Trump. Okay. That's entirely different than capitalism eviscerating what remains of the field of arts and gaming. Yeah. This is completely out of our control. It is funny that they thought this Maximilian dude guy was not a lib, though. I mean, I've never even met him, and I don't really know him that well, but even like the little bit I do know, I just assumed he was It's not even he's liberal. It just means he has a brain. Okay, that's it. Like that's what it is. Okay, in this space, if you have a functioning brain, you're probably a liberal. That's just what it is. Okay, I'm not a fucking liberal. I'm a leftist. I'm an anti-capitalist. But let's be fucking real. In the gaming sphere, especially, if you have 3 fucking working brain cells that you rub together, you're probably a fucking liberal. At worst. Shocking that an adult with normal opinions and a functioning brain is a liberal. Oh my God, I'm shocked.
Right. In response to shifting trends in consumer preference, new games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only.
I have physical copies of
You
these
mean like
games.
how when GTA just announced with no physical edition, people were rightfully fuming, pointing out how awful that is in light of everything that's happened in this industry where you can just have your access
Pragmata's ending made him cry because he's the dad to a daughter. He's a live.
to the things you purchased revoked at any point in time. So if you don't have something physical, you literally own nothing. You own the idea of something. It's imagination. SpongeBob and Patrick in the Box imagining that they own their games right now when it's digital only. So if anything, the shifting trend in consumer preference is swinging back the other way to preferring physical media because of how bad this whole digital only shit has been. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical disc to digital, physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued in January of 2028. Also, again, a load of barnacles, this is horseradish. People are wanting more physical now. Like, for me personally, I've been a big advocate of physical media for at least like the last year and a half, if not 2 years, because of this trend that we've been seeing of just losing access to what you've spent money on. You're buying nothing. You are not buying anything. And they're just dangling their dicks right in front of our faces. Ubisoft unapologetically said consumers need to get more comfortable not owning their games. Like, how can you possibly be supportive of this? And people aren't. Like I said, I think the preference is shifting away from digital in light of wanting more physical. Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. This transition has no impact on games that already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in disc format. Also, something worth noting, this doesn't, like, they're saving a lot of money on not making physical games anymore, but it's not going to reflect in the pricing. The games are still going to be $70, $80 games. So, like, you're still getting slapped around with the pricing. It's not like this is going to bring down the cost of a
Controversial opinion, I don't even think it would be valid if they even drop the pricing, which is ironic because if they were like, okay, instead of $80, we're gonna charge you $60, but you can't get a hard copy, many gamers would at least be dumb enough to be like, okay, that's good. I still don't think it's fucking valid. The options should still remain. I can see exactly where this is going, and I'm warning you ahead of time. Well, it's already too late. The events are already set in motion, but that's what's going on. They are going to literally, this is rent seeking, okay? They are going to charge you rent to own a thing that you previously were capable of fucking owning. Okay? That's it. That's it.
Now spiraling out of control industry. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical discs. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today. We'll continue to prioritize our resources to drive innovation on how players can access games and provide choices as to where players prefer to purchase new games. Whether that's at retailers or the PlayStation Store, we remain committed to delivering a world-class gaming experience to our fans, and we thank you for your continued support. Hey pal, you just blew in from Stupid Town? If you are a digital-only platform, why the fuck would anyone choose you over Steam? Like, genuinely. You have a worse store. You shut down your stores too. You literally just shut down the PS3 store and PS Vita one, so people wouldn't even feel comfortable buying from your store, considering at any point in time they'd have to be like living in fear that you're going to swoop in like the boogeyman and take away the things they bought. You have a much weaker store in terms of titles than Steam. So why would they?
It's great. Everything. Yeah, digital landlording. It's awesome. I agree with you. However, I wouldn't mind any of this if we actually had consumer protections for digital media. Yeah. I personally don't care that there aren't going to be any more physical discs for PlayStation. I haven't bought a hard copy game in 10 years. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's that meme? Like, the sign of a low IQ is a sign of a low IQ for conservatives especially is that they can't like engage a hypothetical or ever foresee how this could impact them in any way, shape, or form down the line. Like, this is literally what it is. This is literally what it is. The guy's like, oh, I've never bought a fucking hard copy, so I can't comprehend how this could be impactful for my life. Second order thinking. Yeah, no capacity for second order thinking, no capacity to engage in a fucking hypothetical. These guys literally do not understand anything. It's just straight up. Look, I get mad at liberals a lot because it's reactionary thinking in general. And I think the peak of reactionary thinking is demonstrated by conservatives usually. Is just stupidity. Pro piracy, but pro ownership? Yes, dude. What the fuck? Piracy is ownership. What are you, stupid? You think when you own a game, you're the landlord of the game? Yes, there's a difference between personal property and private property. Hello? Oh my God. You think you're making a brilliant, poignant point here? What the fuck? Sony owns a lot of bullshit. Sony apparently owns a patent that will force a viewer to audibly say the advertiser name in order to proceed past their commercial. Oh, that's awesome. So China never stole IP. I don't give a fuck. I hope you lose your digital library. That's what self-centered people like you deserve. I could care less. I game mostly on PC. First of all, it can happen there too. And secondly, oh my God, I'm done. I can't. I'm pro piracy.
Like,
I'm pro piracy. Just pirate it. You know?
Yes, it is more expensive to build a PC that can handle, like, more high-end gaming, but there are solid entry-level PCs out there. And yes, while PS5 is cheaper than that right now, I imagine the PS5 prices are going to go up as well, reflective of Xbox price increase. I think that's the writings on the wall. There's going to be a price increase pretty soon. So eventually the gap's not going to be that big in terms of like price discrepancy between PS5 and PC. And again, PC has a much more robust catalog of games to choose from in the digital-only format with Steam. So why the fuck would anyone ever even consider shopping exclusively on the Sony PlayStation Store after you keep going scorched earth on physical media and taking away people's products that they bought, thinking that they owned them? Like, the way they're treating this shit, I wouldn't be surprised if they start going door to door, treating people that own physical PlayStation discs like terrorists, like, excuse me, we're going to need to sweep the premises here. We need to check your house. Do you have physical discs here? We got a tip. And they just start like taking it physically out of your hands to make you shop at the store. A store which, by the way, is more expensive shopping digital only on older titles. So if you bought the physical copies for some of the games here, like this tweet illustrates, you saved money getting the physical edition on like God of War, Ragnarok, Gran Turismo, those kind of things. But now that that's off the table going forward, these games presumably are never going to get cheaper on the PlayStation Store because they're still charging full price for these older games on their store. So they're looking to even make more money off of going digital only when getting physical down the line has been cheaper. Now they fully got it by the titties here. They fully control it directly. So they never have to bring the price down because there's only digital options to choose from now. You can't get a physical edition.
I'm sorry, but your end user agreement dictates that we can search the premises. Yeah, that's what some chatters were on earlier when they were like, well, it's technically just a license, even when you purchase a physical copy. That's basically what it is. Sorry. You need to get, the end user agreement dictates that a Sony private mercenary can come into your house and butt fuck you. Sorry. You signed on the dotted line.
Now for these upcoming games. Thus, the price doesn't ever have to go down if Sony doesn't want it to, and it looks like they really don't want it to. Still paying full price for some of these older titles to this day. Now let's take a peek at the bright future of digital only with Sony's immaculate track record of having stores that they shut down and take away the shit that you spend your money on. This is their announcement about shutting down the PS3 and Vita store.
By the way, this is also low-key price leadership from, because this is a oligopolistic market as well, this is price leadership from Nintendo. So if you want to yell at someone that's like usually the number one villain in this field, yell at Nintendo. They did this years ago. And they're increasingly moving in that space. And guess what? Now they're charging subscriptions for, purchasing the old shit that you had. Sony's going to do the same.
After nearly 2 decades of supporting the PS3 console generation, we wanted to let you know we'll be closing the PlayStation Store on PS3 as well as Vita. PlayStation Store on PS3 will close.
Of course, Nintendo fans are like Swifties. Nintendo fans are the Swifties of the gaming sphere. They will never understand.
Markets starting this year, followed by global pressures for PS3 and Vita next year. That means new content purchases will no longer be possible once the PlayStation Store closes on these devices.
Be careful making the Nintendolts mad. I already made the Swifties mad earlier because I said it's kind of crazy that she's doing a wedding in MSG. And now I'm making the Nintendolts mad.
Ease the transition, players will still be able to download previously purchased content after the closing date for this foreseeable future. As the PlayStation Store continues to evolve to support modern commerce systems, including updated payment processing standards, PS3 and Vita are no longer able to support these updates at the level required. As a result, we will need to close PlayStation Store on these devices in the time frames as followed. They then list out the time frame where eventually life support will be pulled on July 2027. That's doomsday. We know this news may be disappointing to PS3 and Vita players who hold a special place in their hearts for this generation of gaming. They represent an important era in PlayStation history. It wasn't an easy decision. As they continue to expand the PlayStation experience on newer devices most of our users are playing on today, we need to focus more resources on delivering the best gaming experience on these platforms as we look towards the future. To our amazing players, we want to give our heartfelt thanks for your ongoing passion and support, which they love to keep wiping their ass with, by the way. Thanks for all the passion and support, Sony fans. We're going to keep taking away your games, by the way, and no physical media, by the way. Thank you again. Big thumbs up. Come give us a fist bump. Which has helped inspire us to shape PlayStation into what it is today. What? A pile of dog shit? It's insulting. We're excited for the future ahead as we continue to push the boundaries of play. We look forward to having you on this journey with us as we explore new game worlds and new adventures that have yet to come. What a heartfelt message to the community and to gamers worldwide. Hey, you should shop with us digitally. And yes, we might just shut it all down at some point, so everything you spent hundreds if not thousands of dollars on will vanish, and you have no recourse. That's just something you're going to have to live with. Why aren't you getting your wallet out? Why are you guys not shopping on PlayStation Store right now? This is exciting. This is coming from a place of passion. We're pushing boundaries here for a generational experience for our community. We're doing everything. We're bending over backwards for you bitches. You're so selfish. What? You want to own your games? Are you crazy? You want to own your games? No. You think you want to own your games, but you don't want to own anything. You want us to control it. You want us to take.
Yeah, wasn't the fucking motto of like chuds to criticize like the World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and be happy? It turns out the ones who are most excited to eat the bug and own nothing and be happy are the fucking chuds. They're the ones who are literally like, oh, dude, it's fine, actually. I don't even fucking own hard copies of anything. Oh, you can charge me extra. I don't care.
Get away at some point. You want it digitally. Please. Come on. Get in here. It's stupid, man. It's so stupid. They're so out of touch, it's painful. Naturally, everyone's pointing to this with the PS4 where they showcased, here's how you share your games on PS4, and then they hand each other the physical copy and say thanks. This was a massive dunk at the time, pushing back against a lot of shit we were seeing the industry starting to do at that point already with how they were handling like sharing games and such. And this was Sony lat spreading here and making disc-based games a large part of the PS4's identity, which became a big selling point at the time that really propelled it above the competitors. And they made it clear with PS4 that physical was something they valued greatly, and like the importance of being able to share a game back and forth, physically passing it to one another. This was a
high demand, but wanting to go digital. PS5 disc drives limited to one person. Sony acknowledges high demand. Yeah, it turns out it has nothing to do with demand. They know that this is something that consumers are going to get fucking pissed off about. God, it's so stupid. Oh my God, it's so evil.
Huge successful campaign that they ran about that. So a core part of PlayStation's identity, not even that long ago, was these physical discs and being able to share the physical discs like that. Look at us now. Look at how quickly shit's changed. And changed for the worse. Significantly worse. There are no benefits to this change. There is no one that should be excited about this, because why would you as a consumer even want to have the chance that what you bought disappears? You spent your money on it. You should own it. But you don't. And they're not even being honest with you about what you're doing. You're not even buying to own, you are renting from them. They're not even calling it what it is, which is renting. You are getting admission to this product, a license to this product for however long they deem necessary, or however long their deals with the licensor, like in the case of the movies, lasts. But you as a consumer could very well end up with nothing, like they just take it away from you. That shouldn't be something you're okay with. Like, it shouldn't. If you are okay with it, you're wrong for being okay with it. I'm just going to tell you right to your face. That is dumb. You should own what you are spending your money on here in this industry. And they're not even advertising it as anything other than you owning it. They're trying to mislead you with what's actually happening in this digital-only process. And it's just out of control. It is truly out of control. I can't, like, I had a hunch that Sony was going to go this direction, especially after the GTA 6 announcement. I had a feeling, I think most people kind of had a feeling in their gut, but I didn't think it would be this quick. This is a week later that they're just boldly, brazenly making this announcement that they're wiping their ass with physical media. Disc-based games, they're going to be gone soon. I thought it'd take still a couple more years before they felt confident enough to just pull the rug there and just say, like, all right, it's gone. But yeah, they did it, and it really sucks. Anyway, that's about it. So yeah.
Great. Good take from Moist Critical, and predictably horrible take from Asmongold, as always. I completely understand where you're coming from. For a lot of gamers, physical discs are the only way they can afford to play games because they can get them secondhand. You can also give games to your younger siblings, which is a great way to introduce them to the games you were playing. Most importantly, though, as we saw from PlayStation this past week, if the media we buy is only digital, it can be taken away from us at a moment's notice with no recourse. Imagine that. One day your entire library of games can be deleted overnight because technically you don't own it. Okay, Trevor Noah, cooked on this shit. Salute to you for the reply. Now, I'm not knocking anyone where the only way you can get a game secondhand or on a budget. I never knock on anyone's financial situation. He's such a chud. He's such a fucking chud, this guy. Oh, you reminded me that poor people exist. Guys that say stuff like that absolutely don't give a shit about the poor, by the way. 92% of game sales are digital. You're all talking the talk, but not walking the walk. Brother, why are you eradicating 8% then? You are missing the fucking point. Also, when physical media exists, if the option still exists, okay? If the option still exists, then you can't just like start fucking charging rent. Big news. My administration is delivering another fantastic America First victory. The Department of Treasury will now accept philanthropic contributions of readily tradable public traded stock to help fund Trump accounts for eligible American children. This opens the door for great American businesses, philanthropists. What the fuck? And job creators to invest. Dude, everything is... Dude, capitalism, man. The response to Trump accounts has been incredible. More than 6 million Trump accounts have already been requested before the program's even launched. The American people love this idea because it puts American children first, rewards success, and helps build wealth for the next generation. Oh. Isn't it funny that everything that people warn about communism literally happens under capitalism? Like everything. Everything that people warn that could potentially happen under communism if, God forbid, we move society, if we evolve society even a little bit in the direction of socialism, holy fuck, you're going to have communism, and it's literally all happening right now. Oh, look at China, mass surveillance. Tremendous government overreach. They'll put you in prison for saying the wrong thing. Okay, it's here. And we don't got the fucking high-speed rail. They told you you own nothing under communism. Now under capitalism, you won't even be able to own something as simple as your video games anymore. It's incredible, dude. Yeah, it's the classic, this is what communism does compilations that people love posting. And it's always the photos. The photos are always from capitalist societies. Oh, this is what life looks like under communism. And it's literally just like fucking Skid Row. You know what I mean? Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm tired. 6 hours and 30 minutes. Fucking half day Hossy. Half day Hossy is back at it again. We didn't do any of the fun stuff today, but I will get to it tomorrow. Okay? I will do more fun stuff tomorrow. Actual fun stuff tomorrow. It's July 4th. Happy July 4th weekend. Be safe out there. It's really fucking hot. We're going to turn into Europe the way things are going. AI data centers are sucking up all the energy off of the grid. So you can't even actually have regular aircon in your fucking homes. If there's a rolling blackout, God forbid, because of the overloaded energy grids due to AI data centers, we're going to have a very European summer. Peace, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow.
There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Hasan and Asmin Chatterloss, giving Grinnin's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Well, he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.